Chapter 61. Rock Dog. Ever since the battle with Sister Wan Wan, the Pokémon hospital where Sister Wan Wan worked was in a state of excitement. Everyone was shocked by Sister Juan Juan's ability, and even more shocked was Sister Juan Juan's resignation letter. Putting aside other things, just talking about Sister Wan Wan, she is very warm-hearted. After getting along with her for a long time, I feel safe when I go out. Who doesn't want to be friends? There was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. When the wind chimes ring, the crisp sound makes people feel relaxed and happy. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Have you fed the ecological park? You are feeding the pigs here. Dongfang Yan complained in his heart. Sister Wan Wan held the bag and looked at Dongfang Yan and asked. Oh, not yet. Why don't you go quickly? You're dawdling and not letting people enter the ecological park for a visit. I really don't know what you're doing in there. Are you hiding a mistress? How is that possible? The interior is still under renovation. It's too dangerous. What a joke, it's only been over half a month and it's like this in there now, with birds singing and flowers blooming. How could it be done in just half a month? I won't be able to explain it when the time comes. Dongfang Yan left the counter and went to the ecological park obediently, taking a look at the fruit orchard first. Several saplings have grown lush and green. I just went to the system store and looked around, and found some system-specific fertilizers. The reputation value of speedy fat is X100, the reputation value of wet fat is X100, the reputation value of long-lasting fat is X100, and so on. Why not buy some and try? Dongfang Yan clicked confirm, and a bag of fertilizer appeared out of thin air in his hand. Fast fat. System, this thing is to be used directly, right? Ding dong. Yes, this fertilizer can accelerate the growth of fruit tree seedlings. The system replied quickly. In that case, just tear it down. Dongfang Yan opened a pack directly and bought another pack to try the effect. Sprinkle all the fertilizer and mix it evenly with the soil. Wait quietly for tomorrow to see the results. Cuckoo. Dongfang Yan looked back and saw a night owl appear above his head. What happened? Night Owl nodded and signaled Dongfang Yan to follow. Dongfang Yan hurriedly followed. This one is about to hatch. After bringing back the Pokémon eggs from the Alliance egg collecting point, they are placed in the ecological park for incubation. And what will be hatched today is the rock dog. The time it takes for each Pokémon egg to hatch is different, it may be 1 day, 3 days, or even half a month. Some other little Pokémon in the ecological park were also watching around. This reminded Zoroark of the feeling of being surrounded by a group of Pokémon when he was unconscious. So, he pressed his ugly face against the rock dog Pokémon egg. Go away, don't block me. Dongfang Yan pushed away Soraya's fox face and moved closer to him. This caused Zoroark to start grabbing at him. Played around for a while. The Pokémon egg sways slightly, showing the vitality of life. After a while, the Pokémon egg stopped shaking. Hurry, hurry. This is how Slowpoke was born before. I think its tail hit me at that time and I almost had a nosebleed. Crack. There was a sound coming from the Pokémon egg. Out. The egg of the rock dog Pokémon egg gradually cracked. Dongfang Yan was still staring at it carefully. This thing really was something he could never get tired of looking at. Crack. The Pokémon egg finally cracked. The rock dog poked its head out and looked at the people around it in confusion. The nose keeps sniffing the smell. The eye of true seeing. Elf, rock dog, level 0. Potential, C. Gender, male. Properties, rock. Status, healthy. Trait, unyielding heart, every time you flinch, your unyielding heart burns brightly and your speed increases. Inherited skills, bump, stare. Basic skills, none. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, puppy Pokémon are very easy to get close to and are more suitable for novice trainers to train. However, as they grow up, their tempers will become more rude. Soon, the rock dog crawled out of the Pokémon egg and began to smell Dongfang Yan's hand. Dongfang Yan picked up a towel and cleaned the liquid off the dog's body. This guy has a dream characteristic, which is pretty good. The rock dog was also very outgoing. After wiping himself clean, he began to wander around all the Pokémon in the ecological park. He sniffed this, sniffed that, and then began to rub Dongfang Yan and the Pokémons present with the rock near his neck. It still looks very cute, and I will have someone to choose to guard the house in the future. Dongfang Yan picked up the rock dog, and the rock dog kept sticking out its tongue and licking Dongfang Yan, which made him feel itchy and a little uncomfortable. Come on, I'll take you to see someone. Cloud breeding house. Yes, this Pokémon egg is more suitable for the elderly to cultivate at home. The aptitude is not particularly high, but it is just right for the elderly to cultivate at home. In addition, grass-type Pokémon are relatively easy to cultivate, so it won't be a waste of money. After Sister Wanwan resigned from the Pokémon Center and left, she came to the breeding house the next day. As an Pokémon nurse, she has a better understanding of Pokémon and is more professional. The advice provided to customers was also very accurate, and Dongfang Yan really felt inferior to him. But it doesn't matter, it's the same if you just watch and learn carefully from the side. Sister, look, there's a new Pokémon. Dongfang Yan rushed out from the back door holding the rock dog. Sister Wanwan was introducing the Pokémon eggs to people and saw the rock dog in Dongfang Yan's hand. When did it hatch? Just now, it was fresh. The guests nearby saw it and said, "Ah, is this the Pokémon that you bred in the ecological park? It looks quite cute. Hey boy, can you sell this Pokémon to me? My old man just likes this kind of Pokémon." A guest asked quickly. "I'm sorry, our ecological park is not open yet. This Pokémon is a seed Pokémon that we cultivate in our ecological park." "Ah, they haven't started breeding yet. What a pity." After a lot of wrangling, they were finally sent away. "How many Pokémon did you get?" Sister Wanwan asked. "I remember that the Pokémon you brought to the Poke Center last time was not this one. Hey, I went to the League Egg Collection Point and found some Pokémon." Dongfang Yan responded. "No, there are still some good Pokémons to be found there. I don't know how many owners of breeding houses have gone there to look for goods. I have to check its health." Sister Wanwan said seriously. "No, Sister Wanwan, how can we check here without any equipment?" Mainly, Dongfang Yan used the eye of true vision to observe and found that the patient was in a healthy state, but it was difficult to say it directly. "It's okay, come out, happy egg." As an Pokémon nurse, how could it be possible that she doesn't even have a happy egg? Of course, people from ordinary families don't have one, but as a member of a noble family, it is relatively easy to own a small lucky egg. Take a look at the status of this Pokémon. Happiny walked forward and took Rock Dog from Dongfang Yan's hands. Held gently in the arms, the rock puppy felt the warmth and gradually closed its eyes. It had just been born and was still quite tired. Chapter 62. A man disguised as a woman. Egg. Happiny is holding Rock Dog. Nodded. "It's okay. It's in good condition and is a healthy Pokémon." Sister Wanwan held the dog in her arms. "Yes, the posture is normal. How do you find these Pokémon everywhere?" "It's just luck, I don't even know how many Pokémon eggs I bought." "There must be times when you're lucky, right?" Dongfang Yan smiled awkwardly. It was already noon and there were almost no customers. Dongfang Yan looked at the rock dog and said, "Oh, there is one thing I forgot. I went up to get something to try this rock dog." Having said that, he ran upstairs. "Last time, I used reputation points to draw prizes continuously. I don't know how many things were drawn, of course, thank you for your patronage the most." Dongfang Yan took out all these temporarily useless things from the system space. Don't take up space in the already small system. The current system space is about the size of a public toilet. Although there is nothing particularly important at the moment. However, the stone of unchange that was extracted was still placed into the system space, and I haven't figured out how to use it for the time being. Found it. Can't bite big bones. The stuff I pulled out before. It is just right for training biting skills. Anyway, it can't be bitten, so it's perfect for training skills. In fact, some skills are acquired through daily practice. Just like the little idiot, when training Pikachu, he has been training the skill of electric ball. After training for a long time, he finally learned this skill with the help of Team Rocket. So without the rockets, no, without the usual hard work, how could there be any results? I didn't realize, Xiao Yan, that you have this habit. When Dongfang Yan was in a daze, a voice suddenly came from behind. What? Dongfang Yan hasn't reacted yet. Sister Wan Wan picked up the maid outfit next to the bones. 4 sets in total. System, you. No, Sister Wan Wan, please listen to my explanation. Explain. Sister Wan Wan rubbed her fists. Today, I will clean up the mess for Grandma and beat you, the little pervert, to death. No, Sister Wan Wan, please listen to my explanation. It's not your fist that I can't resist. So, this is the work clothes you bought. Dong Fang Yan covered his eyes with a bag of ice. Today's cosplay is a rogue panda. Dong Fang Yan nodded. Why did you buy this as work clothes? You are so young and you just think about this all day long. No, I was searching online for breeding houses and what kind of costumes should be used, such as Lolita, maid outfits, and gymnastics uniforms. I just bought it. Sister Wan Wan still looked at Dong Fang Yan with some judgment in her eyes. Don't you have the slightest thought of wearing it? Look, you hesitated. It's not me, it's not me. In a moment, Sister Wan Wan had put on the maid skirt, and Happiny had put on one too. Of course, there is also the Eastern dialect. This looks great on the body. Sister Wan Wan flexed her muscles. Yeah, not bad, no rips on my clothes. Dong Fang Yan. Happiny is also wearing a pink maid outfit, which is quite suitable. And our Sister Wan Wan, wearing a green maid outfit, shows her heroic qualities. Xiao Yan, you look pretty good in women's clothing. Sister Wan Wan looked at Dong Fang Yan who was wearing a black and white maid outfit behind her. Because she was not wearing a wig, she was caught by Sister Wan Wan and was made to wear the makeup left by her mother. After the man dressed up as a woman, he had a cherry mouth, peach blossom eyes, and an affectionate look. Apart from the panda eyes, he still had a unique charm. Dong Fang Yan is in a dilemma now, whether to cry or not. This damn system, has it anticipated this? She deliberately gave herself a maid outfit, 4 pieces at that. I almost felt like a mute, with no way to express my grievances. No, I'm eating it now. Alright, look at you, you look so sad, someone who doesn't know would think I'm bullying you. Go change it back. The high school entrance exam is coming up soon. Take Slowpoke out for some exercise and try to get a good grade. Dong Fang Yan nodded, turned around to change clothes, and suddenly looked back. Sister Wan Wan was holding the Pokémon illustrated book and taking pictures silently. When the two looked at each other, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Well, I was afraid that you would be exposed, so I took 2 photos to keep you still. Sister Wan Wan explained. Dong Fang Yan. What a pale and painful realization. Before leaving, Dong Fang Yan looked back at Happy Egg. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Happy Egg, level 61. Potential, A+. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Status, healthy. Ability, Healing Heart, will heal injured Pokémon with abnormal status. Inherited skills, acting like a spoiled child, imitating, Angel Kiss. Basic skills, Life Drop, Singing, Healing Wave, Help, Lay Eggs, Self-Sacrifice Charge, Healing Wish. Skill Disc, Stand. Props to carry, none. Note, Happy Pokémon, anyone who eats an egg laid by Happy Egg will become gentle. Are you serious about this note? Then my sister Wan Wan is indeed very gentle. Gentle Township, Hero Tomb. My sister Wan's gentleness treats everyone equally, no matter who they are, no matter which hero they are. Moreover, I originally thought that my sister Wan was a gym level trainer, but who knew that she was actually level 61, just stepping into the Quasi King level of strength. She is a genuine Quasi King trainer. What should I do? At the beginning, there are big guys all around me, waiting online and very anxiously. What's even more amazing is that this qualification is truly outrageous. In addition to Dragonite's S, there is also Mewtwo's question mark. This is the most talented Pokémon I have ever seen. What's even more amazing is that I originally thought that Charm was Sister Juan's most powerful Pokémon. But who could have thought that it was not the case? Sister Juan's old partner turned out to be Miss Joey's good partner, Happy Egg. And Happiny evolved from Chandy. It requires good trust between Pokémon and trainer, and a very high intimacy value. Only in this way can Chandy evolve into Happy Egg. I feel that my sister Wan Wan is really extraordinary. In addition to having Karam's Mega Evolution Stone. The learning machine that I have never seen before was actually found on Happy Egg. From the beginning, Dongfang Yan discovered the Mega Evolution Stone on Karam. Dongfang Yan knew that Sister Wan Wan was extraordinary. Mega Evolution Stones are extremely difficult to find in real life. Unless you are really rich, you can buy it on the black market, or barter it, or participate in an auction. And anyway, when you have a Mega Evolution Stone, or a Keystone, you are a status symbol in and of yourself. Of course, Bufan is very lucky. I discovered these stones by accident while exploring the wild. It can only be said to be making a fortune, or it can be said to be a symbol of status. Because those places are often rarely visited by people, and only invincible Pokémon trainers with absolute strength and tenacious perseverance can reach them. At present, Sister Junjun's 2 magical treasures have finally been revealed to the world. Chapter 63. High School Entrance Exam begins. Pay attention to the order of the venue. No crowding, no fighting. Take your number. Yangcheng Middle School. The teachers are organizing the students and telling them what to pay attention to when taking the high school entrance examination. It's actually very simple. Just see how high a Pokémon's level you can train and upgrade within a month. Of course, this is based on a reference, according to the probability of Pokémon trainers upgrading over the years, as well as actual tests by some experts. Not only that, there are also 100 popular knowledge tests for Pokémon trainers. Test your knowledge of Pokémon and how Pokémon trainers respond when they encounter unexpected situations in the wild. Practical operation is important, but having good theoretical knowledge is also extremely important. Ian. The fat man came out from somewhere, climbed up Dongfang Yan and shouted. What's wrong? Dongfang Yan replied with an indifferent expression. No, why are you so cold? I heard that you actually won Sister Wan Wan over. That's awesome. Dongfang Yan turned around and punched him. What? What do you mean by take it down? Can you please stop being ambiguous in your words? Dongfang Yan rolled his eyes and didn't want to pay any attention to this fat guy. The scene of being forced to wear a maid outfit is still vivid in my mind, and the past is too painful to recall. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. What level is your slowpoke? I'm telling you, with the help of my housekeeper, I've been fighting Snorlax every day, and guess what, I'm level 18. Can you believe it? Fatty Qian said, his fat face full of the look of praise me, praise me. Oh. No, why are you reacting so calmly? No one cared about the fat man who continued barking. Recalling the scenes of training Slowpoke this month. The hurricane fanned by the night owl, the sparring with Pokémon in the ecological park, and what Sister Wan Wan talked about later, the unity of man and Pokémon. Exercising with Pokémon will help develop a close relationship. Directly being trained, things like repeated sideways jumping and 100 invincible squats. My relationship with Slowpoke has indeed improved a lot. I haven't discovered how it is reflected specifically, but that feeling, in a daze, there is a different kind of sublimation. My level has finally reached level 20, just one level away from becoming an intermediate trainer. This is already a very, very fast upgrade speed. And Zoroya's transformed fox also settled down completely in the ecological park. The main thing was that one time, when Dongfang Yan came out of the ecological park, he didn't notice that it had transformed into a slowpoke. Finally, after eating 3 big bowls of momo milk, he vomited and revealed his true form. Of course, Sister Wan Wan didn't find out. Because Dongfang Yan didn't want to reveal the existence of Zoroark for the time being. Don't want to cause any more trouble. Because there is one thing I have never figured out, the Zoroark and Zoroark tribes have always stayed together and are a tribe that is very willing to help their companions. And this Zoroark has never seen Zoroark or any other Zoroark since the day it appeared in the Yun Ai breeding house. This means that its family is not with it. Later, it was natural to capture Zoroark using the system's Pokeball. I haven't registered with the Alliance yet, but it won't be too late to register later. When I have time, I can first investigate if there are any major events nearby, or anything related to Zoroark. Anyway, they were captured using the system's red and white Pokemon balls, so there's no need to worry about being manipulated by the Alliance. Ayan, didn't the Alliance investigator say he would praise us at school? We haven't heard anything else in such a long time. Is he just making empty promises for us? I'm not sure. Maybe the Alliance just gave it verbal praise that time. Dongfang Yan replied nonchalantly. I don't care about any rewards from the Alliance. because the biggest gain from that time was probably Mutuo's friendship. But what is Mutuo doing now? In an unknown forest. A dark and gloomy underground cave. Drops of water drip from the stalactites. Make a little splash. A small ratata slipped in from a crack somewhere else. Looking at the appearance of the cave, I was a little shocked. In the dark underground cave, there are countless purple glowing stones floating in the air. Beautiful, weird. Little Rata touched the small stone floating in the air with his head. Suddenly, all the purple stones began to vibrate. Seeing this, Little Rata turned and ran away. The small stone that it had just touched shot out quickly and hit Little Rata on the head. Little Rata rolled his eyes and passed out. In the deepest part of the cave. Vine Snake, level 17. Han Meng looked as if it was a matter of course. Of course, our school is full of talented people. The principal stood on the stage, looking at the students below who were testing their Pokémon levels. A Pokémon level above 15 is already a symbol of excellence. It is an excellent symbol for a newly born Pokémon at level 0 to reach level 15. Young Pokémons whose levels are above level 3 are considered excellent if they exceed level 15. She's only level 17, one level lower than me. I haven't even equipped myself yet, but her tail is almost up in the sky. When Han Meng passed by Fatty Qian and Dong Fangyan while holding the Tang Tang snake, she rolled her eyes without any concealment. No, she seems to be seriously ill. The fat man almost exploded. Forget it, forget it. It's your turn soon. You might as well just go up and slap her in the face. Dong Fangyan advised that it was not appropriate to curse in public. After hearing this, Fatty Qian did not take any other action. Soon, the fat man's name was called. Qian Di Chang. Fatty Qian ran up quickly. Everyone on the stage was looking at the fat man seriously. It's really not easy to have a relationship. Just put the Pokeball on the machine. Fatty Qian did as he was told. Take out the Pokeball and place it on top of the machine. Soon, the screen displayed, Snorlax, level 18. Not bad, Snorlax, level 18. The inspector shouted. The recorder behind me registered it immediately. There was a lot of noise all around. Haha, just now there was a level 17, and now there's another level 18, that's great. The principal smiled even more happily. The fat man found Han Meng's direction without hesitation and gave him the middle finger, saying, "Don't mess with me, fat man." Han Meng was below, her face flushed, and it was unclear whether she was embarrassed or angry. Next, Dong Fangyan. After the inspector returned the Pokeball to the fat man, he immediately read out the next person's name. That is, the Eastern dialect. What a coincidence, one in front and one behind. Dong Fangyan walked onto the stage. The fat man was coming down from above and said, "It's very simple, just relax, I believe you." Dong Fangyan certainly believes in himself, but will he scare them if he appears directly at level 20? Put the Pokeball here. Dong Fangyan took out the Pokeball and felt 3 burning gazes behind him. Without giving it a second thought, he placed the Pokeball on the machine. Drip drip. Chapter 64. High School Entrance Examination. The inspector looked at the machine. You. Slowpoke, level 20. The recorder had just finished recording when he suddenly raised his head. What level? Not only that, the other students in the audience were all a little confused. The leaders on the stage did not react for a while. Level 20, are you kidding me? Did you take hormones to level up? There were many voices of discussion. Of course, there were people who trained their Pokémon to level 20 or even higher for the high school entrance examination. It's just that the people present couldn't quite believe that such a thing would happen in their school. Haha, there's a top student in our school too. The principal was the first to react and smiled happily. Hey, is this guy the classmate who inherited the breeding house in our family? Yes, he is the more gifted student in our class. Dong Fangyan's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, quickly replied. Haha, there's no such thing as talent. It's all about my own hard work. Yes, yes, Xiao Yan has been working hard since he was young. Dong Fangyan took back the Pokeball and returned to the stage. I heard the discussions around me. It's him. I heard his parents are missing. Yes, yes, he looks exactly like the one in the video in the Pokémon encyclopedia. It is said that. Dong Fangyan sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. When you become famous, you will be surrounded by gossip. Damn it, Ayan, you are such a hidden talent. The fat man appeared from somewhere again. No wonder you didn't care when I told you my Snorlax was level 18. You even hid it from me. Dongfang Yan smiled awkwardly. Look at Han Meng. Following Fatty Qian's gaze, Han Meng's face turned pale. Moment. Everyone has completed the test. The principal stood up and spoke. Classmates, thank you for your hard work this month. Together with the Pokémon, this month has been filled with hard work, sweat, and the sublimation of friendship. The results of the test are almost out. After you finish the test, those whose Pokémon are above level 15 will have a Pokémon battle. You will be randomly arranged according to the numbers in your hands and participate in an elimination match. The winner will be the number 1 in our school. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd in the audience answered. No matter you understand it or not. Why don't you want a level 15 Pokémon trainer to participate in the competition? Dongfang Yan asked Fatty Qian in confusion. No, buddy, don't you know this? This is the watershed. You can't even reach the required level, so how can we expect you to win first place in the school in the battle? Don't think too much, Ayan, hurry up and review, there are still 100 questions waiting for the two of us. Fatty Qian took out a book from somewhere and started flipping through it. Damn written test. 1. Slowpoke's tail can be made. A. Food. B. Medicinal material. C. Pokémon cube recipe. D. Drinks. 2. Which of the following Pokémon is single sex? A. Charmander. B. Superpower. C. Kentaro. D. Magnemite. 3. There are several forms of Eevee's evolution. A7. B8. C9. D10. 4. Which of the following Pokémon do you hope your brother will have and warm his bed? A. Lipstick. B. Flashing Mother Power. C. Gardevoir. D. Stink Poon. 5. Charizard has fire and attributes. A. Fly. B. Dragon. C. Ghost. D. Insect. 6. What did Gengar evolve from? A. Ghastly. B. Haunter. C. Ghastly stayed up all night. D. Ghastly was eaten by Pixie. 7. This question, are you serious? There are 3 invigilators in a special classroom, supervising the exam, which lasts 60 minutes. Soon, everyone was done. After leaving the examination room, Dongfang Yan and Fatty met each other. Neither of them could agree on the answers to the questions, which was a bit awkward. 4 battle venues have been set up on the playground. The crowd was queuing in a chaotic and orderly manner, which was indeed a contradiction. If you look roughly, you will see that each class is arranged neatly. But if you look carefully, you will see that each class is in chaos. Okay, classmates, just fail one exam at a time. Don't think too much about it. Next, just enjoy the wonderful competition among our classmates. Everyone please look at the big screen and remember your number and the corresponding number of your opponent. Since the examination system has screened out Pokémon trainers above level 15, all you have to do next is look at the big screen to find your number and opponent. Hey, Yan, you and I are not in the same group. Divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, D. Representing 4 venues. Fatty Qian is in Group A and Dongfang Yan is in Group D. Coincidentally, Han Meng is also in Group D. Ayan, remember to avenge us and beat her up. Dongfang Yan rolled his eyes. What about attribute restraint? I'm not a Pokémon attribute reversal master. What does it mean? You do not understand. Fatty Qian scratched his head in confusion. Everyone take your positions in your respective venues. Ayan, I'm leaving first. Okay, Fatty, don't lose in Group A, don't even have a chance to fight me. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Qian raised his middle finger from a distance. Dongfang Yan also came to his own venue. Han Meng came behind Dongfang Yan and looked at him. I don't know what kind of cheating you used to get your Pokémon to this level, but it doesn't matter, I will prototype it for you, or you won't need me at all. And the video you posted online, was that also done by someone else? Can I give you a piece of advice? Dongfang Yan turned around and asked. Beg for mercy? There's no need for that. No, I just want to say, don't be so self-righteous, don't look at others with your sewer-like eyes. You. Next, please invite contestants numbered 24 and 25 to come on stage. Damn it. Just wait for me. Han Meng hurriedly ran to the stage. She happened to be number 25. Dongfang Yan looked at the number on his ID card, number 31. I don't know whether to play against number 30 or number 32. It doesn't matter, let's take a look at the process first. Looking at Han Meng, who was going on stage, she was fighting against a girl wearing glasses. The referee is already in place up there. Both parties release their Pokémon. Come out, Vine Snake. Han Meng released the snake from the Pokeball. Fujiteng. Come out, Gunny Yunyu. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Vine Snake, level 17. Potential, B. Gender, female. Property, grass. Status, healthy. Features, lush. When HP is less than 1/3, the power of grass attribute moves increases by 1.5 times. Genetic skill, Leaf Storm. Basic skills, Impact, Growth, Vine Whip, Tight Binding. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, vine snakes like to use their tails to bask in the sun for photosynthesis. If they are not in high spirits, their tails will droop. To be honest, the qualifications of this vine snake are really high. Chapter 65, Tang Tang Snake vs. Gunny Yunyu. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Gunyu New, level 15. Potential, C. Gender, female. Attributes, general. Status, healthy. Features, soundproof, by shielding the ears from sound, unaffected by sound-based moves. Inherited skill, slap. Basic skills, echo, fright, howl, piercing sound. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Notes, this is a whispering Pokémon that usually speaks in a very soft voice, so you can't hear it if you are not paying attention, but if it senses danger, it will yell with a noise that can cause headaches. This Gunny Yunyu has good qualifications, with a lavender body and long ears, and looks rather shy. When it evolves into a sonic monster, it can also learn skills such as destructive death ray, loud noise, sleeping, and talking in sleep. It can be said that it is a Pokémon worth cultivating. If it is a hidden dream attribute, courage, normal type skills can also hit ghost type Pokémon. The two Pokémon are already in position. Okay, then I declare that the game begins. Vine Snake, grow. Han Meng immediately gave orders, trying to seize the initiative. A green light flashed around the Vine Snake. Gunai Yunyu, echo. Gunny Yunyu, who originally looked weak and fragile, suddenly had her stomach swell up and started roaring. The people around couldn't help but cover their ears. The skill of echo can be stacked. Each time this skill is used, its damage will increase continuously. Snake Vine breaks it, use Tight Bind. The Vine Snake slapped the ground, look at my blue and silver entanglement. Several vines emerged from the ground and tied up Gunny Yunyu, but soon Gunny Yunyu broke free. Use echo again. Gunny Yunyu screamed again. After the cumulative damage from the previous round, this time the echo is louder and has higher damage. Vine Whip. Han Meng continued to direct. Without learning control skills such as Hypnotic Powder, she had no way to stop Gunny Yunyu from releasing skills. The Vine Snake pulled out two vines from its back and whipped Gunny Yunyu. And Gunny Yunyu's own speed was not very fast, and she was unable to completely avoid the Vine Whip skills of the Vine Snake. In addition to the tightness at the beginning, it would occasionally emerge from the ground and wrap around Gunai Yunyu. Gunai Yunyu still did not give up, nor did her trainer. Gunai Yunyu, don't give up, use echo again. Gunny Yunyu has decided to use echo. It's just a gamble. Who can kill whom in seconds? Hateful. Use the whip again. Serpentine's stamina is running low, and the damage from the stacked echoes is getting higher and higher. Even with a level advantage, this skill can ignore this not-so-obvious advantage. Echo. The Vine Snake had just pulled out its vines, and Gunny Yunyu started screaming again. Goo. The huge sound made Tang Tang Snake couldn't help but cover his ears. The people watching the game below the stage also covered their ears frantically. The sound was really piercing. The Vine Snake lay on the ground in pain, and its whip skill did not hit Gunny Yunyu. Gunny Yunyu, give it the final blow. Echo. Girls with glasses don't stand a chance. Stand up, Vine Snake, don't give up. As a Tsundere snake, even if it doesn't have the characteristic of playing devil's advocate, it still has a Tsundere nature. However, with the lush characteristic, his own damage has been increased. Next, whoever's attack hits the opponent first will win. It was originally a showdown of skills and speed, but the next scene shocked everyone. Rattan! The ivy snake suddenly shouted. Level 17 is the critical value of evolution. White light flashed across the vine snake, becoming brighter and brighter. Fujitang! The light gradually dissipated, and the vine snake that was originally lying on the ground recovered and stood up again. No, it should be, green ivy snake. Dongfang Yan opened his eyes wide below. No way, it can be like this. Who is the protagonist in the series where you can't attack during evolution? What a joke! This classic plot in anime didn't happen to you, but happened to an enemy with whom you have a conflict. It can only be said that life is unpredictable and life is full of twists and turns. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Green Vine Snake, Level 18. Potential, B. Gender, Female. Property, Grass. Status, Healthy. Features, Lush. When HP is less than 1/3, the power of grass attribute moves increases by 1.5 times. Genetic skill, Leaf Storm. Basic skills, Impact, Growth, Vine Whip, Titan, Grass Mixer. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, Grass Snake Pokémon, the evolved form of Vine Snake, runs on the ground like sliding, confuses enemies with its agile speed, and finally kills them with its Vine Whip. Very good. Ivy Snake, use the Grass Blender. Han Meng shouted in surprise. Green Vine Snake also uses this skill perfectly. A spiral-shaped, sharp-bladed agitator rotates to stir the Gunny Uniu into the mixture. The extremely fast speed feels like Leaf Storm, but of course it is still far from it. Judging from its genetic skills, it is only a matter of time before it learns the Leaf Storm skill. When the Grass Mixer time was over, Gunny Uniu also fell unconscious on the ground. It's really a pity. Even with the skill Echo, Snake's speed is no advantage at all. The sound is heard, and you can't avoid it by running. Dongfang Yan just wailed silently in his heart. Why didn't you let Han Meng, that idiot, get eliminated? And she evolved. Isn't this making things more difficult for herself? Because his Slowpoke is a water and psychic type, it is restrained by the grass type. But he is not particularly afraid, because his own Slowpoke is not an ordinary creature. Han Meng put the green ivy snake back into the Pokeball and walked off the stage. I declare that the winner of this game is Han Meng and her Pokémon Green Ivy Snake. The referee gave his decision quickly. It's okay, Gunny Uniu, you're already great. The girl with glasses comforted Gunny Uniu who had just woken up from a coma. But I still need to take him to the Pokémon Center to check his injuries later. Although a nurse from the Pokémon Center came on site, the baby still had to be sent to the Pokémon Center for examination. Han Meng walked straight towards Dongfang Yan, Weibi Baboda Lai Guxi. Dongfang Yan touched his head in confusion. What are you saying? I don't understand. What do you say? Dongfang Yan asked loudly. Han Meng, Weibi Babu Dilaguxi. Something seems wrong. Dongfang Yan looked back and around. Han Meng also reacted. Well, Gunny Uniu's scream is really awesome. Now everyone's ears have not yet fully reacted and are still immersed in the huge echo just now. The referee above also just understood it. No wonder I didn't hear anyone applauding when I just announced the victory of the game. It turned out that I had tinnitus. As a result, the break time at Venue D was extended by 10 minutes. Chapter 66, Shiny Slowpoke vs. Beedrill. The next team is number 31. Contestant number 32, please come on stage. After watching many battles, I can only say that it is quite abstract. Dongfang Yan went on stage and looked at his opponent. A dark-skinned boy. Hello, I'm from the class next to yours, I've heard of you, you have excellent grades. It seems that you are quite famous in the Pokémon Encyclopedia recently. I have also watched the video in it. It is really amazing. I hope you can go all out and let me see your strength. Dongfang Yan nodded. Of course, I'll do my best to show respect. Both players, release your Pokémon. The Great Needle Bee. The dark-skinned boy released his Pokémon. A red light flashed. It has a yellow body, 2 thick silver-white needles on its front feet, and a yellow needle on its tail. Its wings flap rapidly, making a buzzing sound. Haha, he actually raised a Beedrill, a Pokémon that usually evolves to level 10, but he was able to upgrade it to level 15 so quickly. It really made me laugh to death. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Dongfang Yan had no intention of making fun of it. Beedrill, the Mega Evolved Speed Attacker. This is the Pokémon that Boss Banmu has studied the most. After hearing the laughter around him, the dark-skinned boy inexplicably felt a little unconfident. Why are you so nervous? Cheer up! Dongfang Yan took out the Pokeball and reminded the dark-skinned boy. The dark-skinned boy patted his face and encouraged himself and his Pokémon. Come on, Beedrill. Dongfang Yan nodded. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. Slowpoke, fight! He quickly picked up the Pokeball, pressed a button, and threw it into the sky. A red light flashed. Stay! Shiny Slowpoke appears. There was silence for a moment. I'll wipe. What's this? Flash. Slowpoke. Are you kidding me? Is this true? This scene surprised everyone present. It turned out to be a shiny Pokémon. Some of the people present did not have high-quality Pokémon. And now someone told me that someone has a shiny Pokémon, and it's at a very high level. The dark-skinned boy was also a little confused, and became even less confident about his Pokémon. Seeing this, Dongfang Yan didn't say much for the time being. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can help you win 100 battles. Why do it directly when you can use plugins? Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Beedrill, level 15. Potential, C. Gender, male. Properties, insect, poison. Status, healthy. Features, bug premonition. When physical strength decreases, the power of insect attribute moves will increase. Inherited skills, random attack, double needle. Basic skills, gathering chi, rage. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, the Pokemon Venom is the evolved form of the Pokemon Iron Shell. It can also repeatedly stab the enemy with the 3 poisonous needles in its hands and tail. After evolving to this point, his aptitude is still at sea level, and there is nothing that can be done. If you cultivate it well, you will eventually have a Mega Evolution Stone, which will truly cause a qualitative change. But my own Slowpoke is not bad either. With the blessing of the Divine Beast, exceeding the standard is natural. Elf, Shiny Slowpoke, level 20. Potential, B. Gender, male. Attributes, water, superpower. Status, healthy. Features, regeneration, take a break, come back immediately, and restore 1/3 of your health when you take it back into the Pokeball. Inherited skills, telekinesis, yawn, laziness, trickery, curse, healing wave. Basic skills, water gun, immobilization. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, Slowpoke likes to stay on the rocks by the water and think deeply, and its shed tail is a delicacy. It is said that Slowpoke looks a little bit not so smart because it is too smart. It really looks like that. Many of Slowpoke's skills are inherited. Some can be learned immediately when a certain level is reached, while some can only be acquired quickly after reaching a certain level. Now I announce that the game begins. Slowpoke, yawn. Slowpoke yawned very quickly. He had no idea how many times he had practiced this action. Sometimes he yawned unconsciously. It was a skill he had mastered over and over again. Giant Beedrill, gather your energy, and then use double needle. The dark-skinned boy immediately gave the order. The Beedrill also moves very quickly. During the flight, he immediately used chi gathering and then immediately used the double needles, and both needles lit up. When it comes to speed, Slowpoke is always the first to give up. Use trickery. Auxiliary skills can enhance your double special attack and give you 2 layers of special attack. The spell damage of Slowpoke is always very high. After Slowpoke uses its trick, Beedrill arrived immediately and stabbed Slowpoke once or twice with its 2 needles. And Slowpoke tilted its head, as if it didn't feel any pain, and looked at Beedrill, who was directly beaten by the stingray. Slowpoke, water gun. Giant Beedrill, get out of the way. Are you kidding? You can dodge at such a close distance. Reopening is recommended. The water gun hit the Beedrill directly. The wings of the Beedrill were wet, and its flying speed decreased, but for Slowpoke, the difference was not that big. Giant Beedrill, keep attacking. Use random attacks. The Beedrill flew at a faster speed, continuously attacking Slowpoke, which made the people in the audience feel heartbroken. This silly child didn't even cry out. Slowpoke, telekinesis. Slowpoke's brain is white and emits purple light. This is a manifestation of the gathering of mental power. Then the attacking giant needle gradually slowed down. It was shaking during the flight, as if it had drunk fake alcohol and was dazed. "Oh no, it's a yawn," the dark-skinned boy said nervously. "If you fall asleep at this time, you will be a sitting duck. That means you are not far from losing." Slowpoke's telekinesis has been gathered and it directly locked onto Beedrill. In the perspective of others, the space around Slowpoke suddenly fluctuated a little, and Beedrill seemed as if someone had hit it hard with a hammer in the air. Under this attack, the Beedrill, which was already swaying in flight, flew even lower, almost flying close to the ground. "It's now. Water gun." With the help of trickery, the damage of special attack becomes very high. After being hit, Beedrill could no longer bear it and fell to the ground unconscious. There was no movement. "Awesome. So handsome. Isn't it because of Pokémon that you are strong? I will do it if you give it to me." "Forget it, you should train your Magikarp first. Watch out, my Magikarp will jump up and slap you." There was a sudden cheer on the field. This battle was simply a one-sided massacre, but even though it was a massacre, it was still a pleasure to watch. And this is just a one-on-one fight. If it's a doubles fight, you can use Slowpoke's regeneration ability to continuously restore your own strength. This is simply torture. In this competition, Drill's disadvantage was very obvious, and it couldn't kill Slowpoke in an instant. Once you are controlled by a control skill, it will be a one-sided massacre. It can be said that the gap in the level of the two sides is obvious. It can be said that the gap between Pokémon is also huge. And the dark-skinned boy's command was not particularly clear. In other words, he himself didn't quite understand how to fight. In this case, your own Pokémon will naturally not know how to act. Chapter 67, Slowpoke vs. Ivy Snake. I declare that the winner of this game is Dongfang Yan and his Pokémon Slowpoke. The referee announces the winner of the match on the field. There was applause from the audience. Dongfang Yan bowed in cooperation, put Slowpoke back into the Pokeball, and left the battlefield. As soon as he got off the stage, Dongfang Yan was surrounded by his classmates. I was directly pulled around by the people around me and asked all kinds of questions. "Dongfang Yan, which breeding house did you buy this Slowpoke from? Are you kidding me? I'm the one who drives this." "Oh, sorry." This competition lasted from morning to afternoon, and the afternoon was for the group to decide the first place. Dongfang Yan took the takeaway. The lunch break was only an hour, so there was no need to rush back. Just find a place to eat. Fatty Qian followed the housekeeper to the restaurant to eat. Dongfang Yan didn't want to go, so he declined. I found a shady spot under a tree and just sat down when I heard a sound coming from the grass next to me. Dongfang Yan leaned over to take a look. The dark-skinned boy who was competing against him was having a heart-to-heart talk with his Pokémon, Beedrill. "Giant Beetle, I'm sorry to disappoint you." The giant hornet was hovering in the air, slowly touching the dark-skinned boy with the needle in its hand. Not long after, the dark-skinned boy put the Beedrill back into the Pokeball. Someone was nagging. "Looks like we still have to catch a powerful Pokémon. Dongfang Yan doesn't have the heart to meddle in other people's affairs. How others treat Pokémon is none of your business. It is also unrealistic to advise others not to always want to own powerful Pokémon. Which Pokémon player doesn't have one or two legendary Pokémons? Even ordinary players have envied other people's legendary Pokémons for being able to fly and hide underground." Dongfang Yan had just retracted his head when he accidentally touched the bushes above, making a rustling sound. "I give up. I secretly eavesdropped on other people's conversations and was caught. What bad luck." "Who? Ah ha ha ha, it's me." Dongfang Yan ran out with a lunchbox in his hand and smiled awkwardly. "Dongfang Yan, why are you here?" Dongfang Yan picked up his lunchbox and raised it to indicate that he came here by accident. After a while, the two sat together. "I think powerful Pokémon are the key to winning the game." Dongfang Yan nodded. "I think the qualifications and racial values of Pokémon are the real king." Dongfang Yan did not answer, but just silently picked at the takeaway, eating it bite by bite. Listening to the dark-skinned boy's story, Dongfang Yan couldn't help but interrupt him. "How did you tame the giant bee? The great needle bee?" No, I didn't capture the Beedrill at the beginning. The first thing I captured was the hornet. That day, I was wandering alone in the Moonlight Forest. Even though I didn't have any Pokémon, I still went to the Moonlight Forest because I wanted to have my own Pokémon. But after walking for a while, I heard a noise nearby. I ran over curiously and saw that it was the circular bear. I was so scared at the time that I was about to run away when I saw a horn beetle on a tree. I knew that the horn beetle was looking for food, so I was about to climb up the tree where the giant needle bee colony was, and there were many iron shell pupae on the tree. The iron shell pupa's skills have become stronger, and it can completely protect itself. The unicorn beetle on the tree has been using its poisonous needles and silk to disturb the circle bear. It was only a matter of time before the unicorn beetle was caught by the angry bear. I suddenly had an idea and climbed up the tree from the back and brought the unicorn beetle down from the tree. It didn't attack me, but of course it was eventually discovered and chased by the bear. I heard a huge buzzing sound ahead. I turned out to be a group of beedrills. In the end, Kujira was attacked by the beedrills and fled in panic. Just when the group of beedrills thought I was also an invader, Unicorn Beetle stood up and explained my existence to the beedrills. I was finally rescued. I guess you can guess what happened next. After the dark-skinned boy finished speaking, he took Dongfang Yan's food and started eating it frantically. Dongfang Yan was completely confused. I'm sorry, I apologize for what I just said. The dark-skinned boy finished Dongfang Yan's lunchbox in an instant and suddenly said, I shouldn't have said that Pokémon trainers should have powerful Pokémon. Dongfang Yan still didn't say anything, just nodded. You say, can Beedrill go any further? Dongfang Yan turned around, looked at the dark-skinned boy, and nodded firmly again. Haha, thanks. That bowl of rice was the price you paid for defeating me. Let's go. I guess you don't know my name. My name is Heiji. I will cheer for you. Same here, I will definitely defeat you next time. After saying that, he turned and ran, then fell, got up, and continued running. From then on, a Pokémon trainer who was silently chasing after Dongfang Yan was born. I declare that the group first competition begins. Please invite Hanmeng and Dongfangjian to come on stage to compete. The referee shouted over the bullhorn. Dongfang Yan felt that this amount of sound was totally insufficient and not as good as his own super invincible universe thunder speaker. Two people stood on the playing field. Start trash talking each other. I must teach you a lesson so that you won't always be embarrassed by me. Oh my, I'm so scared. Hanmeng was scolding and Dongfang Yan was pretending to be stupid. It's not lively. Both trainers summon their Pokémon. The referee couldn't stand it anymore. It was just like a quarrel between elementary school students. There was no technique at all. Green Vine Snake, come out. Come out, Shiny Slowpoke. Both of them summoned their Pokémon at the same time. Release the Pokémon if you want. Forget about calling it Slowpoke's name. What's the meaning of adding a sparkle in front of it? Someone is jealous, but I won't say who it is. You. I declare that the game has officially begun. Ivy Snake, grow. Slowpoke, yawn. The green light on the green ivy snake's body lit up again, and its special attack and physical attack increased, and its body size also increased by half a circle. And Slowpoke also yawned skillfully. Aren't you disgusting? You want to control others right from the start, you green vine snake, you green grass blender. I laughed. Your attributes restrain me, and you still have the nerve to say that to me. The body fixing method. How disgusting. The green vine snake's skill is still being charged, and within the next 5 rounds, it can no longer use the grass blender skill. After all, Slowpoke is a water and psychic type, and takes double damage from grass type skills. The grass blender skill has a powerful damage of 65, and Slowpoke can hardly withstand it a second time. Psychic power. The psychic purple light began to spread around Slowpoke's brain again. Chapter 68. The feeling of victory. The fast-moving green ivy snake tried to use its speed to dodge Slowpoke's skills. But the reality is that Slowpoke's psychic skills are extremely accurate. As soon as the mental power was released, the green vine snake was like being kicked from behind. It staggered and fell to the ground. The yawn, which usually took several rounds to take effect, actually made the green vine snake begin to become unconscious. Good opportunity, use impact. There is no stacking of attack power this time. The main reason is that there is no time and no rounds can be stacked. If the damage incurred by one stacking can allow you to gain greater benefits in the next attack, then that is desirable. If not, then it's a waste, like now. When the attributes are restrained and attacks are stacked, it will be a slow death. The green vine snake's body was weak and its eyelids were twitching. Green ivy snake, don't give up, cheer up. The skill of yawning varies from person to person. Some Pokémon wake up in one round, while some Pokémon take so many rounds that it's outrageous. And Slowpoke ran and suddenly charged forward. The green vine snake was hit so hard that it became dizzy and dazed. Just like that, it feels like physical hypnosis. The green vine snake finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Shameless! Hanmeng shouted angrily. Dongfang Yan smiled crookedly. Life and death were unpredictable. Shameless, what's so shameless about that? Psychic power. Slowpoke used its telekinesis again and blasted the green ivy snake away. If I had the lazy skill, I would just use GAGA to recover my strength. Use telekinesis again. It is impossible to give a chance, absolutely impossible. Ivy snake. Slow Pokemon aimed its telekinesis directly at the green ivy snake and attacked it. Boom. Okay? The sound is wrong. The green vine snake supported itself on the ground with one hand, breathing heavily. Some green light appeared on the green vine snake's body. The basic characteristic of the three grass attribute starters, lushness, began to take effect. When 1/3 of your stamina is left, the power of your grass attribute skills increases by 1.5 times. Beautiful, green ivy snake. It's our turn to launch a counterattack. Vine whip. The grass blender is still sealed. The green vine snake stretched out a vine whip from behind and began to move quickly, gradually approaching the Slowpoke. Pull. Die, use the special skills we have been training for so long. Stunt? What special skill? The people in the audience were wondering. Stay. Slowpoke responded. Water gun. Dongfang Yan shouted out the skills they had practiced so hard. Slowpoke opened its mouth, and a stream of water gradually gathered in front of its mouth. Look at the direction and trajectory of the green vine snake's movement. 8 o'clock, about 3 meters. Slowpoke was stunned for a second, turned its head to the 8 o'clock position, and fired. The green ivy snake saw that Slowpoke was aiming at itself, and jumped back in shock, but the water gun was faster, so it hit the green ivy snake directly. The green vine snake crawled on the ground and passed out. Green vine snake! Hanmeng shouted. In someone else's perspective. Dongfang Yan gave a quick command. Then everyone complained. Slowpoke was stunned for a second, then released its skills towards the 8 o'clock direction. Green ivy snake looked at Slowpoke aiming at itself, then jumped back and just in time to catch Slowpoke's water gun. Awesome! Damn, you can play like this. I predicted your prediction and predicted your move prediction. That's it. Could you please say it again? I don't quite understand. Thank you very much to Dongfang Yan for the wonderful game. Let us congratulate the winner of Group D, Dongfang Yan. The audience immediately cheered enthusiastically. Hanmeng put the green ivy snake back into the Pokemon ball and looked at Dongfang Yan without turning back. I will definitely defeat you. The competition is almost over, and the winners of Groups A, B, C, D, 4 have been decided. The first place in the school was not decided by a competition. Of course, the high school entrance examination was over, and Dongfang Yan could almost enter a good high school. The next competition is to determine the real first place, which will be jointly organized by several schools and become the first among all schools, that is, the first of their own school. But where and what should we compare? The school has not given any information yet, just said to wait for further notice. So what comes next is a happy summer vacation, the carnival of the students, and the training of Pokémon. Naturally, we cannot relax either. Will it be another era of involution? It's just that most adventures are outdoors, which are more dangerous, but fun too. However, in the following period of time, Dongfang Yan will not be able to travel because of the development of the ecological park and the upcoming debut of 2 Pokémon, which he needs to host himself. We also have to organize a lottery event on the internet. This opportunity is rare, so we have to promote it well when the time comes. Our reputation is always rising. The daily reputation value is at least 1000, as long as someone talks about the Yunao breeding house or the ecological park. Its system will increase reputation value, and the purchased Pokémon eggs will also increase reputation value. Widespread dissemination still increases reputation. Dongfang Yan stayed in his room. The winners of Groups A, B, C, D, 4 have all been announced. The winner of Group A is naturally the fat guy. Although the fat guy is always weird, he is a complete middle school boy when it comes to Pokémon. From the time when he threw the Pokeball to summon Snorlax, Dongfang Yan knew that Fatty would be the number one in the legend, the silly legend. I was bored and had no choice but to open the long-awaited lucky wheel. It's a long story. I haven't gambled these days and it's been very uncomfortable. I'm not gambling, but enjoying the fun of the lottery. The system reputation value is the total reputation value from the beginning to now, not including the used reputation value. 10 reputation points per draw. 100 means 10 consecutive draws. There is no way. Now I have money and reputation, and I can spend it. System, 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. The big golden turntable began to roll. The gears of fate began to turn. Where will the pointer of luck point to? That is. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Dragon Attribute Spirit Cube X5. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Say no to gambling, start with me. 10 more draws. Flying Attribute Spirit Cube X5. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Advanced Ball X2. Firestone X1. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. How should I put it, this feels a bit cool. You need 800 reputation points to buy a Firestone in the system store. A high-level ball requires 400 reputation. In fact, most families can't afford high-end balls. It's not that I can't afford it, it's mainly because the quantity is relatively small. Although the probability of catching the Pokémon is increased, it is not 100%. So most people still buy the regular red and white Pokeballs. Didn't catch it, right? Throw another one. Chapter 69. Preparation for the Ecological Park. The sky is vast, the wilderness is boundless, the wind blows the grass low and cattle and horses can be seen. In the Ecological Park, Dongfang Yan directed the gophers to turn over the fruit trees. I applied fertilizer several times, all bought from the system store. The fruits on the tree are now as thick as arms and are about 2 meters tall. Each fruit tree is 4 meters apart so that when they grow up and become big trees, they will not be left without space to grow. We were doing the lottery last night. I drew about 1,000 reputation points out of more than reputation points. It's totally the top one. I won't complain about those little toys. What do you mean by Lolita? You think Sister Wanwan didn't hit you hard enough, right? But I was a bit lucky last night. After pulling out a Lolita dress, Dongfang Yan was just about to start scolding. Next, another prop came out. Leftovers. That's right, the name of this prop is Leftovers. The effect is that during battle, your physical strength will slowly increase. This thing is a perfect match with my Slowpoke, an invincible match, a perfect match. Laziness plus regeneration, doubles will disgust you to death. Dongfang Yan looked at the rotten apple in his hand, and smelled it. It didn't seem to stink. Dongfang Yan caught Slowpoke himself, tied up the props with a tight rope, and hung it on Slowpoke. Okay, let's go play. The Slowpoke was caught in confusion, and then crawled back to sleep in confusion. He yawned, and fell asleep on the rocks beside the lake. Back to the Pokémon eggs I bought at the Alliance egg picking point last time. Now they have all hatched. In the forest, 5 baby bears were running around, looking just like bears. No, how much? 5, don't I only have 4? Damn, I forgot about that idiot Zoroark. Not far from the small lake, 3 female ladies in skirts were sitting gracefully. There are several other lily-rooted dolls, and the walking grass is still mixed in among them, enjoying the gentle care of the ladies in skirts. The grass-type Pokémon have relatively stable personalities, except for that unlucky kid, Knocking Monkey. It can be said that monkey Pokémon are all quite naughty. Look, this monkey, the Knocking Monkey, runs and jumps everywhere and causes destruction as soon as it is born. I have one, go how, but anyway, children should not be spoiled too much. Of course, this also offended the little bully of the ecological park, Big Bear Baby. Take the other 3 social bears to lecture the Knocking Monkey. The Knocking Monkey is not so naughty now and knows his limits. The electric flying squirrel flies around in the tree canopy just for fun, but it has a good relationship with the Knocking Monkey, probably because they were born together. Huabai was also born. She was very small, with a very good personality, but also very clingy. Every time they came to the ecological park, she would always run over and sit on Dongfang Yan's shoulders. This time is no exception. Huabai, have you eaten? The little white flower nodded shyly. That's right, the Huabai that just hatched is white. Eye of true seeing. Elf, Huabai, level 3. Potential, C. Gender, female. Attribute, fairy. Status, healthy. Features, flower admiration. The abilities of our grass attribute Pokémon will not be reduced, nor will they become abnormal. Genetic skills, impact, photosynthesis. Basic skill, whip. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, a single flower Pokémon that channels the energy contained in the flower and manipulates it freely. The flower in its hand has almost become a part of its body. The condition is okay, I'm too lazy to use the true vision eye to see the others. The rock dog was placed inside the breeding house to guard the door. As a watchdog, I want to name it Wang Ke. The small lake finally welcomed new members, the ugly fish and the mosquito coil tadpoles. Before the Chowchoo fish was born, Dongfang Yan told all the Pokémon in the ecological park that they should not laugh at the Chowchoo fish's appearance. Whoever does this will starve for half a month. Don't do anything that is not beneficial to the organization. However, Dongfang Yan believes that children must build up their self-confidence at an early age. Even if some clownfish evolve into melodic, there will still be some timidity in their eyes. This is a manifestation of lack of self-confidence, which is the result of the pain and inferiority that accumulated during the period of being a JoJo fish. Therefore, we should not give the Chowchoo fish too much psychological pressure since childhood. After growing up, it evolved into melodic, becoming more confident and charming. Instead of suddenly evolving into melodic, it became arrogant and had a distorted personality. Dongfang Yan came to the lake and saw Slowpoke sleeping soundly. It was hard for Slowpoke to be a Pokémon reversal master twice. Play 2 games, one with Psychic type vs. Bug type, and one with Water type vs. Grass type. There's nothing I can do about it, the little idiot is really awesome. After a while, 2 black shadows appeared in the water, and the ugly fish and the mosquito coil tadpole floated to the surface. He patted their heads and threw a handful of water spirit cubes in. Of course, I made it myself. Just kidding, if I can do it myself, why would I buy it from a system store? That's not just a complete fool, but also a complete resentful person. I was too lazy to look at the Rocky Mountain, there was just a night owl with 2 poppies and a cuckoo. Night Owl has been bored recently, so he has been training 3 flying Pokémon. The effect is quite good. After all, he is at the quasi-heavenly level, and teaching a few little Karami is not a simple task. Inside the cave, the female Pangean monster has given birth to small stone balls. The previous stone balls will not be sold anymore, and the level increase is quite slow. When the time comes, I will put some Pokémon training items in the ecological park to increase the level increase. 2 huge rock monsters. When the stone balls reach level 25 they will evolve into mantle rocks and they will communicate and evolve by themselves. I haven't investigated how the 2 giant rock monsters evolved yet, so I'll have to go to the Moonlight Forest when the time comes. In addition to the stone ball given to the fat man, the ecological park originally had 5 stone balls, one of which was of C-level qualification, and the rest were all of D-level qualification. There were 4 small stone balls born later, 2 of which were of C-level and 2 of D-level qualifications. There are 9 stone balls in total, which are pretty good overall. They were used as a nutritious meal for Pang Yan monster. I went to buy a batch of metal rocks, which were rich in various mineral elements, enough to replenish the body of the female Pangean monster. And the next thing is how to operate the ecological park Pokémon release event the day after tomorrow. I still need to discuss this matter with Sister Wanwan about how to draw the lots, whether it should be done online or offline. There are only 3 days left, which is still quite tight. But by then, it has to be decided that if the 2 Pokémon are attracted to each other and the trainer chosen by lottery is one they like, then it's fine, they can go out traveling, training, and fighting together. If not, I'm sorry, the lottery quota will be cancelled. There is no other way. I really don't want to let some unqualified people get in. If you don't really like this Pokémon, why did you take it back? Are you going to let it be left out in the cold? Therefore, Dongfang Yan also requires himself to stay in the ecological park honestly every 1 or 2 days and accompany the Pokémon in the ecological park, especially those Pokémon that have just been born. Just like when the Nick monkey was taught a lesson for his mischief and educated by the big bear, Dongfang Yan would secretly comfort it in the end. He would also hint to the big bear baby that when the knocking monkey plays too much, he should educate him, with the main message being, I am a good silver. Chapter 70. Drawing Lots. The website is ready, and we will conduct the lottery online. What about offline? What can you do offline? You don't have enough baby Pokémon. Dongfang Yan scratched his head. There is really no way, there are simply not enough young Pokémon. Let's see how many people are online. We also need to prepare a house. Never mind, I'll just pay for the accommodation when the time comes. After all, we need to observe for a day or two to see the relationship between the Pokémon and the trainer. There are 2 types of drawing lots, one is the red lot and the other is the white lot. A red ticket means you have won, and a white ticket means you can wait or even give up. Why wait? Because if the 2 parties who drew the lots are not satisfied and leave at that time, they still have to choose the next trainer for the Pokémon. The process is troublesome, but there is no other way. Old Lee, you said your child will take the high school entrance exam soon, so you should prepare a Pokémon for him. The middle-aged man took a puff of his cigarette. We must be prepared, the key is what type of Pokémon to prepare. Although our family is not wealthy, it is not a problem to raise 1 or 2 Pokémon. When the time comes, the child will go out and explore on his own, and he will have to rely on himself. Back then, we were both working hard outside, taking our own Pokémon with us, going on adventures, taking on quests, and playing in competitions. A woman dressed conservatively said. Then you still have to see what the child thinks. Bump. The door suddenly burst open. Mom and Dad, watch this video. A little boy rushed into the living room with a Pokémon illustrated book in his hand. What's going on in such a hurry? Look, look. The man smoked a cigarette and picked up the Pokémon encyclopedia to look at it. On it was a video of the battle between Pang Yangwei and Circle Bear. Don't fucking smoke. The man was slapped in the face, then the cigarette was pulled out of his mouth, and he was slapped again. Mother, please show some dignity as a strict father in front of your child. The man complained. When the woman raised her hand, the man instantly clicked on the contents of the illustrated book and began to read it attentively. The voice above was Dongfang Yan's childish voice, directing Pang Yangwei to fight against Chuan Chuan Bear. Seeing Pang Yangwei using many key skills, everyone cheered. This feels good. There is also the skill of Sandstorm. Indeed, I just checked, and it seems that the final evolution is the Communication Connection Exchange evolution, which means that it can evolve to the final form at level 25. The couple looked at each other. Let me ask you, son, do you like this Pokémon? The boy thought about it and nodded. This guy seems to be the boss of the local ecological park in Yangcheng. Let me take a look. Wow, it really is. I've been to their breeding house before. It's run by a young couple. Old Lee, why is the news still so closed if it's not you? The middle-aged man asked suspiciously. Why is it closed? Their parents are missing. What, by the Phoenix King, I didn't mean it. Okay, that's enough for you to know. Let's see how to buy Pokémon in their ecological park. This thing, drawing lots. The 3 of them looked at each other, all at a loss. Miss Luo, the venue for this gorgeous competition is in Yongyuan City. Do you think there are any arrangements? Let me watch some local videos first. Hey, what is this? The girl was browsing the Pokémon illustrated book, and on the picture was a scene of the giant rock monster fighting the Circle Bear. That's amazing. He looks about the same age as me. How come he has so many? The Cloud Breeding House. There is also an ecological park. Wow, this Pokémon is so cute. The girl's face is chubby, but not out of shape, and a little bit of baby fat is very cute. Looking at the official website of Yun AI Breeding House, I was very moved by the cute pictures of lily root dolls. Draw lots. Okay, the lottery quota has been announced. There are only 100 spots. We'll randomly draw them when the time comes. Dongfang Yan was operating the computer and looked up at Sister Wan Wan and said. Well, that's no problem. By the way, you haven't taken me to the ecological park yet. Why, it hasn't been renovated yet. I really can't forget it. Instead of paying Sister Wan Wan a salary, he gave her 10% of the shares in the breeding house. What this means is that if the breeding house earns 1 million, Sister Wan Wan will take 10. If the breeding house earns 100 million in a month, Sister Wan Wan will get million a month. This is actually not a lot of money. A quasi-king level trainer will have advantages and talents wherever he goes. But Sister Wan Wan herself said that she didn't need that much, and that just enough would be enough. There was no way. The arm could not twist the thigh, and of course Dong Fang Yan's arm could not twist half of Sister Juan Juan's arm. Of course you can come and inspect. This way please. Dong Fang Yan led the way obediently. Arriving at the gate of the ecological park, Dong Fang Yan took a step forward and opened the door through facial recognition. Sister Wan Wan walked in and took a look. Looking into the distance, a rocky mountain stands in front of you, with green stretching into one piece. At the foot of the mountain is a small lake, surrounded by lush trees that exude a comfortable coolness. A baby bear poked its head out, looked at Sister Wan Wan, then looked at Dong Fang Yan, and then trotted over. Let me introduce you, this is Boss Yang, the little security guard of the ecological park. Baby bear looked at the tall woman in front of him and inexplicably felt a desire to challenge her. Dong Fang Yan ignored it and just grabbed it and threw it into the bushes. Go play, there's still work to do. Now when you see the baby bear sticking out its butt, you know it's not good at all. And I don't know whether that was just Zoroark or the real bear boss. I didn't use the eye of true vision to see, but I knew they were both the same kind of creature. The sunlight is like strands of golden sand, passing through the layers of branches and leaves and falling on the grass. Several grass-type Pokémon were playing there. After seeing Dong Fang Yan coming, Hua Bai was the first to fly out from the group of Pokémon and lay on Dong Fang Yan to play. This made Little C a little unhappy. Haha, your Pokémon is about to get jealous, why don't you comfort him quickly? Dong Fang Yan smiled awkwardly. I could only pick up Little C and kick the baby bears who had just arrived aside. After counting them, there were indeed 5 again. I opened the eye of true vision, caught Zoroark, and told it not to reveal its true form, otherwise I would not give it any food for a week. Saraya. Then, Ratnam, Flying Squirrel, and other Pokémon came running over and surrounded the crowd. 3 or 2 of the stone balls also ran out, but they usually stayed inside the cave. Cuckoo. Hearing the sound, Sister Wan Wan looked up. The night owl flew over from the top of the rock with Cuckoo and Bobo. Since the ecological park was established, the night owl has loved staying in the ecological park. Unless he has to wake Dong Fang Yan up on time in the morning, he usually doesn't leave the ecological park. The duty of waking up the child must be carried out without fail, no matter if it is windy or sunny. Sometimes Dong Fang Yan doubts the characteristic of the night owl. It should not be insomnia, but perseverance. Night owl, long time no see. Sister Wan Wan greeted me with a smile. The night owl also nodded very humanely. Then it flew up again, motioning for him to follow it. Chapter 71. Almost a baby. What's the matter? Sister Wan Wan asked doubtfully. Dong Fang Yan looked in this direction. Could it be? When we arrived at our destination, we saw a Pokémon egg on the ground, of course wrapped in an incubator. The baby is almost ready to hatch. Almost all the Pokémon that were brought back from the League's egg collecting point have hatched. Except for this almost their doll. It took half a month to hatch. The pattern on this Pokémon egg is a little hard to recognize. Dong Fang Yan scratched his head. Just kidding, how many people can recognize the Pokémon eggs that the Alliance brought back from the abandoned warehouse at the egg collecting point? The pattern on this Pokémon egg is very familiar, but the arrangement is very strange. It's a bit like the pattern on a doll's egg. Dong Fang Yan. Then, the eggshell gradually cracked, and the long pink ears came out first. The blue eyes blinked, and finally the whole Pokémon crawled out of the Pokémon egg. Dong Fang Yan observed the almost doll. The doll has a pink and beige body, with pink skin on the upper part of the head, back, arms and both sides of the waist. See, I was right. Sister Wan Wan smiled confidently. As a member of a medical family, I have to study almost all Pokémon that can perform medical functions. I think the almost doll is a very special one because it can also mega evolve. Sister Wan Wan skillfully used a tissue to wipe off the mucus on the doll's body. Dong Fang Yan watched carefully, and realized that the Pokémon nurse's skills required constant learning. I watched Sister Wan Wan wipe the mucus off the doll's face first, and gradually, almost the entire body of the doll was clean. After the hair dries, the whole Pokémon is furry and very fluffy. Debray! Almost doll shouted happily. Dongfang Yan walked up and touched Almost doll's head, which made Almost doll even happier. He hugged Dongfang Yan and stroked him with his ears. Suddenly, Dongfang Yan felt relaxed. Sister Wan Wan smiled and said, Almost doll is a kind-hearted Pokémon. It has a keen sense of hearing and can sensitively capture even the slightest sound. If you touch the other party with the antennae on your ears, you can understand the other party's physical condition and emotions through the sound of their heartbeat, and even know when the Pokémon will hatch from the egg. Sister Wan Wan explained that this was naturally a more detailed content. Of course, this also reflects from the side that Sister Wan Wan knows a lot about almost all dolls. Dongfang Yan thought about it and felt that if he trained the children by himself, the effect would not be good, and the sports equipment in the ecological park was not in place yet. Many Pokémon have not yet undergone systematic training, which is equivalent to elementary school students who have not done their homework all day and have been playing all the time. Sister Wan Wan, can you help me train the doll? Almost Baby turned around and looked at Dongfang Yan, a little angry. Dongfang Yan smiled awkwardly. Pokémon like Almost Wawa had sensitive hearing and had already become familiar with his voice in the Pokémon egg. Know who your true trainer is. Girls are just hard to please. No wonder the little idiot always looks down on girls. There must be a reason. It's better to be a boy, just have a fight. Thinking about it this way, looking at the baby bears and Zoroark, I still don't like them. A group of people were talking peacefully on the side. They are kicking the newly born stone balls as if they were footballs. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Bang bang bang. 5 baby bears stood in a row, standing obediently as punished. But their expressions are very intriguing. The bear baby boss crossed his arms and refused to accept the defeat. Zoroark tilted his head and said, It's none of my business. Seeing this, Almost doll also laughed. The ability to feel the emotions of Pokémon is really important to the Pokémon in Dongfanjian Ecological Park. Oh, are you willing to let an Almost Baby train with me? Dongfang Yan thought about it and decided to respect Almost Baby's wishes. What do you think, Almost doll? Don't call me Almost Baby, it sounds like you are not familiar with me at all. Sister Wan Wan complained. I give up. He was just born today, so he is not familiar to me. Shrimp-headed man. What do you think, little Tana? Dongfang Yan turned around and asked. No, you came up with a name so quickly. Tabunai is another translation of Almost Baby, and Almost Baby also speaks this way. Almost doll nodded, indicating that she was willing to learn about Pokémon Nurse from Sister Wan Wan. Tabunai. Dongfang Yan was very pleased to see this, as the ecological park was on the right track. Looking at Sister Wan Wan, I suddenly remembered that Almost Baby has another nickname, Boxing Champion. Dongfang Yan suddenly felt a little scared. I hope Sister Wan Wan can train the Almost doll in a normal and reasonable way. I don't want to unlock the special form of the Almost doll. Oh, by the way, I used the money from the breeding house to buy a qualification testing machine. When guests come to our breeding house, they can also test their qualifications. Dongfang Yan nodded, okay, it's up to you to decide. These things will definitely be useful. When someone catches a wild Pokémon nearby, they will want to know its qualifications quickly. If you have the qualifications, keep it, if not, release it. At this time, I found that there was a breeding house next to it, and there was also a qualification tester, which was extremely convenient. This is not only convenient for others, but also convenient for yourself. Night. Dongfang Yan was flipping through the Pokémon encyclopedia, checking the Pokémon training tools on it. There are many types, but you have to filter out the useful tools, otherwise it would be a waste. After looking at a lot of training devices and thinking about it, the Pokémon currently in the ecological park, such as the bear cub, Zoroark, and the rock dogs, are mainly trained in the ability to catch. So buy a sandbag similar to the ones boxers use for training, but of course it doesn't contain sand. Otherwise, with Pokémon like Ursa Major, Zorua, and Flying Squirrel, it would take only a few days to destroy one of them. There are also the Pangean monster tribes, which, because of their own hardness, can only train their ability to withstand blows and further strengthen their own hardness. So I bought a pressure booster and will put it in the cave to increase the strength of the stone balls. Don't worry about the flying Pokémon, Night Owl will take care of it. Anyway, by then all flying-type Pokémon will be left to Noctowl. I haven't figured out how to train grass-type Pokémon yet, so I'll have to discuss it with Sister Wanwan when the time comes. Thinking of that silly monkey, knocking monkey, all he does all day long is knock around with a stick. Let alone anything naughty, this stupid monkey just knows how to play. It seems that I still need to go to the Moonlight Forest and catch a Pokémon that is good-looking or strong. Otherwise, if I want to pair it with my own Miss Skirt and she doesn't like it, I will be upset. I originally wanted to buy these items from the system store, but now my reputation value is only. It's better to save it and go to the system store to see if there are any good things later, and don't reward yourself with a lottery for now. Say no to gambling, start with yourself. I'm still a little itchy, so I'll give it a try. The system keeps pumping. Ding dong. Thank you for patronizing X1. Okay, stop gambling. Chapter 72, The Lottery in the Breeding House. Have you heard that the ecological park in Yangcheng is going to release 2 Pokémon? I heard about it, but they only released 2 baby Pokémon. One is the original form of the Pokémon in the video, Ishigaki, and the other is a very cute Lilyroot doll. Yes, that Lilyroot doll is really cute. It's really hard to draw 2 out of 100 places. Did you draw the white lottery? I won the lottery. Yes, place this here. Tomorrow is the first time that the ecological park will release baby Pokémon. Make sure to clean up the place thoroughly. Dongfang Yan called for workers to build a venue in front of the Yunai breeding house, where some battles or shows would be performed. In fact, it is very simple. It is just to release the skills and let the audience see the world, that is, to understand the advantages of the ecological park Pokémon. When the time comes, call the night owl to give people some deterrence. Watching the workers busy building the area in front of the Yunao breeding house, Dongfang Yan had finally arranged everything. Everything was ready, except for the people to arrive tomorrow. At present, more water Pokémon blocks need to be produced. Not long ago, Dongfang Yan went to Yongyuan City to apply for a certificate for Pokémon block production. I gave one to Sister Wanwan, which surprised her. She said she didn't expect Dongfang Yan could do this. I asked about the recipe and everything, and Dongfang Yan said it was a buy one get one free deal at the street stall. Then I just randomly put some recipes together, and they happened to be right, and then it worked. Sister Wanwan stared at Dongfang Yan in a daze and grabbed him. Why are you so lucky lately? Let's go buy a lottery ticket. How can we not make good use of such good luck? No, I've always had bad luck. How on earth am I supposed to explain this? Lottery shop. Sister Wanwan looked at the lottery ticket she bought for 50 yuan, which won 3 yuan, and looked at Dongfang Yan with a smile. I told you, my luck is really bad. Master, take a taxi to Yunai breeding house. A family of 3 on the roadside took a taxi and prepared to go to the breeding house. Hey, did you win the lottery? You still have to go watch their performance. When the driver heard that they were going to the breeding house, he asked. Haha, we don't know what happened. We just randomly drew a ticket and alas, one of them was a blank. Hey, Lao Li, this isn't a red ticket, a white ticket is just a chance. I really don't know why you are so happy. The driver was speechless. Mom, can we draw the red lottery? Of course it would be great if you win, but it doesn't matter if you don't. As the taxi sped along, it gradually disappeared into the distance. Are you ready? Dongfang Yan looked at Nightowl and the other Pokémon. They all nodded to indicate that they had no problems. Well, it's okay, just relax. Although this performance was rather rushed, it was actually quite simple. It just involved letting the Pokémon use a few skills. I rehearsed it several times with the Pokémon yesterday afternoon. Of course, once you've chosen a few Pokémon, it's impossible to take them all out. Fortunately, a space was built outside the breeding house, otherwise the animals would have been squeezed to death if they were squeezed alone inside the breeding house. It's your turn now. Sister Wanwan said with a smile. Dongfang Yan was wearing a small suit and had hair wax on. A little handsome. Sister Wanwan pushed Dongfang Yan out of the backstage. Oh. Suddenly, there was a cheer from the audience. Looking at the sea of people in the audience, to be honest, not all of those who drew the white tickets will be here, but those who want to join in the fun will definitely not be absent. Dongfang Yan picked up the microphone and said, Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to support us today. I know that everyone is very eager to meet the Pokémon in our ecological park. Well, let's welcome our ecological park's star Pokémon. A salute was heard. Coo. The night owl took off from the gate of the ecological park. Everyone looked towards the ecological park behind the Unai breeding house. The night owl circled in the sky, and then the divine bird rushed forward. It fell from the sky at a very high speed, and when it was approaching the ground, it suddenly flew upwards, and the hats of everyone in the audience were blown away. Wow! This is so cool! So handsome! Can I draw lots for this, too? Just as the people in the audience took out their picture books and frantically took pictures of the night owl flying freely in the sky. On the stage, 3 ladies in skirts appeared on the stage with the lily root dolls. Xiao Si, Magic Leaf. Little C on the stage put his hands together, and many leaves gathered around him, aiming at the night owl in the sky. Because Xiao Si's proficiency is not high enough, he can release skills but cannot control them. So there was no choice but to aim at the night owl hovering in the sky. After all, the night owl had psychic skills and could control those skills with low power with just telekinesis. Look at the stage. What? Miss Skirt. The lily root doll is so cute. The crowd in the audience immediately became excited. Miss Skirt, butterfly dance. The ladies in skirts on the stage all danced in unison. The ladies in skirts danced gracefully, like dragons swimming in the air. The people in the audience were taking photos crazily, reluctant to leave. Come on, make way, make way. Melon seeds, cola, and mineral water. The fat man was pushing a cart with a rock dog following him. Crazy promotion of their own small products. Wow, it's so lively here. A girl dressed warmly was looking at the cheering crowd around her and smiling happily. The performance was really wonderful. The Pokémon illustrated book in the girl's hand showed the white sign of the Unai breeding house. The dance ended, and the ladies in skirts and the lily-rooted dolls bowed to express their gratitude. Everyone cheered wildly, but it wasn't over yet. The night owl controls the magic leaves that fall from the sky, and the leaves slowly float around the audience. The audience was delighted as they watched the leaves gradually disappear from their hands. Dongfang Yan appeared on the stage. The other Pokémon left the stage. Dongfang Yan comforted the audience. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for watching today. Next, it's time for the lottery for our Echo Park White Lottery. Those who have drawn white lots, please come on stage and draw lots. Even if you don't draw red lots, it doesn't matter. For the friend who drew the white ticket, I prepared 2 water spirit cubes produced exclusively by Unai Breeding House. Thank you everyone, please invite those who signed the white contract to come on stage. After Dongfang Yan finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. Several people came up to the stage to draw lots. After drawing the lots, they opened them directly and were very disappointed to see that they were still blank lots. It's okay. Here are some water-type Pokémon blocks made by our breeding house. Come and support our activities next time. Dongfang Yan took out several bags of water Pokémon cubes and gave them to the customers. Little boss, make a fortune. Young boss, the Pokémon in your ecological park are really good. I'm just here for fun. Although I really want one, luckily I didn't draw a red ticket. Let's leave this opportunity to others. Thanks for your support. Dongfang Yan replied. Then came a girl dressed up warmly, and a couple with a little boy. Please draw lots. Chapter 73. Red sign. The boy stepped forward first, put his hand into the box, muttered something, and then he put his ear into the box. After a while of searching, he finally took out a lottery ticket. The boy opened it with all his heart. Red. The boy jumped suddenly and jumped high up, very happy. Oh, our child is just lucky, he drew the white lottery and then the red lottery. Haha, you are worthy of being my son. You have a promising future. The people in the audience watched with great interest. Then a few more people came, but they were all empty-handed. They took 2 bags of water Pokémon cubes and left. In the end, only the tightly wrapped girl was left. You really can't blame Dongfang Yan, this outfit is just too weird. It's hard not to notice that, in fact, out of 100 blank signatures, only 46 were present today. Not even half of them. There was even one person from another city who was selected, but he was too far away to come. I specifically told Dongfang Yan's Unai Breeding House official website about it. Seeing how much Dongfang Yan liked it, he mailed 2 water Pokémon cubes to him. The rest of the people, for some unknown reason, did not come. Although the girl is the last one, if she doesn't win the lottery either, we can only arrange for the other friends with blank tickets to come up and draw again until they win. The girl, who was wrapped tightly, reached in and grabbed. He took out a lottery ticket and opened it carefully. Everyone in the audience was so nervous that they almost forgot to breathe. It wasn't an important matter, but I was worried about it silently. The girl opened the lottery carefully. Red sign. The voice is very nice, it is Dong Fangyan's inner voice. The sound is very pleasant and very touching. Judging from her appearance, voice, and temperament, Dong Fangyan knew that she was not an ordinary person. Congratulations to our two friends. Now, our Echo Park activities will come to an end. Thank you all for your support once again. Dong Fangyan bowed and expressed his gratitude to the audience below. Gradually, the originally bustling venue gradually lost its popularity, and everyone was discussing how today's performance was. There are still many people who envy Dong Fangyan, or even jealous of him, but it doesn't matter, he is the family favorite and the Quasi King of the future. You thought that the pet night owl was a Quasi King level pet. This is to prevent those guys with bad intentions from targeting the Pokémon in the ecological park. After all, it's no longer a secret that he also has a shiny Slowpoke. Flash is so rare, I'm afraid some people would like to run away. It doesn't matter to Sister Wan Wan. When she met the criminals, she didn't know whether she was crying for the criminals or not. It's none of her business anyway. But boys have to protect themselves when they go out. When the time comes, your innocence will be lost, which is really painful. Just kidding, it's mainly because there are more Pokémon hunters who just like to catch those rare Pokémon. Whether it is wild or the trainer's own. They are all their goals. Thank you very much for coming to our breeding house. Thank you for your hard work. Dong Fangyan smiled. And shook hands with them one by one. It's not hard, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. The couple said quickly. What do you call it? Just call me Uncle Li. This is my wife. Her last name is Zhang. Just call me Sister Zhang. Oh, no, wife, the order of generations is messed up. What do you care about me? We can talk about our own things. No, then you can call me Brother Li. Dong Fangyan was really impressed. If you didn't know the couple, you would think they were arguing, but if you knew they were just showing off their love. Dong Fangyan ignored the couple and turned to ask the little boy, how old are you? Dong Fangyan has celebrated his birthday and is already 16 years old. Well, it's almost time to go on a trip, but I have to report to Pokémon High School first. I'm 14. Yangcheng Middle School. Correct. You should know me. The boy nodded. I know. You have a shiny Slowpoke. I've seen your battles. You won despite resisting the attribute restraint. Dong Fangyan chuckled, feeling inexplicably happy. The girl who was wrapped tightly next to him listened to the little boy's words and looked at Dong Fangyan twice. Looking at the decoration of the breeding house, the girl could only say it was beautiful. Every time I look at this wind chime, I can always imagine two people running a shop and doing business sweetly in their own breeding house. Although I don't make a lot of money, it's very heartwarming. Hey, are you listening? The girl suddenly realized that she had just been in a daze. Ahoy, could you say that again? I'm sorry. So polite. Dong Fangyan thought to himself. That is, you wait here for a moment. I'm going to the ecological park to bring the Pokémon over. Yeah, no problem. Seeing this, Dong Fangyan went to the ecological park. Little girl, aren't you hot like this? Sister Zhang asked. The girl shook her head and said, thank you for your concern, it's not hot. Oh, this little girl is so polite and has a nice voice. No. At this time, little C came over staggeringly with a cup of water in his hand. He accidentally twisted his ankle and fell to the ground. Careful. The broken pieces of glass pierced into little C's hand. Baby. The girl immediately ran over, took out the healing spray from her bag, and removed the glass fragments from the Lily Root doll's hands. Are you the Lily Root doll on the stage that can perform magic leaves? Your performance is really wonderful. Lily Root doll was about to cry, but when she heard this, she nodded. This little kid, is he okay? Sister Zhang also rushed over. Doll. What a sensible Pokémon. It's really cute. The girl was still treating little C's hand. Girls must take good care of wounds, otherwise they will leave scars. After removing the glass fragments, clean them with medicine and take out gauze to bandage the lily root doll. It's okay, just remember not to put your hands in the water. Baby. The door opened and Dongfang Yan came out with a small stone ball and another lily root doll. As soon as he saw Xiao Xi's hand, he ran over and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Xi, what's wrong with your hand?" "It accidentally fell while carrying the water." The girl explained. The lily root doll pointed at the broken glass pieces, looking very sad. Dongfang Yan immediately understood lily root doll's thoughts. "It's okay, Xiao Xi. Our family is rich. I'll buy you a dozen of these small glasses and you can throw them around for fun." The girl chuckled. The couple couldn't help laughing. "Little boss, you are just rich, haha." Dongfang Yan calmed down the lily root doll and began to introduce Shi Wanzi and the lily root doll to a few people. "Little girl, which Pokémon do you like? Pick one first." Sister Zhang spoke. Old Li next to him was a little anxious, but after being slapped by Sister Zhang, he became much quieter. "No need, you guys go first." The girl shook her head. "Then we're welcome." The little boy followed with a thank you. He walked up to Xiao Shiwenzi and said, "Will you be my trainer?" Dongfang Yan. "Oh no, I want to be your trainer." "That's not right. Will you be my partner?" Chapter 74. Little C. Since Xia Shiwenzi was born, he has seen humans, that is, the Eastern dialect. There is still trust in humans. In response to the little boy's invitation, Xiao Shiwenzi looked up at Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan gently touched Xiao Shiwenzi's head and said, "Follow your heart." Xiao Shiwenzi looked at the little boy and finally nodded. "Come here and register your home address and real name. I may need to understand your financial ability." Sister Zhang and her husband nodded, saying this was normal. Eventually, the Pokémon was taken away by Sister Zhang and her husband, and was not observed for a few days. Because Uncle Li said that he had bought Pokémon cubes and an incubator in his own breeding house. Dongfang Yan also looked through his parents' previous account books and found that there had indeed been some spending. That means he is not a bad person. After knowing the home address, Dongfang Yan will go to their home the day after tomorrow to learn about Xiao Shiwenzi's life. If everything is fine, then there will be no problem. Dongfang Yan turned around and looked at the girl who was wrapped tightly. Are you okay? Are you hot?" Dongfang Yan asked, "What's the point of wrapping it up? Is it because it doesn't grow well and you're afraid people will see it?" Dongfang Yan thought to himself, the voice is quite nice, but whether it is nice or not, he still has to meet the Pokémon. Maybe you should take the things down. You're going to meet the Pokémon after all. After hearing this, the girl, who was wrapped up tightly, took off her hat, mask, and other things. The girl is very delicate, but has a little baby fat. However, it is precisely this little bit of baby fat that makes her look playful and cute. After taking off the covering on her body, the girl was wearing a long white dress. Her slightly developed breasts can only be described as extremely gifted. She was wearing a pair of black leather shoes and had a black bow tied at the back of her hair. The pure feeling is like white moonlight. I can only say that Dongfang Yan was wrong. I didn't expect that this girl not only has a nice voice, but is also pretty. You are the one." When the little boy next to her saw the girl's face, he was suddenly very surprised. "Well, is she famous?" Dongfang Yan quietly pulled the little boy aside and asked stealthily. "No, brother Yan, don't you know this?" Dongfang Yan shook his head honestly. Then he looked at the girl awkwardly. The reason was simple, the silly boy's voice was too loud and he was afraid that others would not know. Dongfang Yan asked curiously. Since he was already socially dead, he didn't care about this anymore. "She is Luo Sheng. 16-year-old genius beauty. I can sing. I have participated in various singing competitions and won numerous championships. She can dance, and I heard she designed the dance moves herself. So can she play basketball?" Dongfang Yan was listening and suddenly said something. "Brother Yan, are you kidding me?" Sorry, I just remembered an old friend who can sing, dance, and rap. What's even better is that he can play basketball." "Brother Yan." Sorry, please continue." "My family runs an aquarium, and my mother is a trainer who won the last generation's gorgeous competition and was the champion. My father is a top-level trainer and opened a gym. Dongfang Yan was a little confused, he looked a bit like Xioxia. So. Yes, she is also a gorgeous trainer, and she will compete in the Everlasting City Gorgeous competition in a few days. I didn't expect to meet a real person here. The little boy said with an infatuated look on his face. The couple kept praising the girl, saying that she was pretty and had a good personality. Dongfang Yan flipped through the memories in his head. My goodness, the original owner was also a straight man, and he was obsessed with scientific research. Why? I turned to a memory fragment where the original owner directly threw away the ticket for Luo Sheng's concert, causing the fat man to not be able to watch it. Well, nice to meet you. It's okay, no problem. Haha, little boss, you guys take your time chatting, I'll take them back. Uncle Li said with a smile. Sister Zhang took the Pokémon ball from the little stone ball and put the stone ball back into the Pokémon ball. He took the little boy away. No, Mom. I haven't asked for an autograph yet. Let's go, don't disturb others when they are talking about business. Sister Zhang pulled the little boy's ear and led him out of the breeding house. I do not. Then a few more screams were heard outside the door, and then there was silence again. The sound of a car starting could be heard outside. Then there was no sound again. Haha, that's quite interesting. Dongfang Yan spoke awkwardly and made small talk. This is a lily root doll that we bred in our ecological park. You two should get to know each other. This lily root doll brought out from the ecological park obviously doesn't like to interact with outsiders. Hiding behind Dongfang Yan, he stuck half of his head out and looked at Luo Sheng. One person and one Pokémon, staring at each other for half a minute, but it seemed that they didn't like each other. Haha, sorry, this Pokémon seems to be homesick and not very outgoing. Dongfang Yan explained awkwardly. I have thought that Pokémon look down on human trainers, and I have also thought that human trainers may also look down on their own Pokémon. What I didn't expect was that this was the case on the first day, and it seemed that neither side was interested in each other. So it's very embarrassing. I had to find something to smooth things over. Luo Sheng knew what Dongfang Yan meant, which was probably that there was no chance. But the purpose of this trip has become truly clear. Little C brought another new glass of water, this time bringing it over steadily. He greeted the lily root doll next to Dongfang Yan and handed the water to Luo Sheng. Thank you, Xiao Si. Little C smiled gently, Wahahaha. Can I call you Xiao Yan? I heard that boy call you Brother Yan. Dongfang Yan patted his head. Whatever you want to call me, it doesn't matter. Can you please let the Pokémon go back first? I want to talk to you alone. It's not a good idea for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. Xiao Si, you two should go back to the ecological park first. I'll call you when the time comes. Don't go too far. Baby. Watching the backs of the two Pokémon leaving, Luo Sheng continued. Can I adopt little C? I know what I said was abrupt, but I really like it. Dongfang Yan was stunned. It's not this kind of thing, it can also be used to poach people. Miss Luo, you. Xiao Si, you are my right-hand man, my beloved relative. It's better not to add money. Little C is really obedient and sensible, and I really don't want to give him away. Luo Sheng nodded. I know you're reluctant, but I think you can ask Lily Root Doll for her opinion. Or let me communicate with Xiao Si. I'm sorry if this may have caused you any trouble. But I believe I can give Xiao Si a better life. Dongfang Yan was silent. I have to say, they do have this ability. There are so many Pokémon in the ecological park, and it is impossible for me to take care of all of them. This is when the help of the Almost Doll is urgently needed, so look for the Almost Doll's Pokémon eggs everywhere. Because the doll can observe the inner emotions of the Pokémon, it helps to comfort itself better. But Xiao Si is a Pokémon worth training, with C-level qualifications and good skills. To be honest, it's a bit of a waste of talent to have my own ecological park. Why does it feel like marrying off a daughter? Sad, want to cry. Chapter 75. Bond. Dongfang Yan had a lot of thoughts, no matter whether he was willing to give up or not. In the end, I still have to ask Xiao Si's opinion. I won't help Xiao Si make a decision. Miss Luo, please wait a moment. Dongfang Yan was walking on the way to the ecological park. I made up my mind and opened the door of the ecological park. Xiao Si, come out with me for a moment. Baby. Dongfang Yan picked up Xiao Si and walked out the door. Almost doll suddenly ran over and grabbed Dongfang Yan. What happened? Dongfang Yan looked at the doll in confusion. Almost at that moment, the doll suddenly let go again. Glanced at Little C. Then he walked away again. Dongfang Yan felt puzzled. Then he took Little C out the door, and Little C suddenly realized something. He lowered his head and said nothing. It's like this, Xiao C, this Miss Luo wants to adopt you. She's a trainer for the gorgeous competition and can take you to a bigger stage to display your talents. Dongfang Yan explained to Xiao C. But I don't know why, I just feel uncomfortable. Yes, Xiao C, you have to believe me. Weren't we getting along just fine? Little C still didn't speak and kept his head down. What's wrong, Little C? Dongfang Yan squatted down and asked. Little C raised his head, his eyes already wet. She turned around and ran to the trash can, crying, took out the broken pieces of glass, and tried to put them together. Dongfang Yan stared blankly. Xiao C, do you think I want to send you out because you broke the glass? Little C nodded while crying, hugged Dongfang Yan's legs, and burst into tears. Baby. Dongfang Yan was silent. Miss Luo, please go back first. There is something going on in the ecological park today. Seeing this, Luo Sheng no longer insisted. I'm sorry, Xiao C, I didn't mean it. Luo Sheng then apologized. Xiao Yan, you must take the feelings of Pokémon seriously. This is not a business, not a trade, not like other breeding houses or ecological parks that only want to make money. Remember your original intention. After saying that, he picked up 2 bags of water spirit cubes and ran out the door. Dongfang Yan looked at Xiao C who was hugging his legs and still crying. He slapped himself twice. Baby. Little C was shocked by Dongfang Yan's behavior. But he quickly stopped Dongfang Yan from committing self-harm. I'm sorry, Xiao C, I disappoint you. Little C shook his head and wanted to continue piecing the glass pieces together. Dongfang Yan's eyes turned slightly red. This silly girl. Dongfang Yan picked up Xiao C. What's the point of trying to put this glass together? If it breaks, it's broken. There are plenty at home. I saw that Xiao Ci's emotions finally stabilized. Dongfang Yan asked cautiously. Xiao C, even if I leave you in the ecological park, are you willing? If you agree, you will have a bigger stage. Little C shook his head, just pointed at the ecological park, and then put his hand on his heart. Dongfang Yan treated Xiao Ci's hand again, bought better and more powerful medicine from the system store, and treated Xiao Ci's wound. The system stuff is really awesome. After a while, Xiao Ci's hand was almost healed. I sent Little C back to the ecological park, and the baby was already waiting at the door. Looking at Dongfang Yan, he tilted his head and was obviously angry. I almost forgot. The doll's ears are very sensitive. I guess it heard those words clearly at the door. I'm sorry, Little Tab. The doll still has its head tilted. Little C stepped forward and held Little Tab's hand, and the baby finally lowered his head. But it wasn't over yet. A night owl flew down from the sky with a fierce look in its eyes. No, I really know I was wrong. Seeing this, Dongfang Yan ran away. Little C and Little Tab smiled at each other. Ian, I'll go back first. Okay, you go first. Oh, and Rock Dog stays. The fat man was holding the rock dog in his arms and trying to sneak out. No way, I just took it back to play with it. The rock dog shook its head and tail in the fat man's arms and licked the fat man chin. Look, Rock Dog and I have such a good relationship. She has to sleep at night, why are you bringing her back for no reason? I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. The dog followed me to sell small commodities all night, so I must reward it well. As he said that, the fat man ran out with the rock dog in his arms. Fatty, trafficking in children is illegal. Hee hee. Dongfang Yan shook his head helplessly. The video has been edited and posted on the official website of our YouNow breeding house. Dongfang Yan opened the picture book and saw the performance just now in the video. Not only that, the video of the previous battle with that manager is also on the official website. Those who drew a white ticket in the comment section of the ecological park and did not come here are all regretting it. Said he missed out on 100 million. Thank you, Sister Wan Wan. You have worked hard. It's just a small matter. Are you worried about something? Sister Wan Wan said as she looked at Dongfang Yan, who had a sad face. I feel that the model of the Echo Park needs to change a little bit. Sister Wan Wan poured herself a glass of water. Go on. I think I am sometimes too pragmatic and don't pay attention to the Pokémon's thoughts. The development of the Echo Park needs to change, and it's best to make changes now before it's fully developed. Sister Wan Wan finished her last glass and said with a smile, it depends on your own heart. Make your own decision. After that, he walked out. At night, Dongfang Yan stayed in bed. I remember when I was alone, I watched the Pokémon anime and played the Pokémon games. At that time, I wanted to become Xiao Hao and capture all Pokémon. Later, I was playing the Pokémon game and saw that the Pokémon stayed in the Pokeball. I want to release it, but there is no place in the game. Dongfang Yan thought that the development of the ecological park should be changed. Things like what happened today cannot happen again. The emotions of Pokémon are very pure. My original idea was to increase the reputation of the breeding house, but is it really correct to increase the reputation in this way? I originally thought that only the main Pokémon could. But I didn't expect that some Pokémon don't care about the issue of fighting or not fighting. Like Xiaoxi, people just like to stay in the ecological park after experiencing the turmoil in the forest under the moon. Cherish stability more and value friends more. So when the glass was broken, Xiaoxi's first reaction was that he had screwed up. Afraid of being blamed, and feeling guilty inside. Finally, I felt even more uneasy, thinking that I was going to be sent out. Dongfang Yan thought that he only gave Xiaoxi a little bit, but it caused Xiaoxi to become so emotionally dependent on him. Pure, sincere, and a bond between partners. These are not only possessed by fighting Pokémon. Ecological parks cannot refer to those unscrupulous ecological parks. We have to think of other ways. Chapter 76, A Trip to the Moonlit Forest. Miss Luo, what's wrong? The assistant next to him saw Luo Sheng crying as soon as he got in the car. Woo woo, I was rejected by Xiaoxi. What is that? Who is Xiaoxi? The assistant asked doubtfully. It's a Pokémon. So Luo Sheng told the whole story. Looking at my young lady crying. How about we buy the ecological park and the breeding house? Luo Sheng looked at the assistant in confusion. The assistant scratched his head, looking at his monthly salary card of 2 million. It seems your family is really rich. Early in the morning, Dongfang Yan was cleaning up. Prepare to go to the Moonlight Forest. Remember to be safe when you go to Moonlight Forest. Sister Wan Wan said while cleaning. I know. I brought Pang Yangwai with me. Sister Wan Wan rolled her eyes at Dongfang Yan and said, I heard that you made Xiaoxi angry yesterday. Hey, I'm crazy. You idiot, you're willing to give away a girl as cute as Xiaoxi. Sister Wan Wan said unhappily. I have already apologized. Xiaoxi has forgiven me. Dongfang Yan said honestly. Humph, alright, be more careful when traveling in the Moonlight Forest. I understand, Sister Wan Wan. Dongfang Yan came to the ecological park. Pang Yangui was already waiting not far from the door. Dongfang Yan took out the pokeball and put it directly into Pang Yangui. Take slow poke away too. At this moment, my 2 feet suddenly couldn't move anymore. Looking down, I saw Big Bear and Zoroark holding Dongfang Yan's feet tightly. What are you two doing? The bear cub boss pointed to the door and Zoroark nodded. You too. Looking at the longing eyes of the 2 Pokémon. Harmful. He found the pokeballs of the 2 Pokémon and took them out as well. Little C and Little Tab were waiting at the door. Dongfang Yan formally apologized to Xiaoxi early this morning. Xiaoxi pretended to be very generous and patted Dongfang Yan's leg. He said that he forgave Dongfang Yan. Let's go. Dongfang Yan said as he put on his backpack. Little C and Little Tab nodded. Go out and get a taxi. Master, the entrance to Moonlight Forest. Hey, young man, let's go travel in the forest. Back then, I was handsome and charming, loved by everyone and made flowers bloom wherever I went. I took my Pokémon to travel to various places. Omitted N-word. The car was bumpy all the way, making people drowsy. Well, Dongfang Yan had already fallen asleep. Hey, boy, are you listening? Dongfang Yan was woken up and asked in a daze. Where are you? You, my little classmate, of course you're talking about the story of me and the Phoenix King defeating the Black and White Dragons. Are you serious? I fell asleep. Thank you, master. Dongfang Yan got out of the car tiredly. Thank you sincerely to the driver. Haha, it's all right, young man. Next time I'll tell you about the time when I took the god of creation to beat Groudon. Thinking back to those days, Dongfang Yan couldn't help it and ran into the forest. Hey, young man, come on, live well. Dongfang Yan tripped and disappeared completely. Thank you so much, driver. Dongfang Yan was strolling in the forest. After the last war, the forest was a bit dilapidated. But the forest itself has a very good repair capacity. The fallen trees allow more rare trees to grow, allowing life to cycle again. The forest under the moon is still very large, and even professional forest rangers may not be able to recognize all the roads. What's more, the last ranger has been arrested, and it seems that he is a hidden man in the Imperial organization. That war happened very suddenly. In fact, wars happen suddenly. No one can predict the coming of war, and no one can stop the coming of war. Unless you have absolute strength. Meeting Mutuo that time was really just a coincidence, but Dongfang Yan was also very fortunate to have Mutuo as his big brother. Although my elder brother hasn't contacted me yet. But there is nothing I can do. When he left, he told me not to disturb him. The mark of the super key on the wall of my hand is still there. Suddenly, Dongfang Yan's backpack shook. No, are you two done yet? Dongfang Yan opened his backpack, 2 red lights flashed, and the bear baby boss and Zoroark appeared on the stage, striking a pose. Dongfang Yan gave each of them a pop date without any hesitation. What are you two doing out here? The forest is so dangerous now. If you two run away, how can I escape? The big bear cub raised his fist angrily. Then he pointed to the ground and patted his chest. It seems to be saying, I am more familiar with this place than you. Zoro was not willing to be outdone, so he turned into a green caterpillar, climbed up a tree and pretended to be dead. As if to say, I will play dead. Although the process is confusing, the disguise is indeed awesome. The illusion made people numb. Dongfang Yan thought about it and it seemed to be true. After all, the baby bear was caught locally. You should be able to recognize some of the roads, more or less. I should know the way. Coo coo coo, chirp cha, gat. The trees in the forest were shaking wildly, and a flock of peacocks were flying in the sky, chasing something downward. However, Dongfang Yan ran all the way, holding the baby bear in one hand and the fruit in the other, with half a bag of fruit in his backpack. Sarai ran along beside him, very happy. Dongfang Yan looked down at Zoroark, whose mouth was twisted to his ears. I feel angry and funny at the same time. No, you silly fox, we are being hunted. You can actually laugh. Zoro stuck out his tongue embarrassedly and ran faster. The big bear baby also laughed. Dongfang Yan felt even angrier when he saw this. And you, little stupid bear, don't you know the way? You took me to the sparrow's nest and stole the fruit they had stored with great effort. Are you still a bear? Dongfang Yan took another big bite of the fruit. It is really sweet, but also really tiring. You are too heavy. I can't run. Dongfang Yan took out the pokeball and put the baby bear back into it. Forget about Zoroark, he runs faster than me, it's hard to say who will escape by then. I just put the baby bear back into the pokeball. There was a commotion in the trees. Dongfang Yan looked up. After confirming through eye contact, he met the right person. Chirp, quack, quack. What the hell? Do you believe that I will release the Pang Yan monster to cut you down? Dongfang Yan just finished speaking. There were a few more shouts from overhead. Quack. Dongfang Yan then looked up again. A toucan was hovering over Dongfang Yan's head. That's it. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, really 6. I quietly looked at the level. The average level is 49. Oh, do you think I'm afraid? Dongfang Yan took off his hat and threw it down hard. His eyes swept around with domineering eyes. I found a bush and dived into it. I'll just run away, catch me if you dare. The sound came from far away, and in such a short moment, one can only say that the speed was extraordinary. Zoroya was really happy and followed him in. Chirp, quack, quack. Amidst a chorus of angry cries, a large group of seraphim appeared in the sky. Chapter 77. Spearow. Amid the rustling sounds, a black figure suddenly emerged. So, it was Soraya who came. After hearing the news from Soraya, Dongfang Yan then crawled out from the grass, wiped the sweat from his head. These Pokémon just love to chase after us. As expected, my brother's charm is infinitely magnified. After being chased by the Spearow, Dongfang Yan didn't know where he was. I originally wanted to go to the Ancestral Hall, investigate what is enshrined inside. But their luck was bad, as when they were raiding the nest of the Spearow, the people there happened to be returning home. What can I do? Just run. Dongfang Yan thought to himself and took out 2 fruits from his bag. He threw one to Zoroark to replenish his strength, and ate the other one himself. As expected of a bird Pokémon, the fruits it finds are delicious. Collect all the seeds from the tree fruits. Then bring them back to the ecological park for planting. Dongfang Yan and Soraya continued walking forward, observing the surrounding environment. Not far away is a mountain. I picked up a stick and climbed up to see the distant view. Look at where you are, although you still don't know where you are. But at least I have a coordinate. Come to the foot of the mountain. The surrounding trees grow very densely. Vines of plants were everywhere, but even so, under Dongfang Yan's feet, there seemed to be a path that led in all directions. It looks like the traces left by a Pokémon rolling around. Following this path, moving forward, Dongfang Yan just wanted to see who this person was and what kind of Pokémon he was. At the final point of this path, a huge cave. Boom. Rumble. Why is this voice so familiar? Dongfang Yan recalled. This heavy sound seems to be Rumble Rock. The strange thing is that it is the same as the Pangean monster and also requires a communication connection to exchange and evolve. It seems that I have to find Pang Yanga to ask him. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Dongfang Yan came to another place. Release the Pangean monster. A red light flashed, and the huge rock monster appeared in the open space. Pang Pang. After Pang Yangwei came out, he looked around. Expressed great doubt. Then he consciously walked towards the cave. No, what are you doing? Pang Yan pounded the ground strangely. Pointed in the direction of the cave. Dongfang Yan was confused. Could it be that that cave is your home? Dongfang Yan was confused. Pang Yan nodded strangely. But there's Rumble Rock in there. It's the same as you, a communication connection exchange evolution. This is very obvious. Even when I was commanding you, you followed orders very quickly. It's like a sign of having been trained by other trainers. Do you really think that if you can develop feelings on the first day, you will be able to give appropriate instructions on the second day? That's very unreasonable. That game was really mostly coincidence. Pang Yangwei pointed to the cave. Dongfang Yan stood up. Pokémon couldn't speak. But you can tell through body language. All of this, if you want to know the answers, is hidden in that cave. There are 3 Radons inside. How can we defeat the high-end monster, the giant rock monster alone? Now, we can only find a way to get in. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What are you looking for? Dongfang Yan held a fruit and took big bites of it. The Spearow in the sky was completely stunned. It's really unbearable for my uncle, but not for my aunt. Jigiga. The seraphs in the sky screamed wildly. Dongfang Yan smiled with a crooked mouth. Looking at several toucans appearing in the sky, Dongfang Yan let out a strange cry and started running again. Alas! Come and chase me if you can. Toucans have a naturally irritable personality and are very prone to becoming irritable. The bird Pokémon, Spearow, has the same personality because of its territory. They like to patrol their territory a few times, and Dongfang Yan took advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the bear cub's den with the big bear. Then he was discovered by the Spearows. Dongfang Yan ran frantically. The swarms of flamebirds in the sky attacked Dongfang Yan frantically. Some snarls used wild attacks madly, pecking at Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan twisted left and right near the bushes, relying on his flexible movements. Dodging the attacks, some Spearows even crashed directly into the trees. Passed out. But this was just a drop in the bucket. More seraphim gathered in the sky and chased after Dongfang Yan. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Dongfang Yan realized that something was wrong. He just rolled on the spot and hid behind a tree. And at this moment, a toucan passed by. Its high-speed movement. Dongfang Yan was really convinced. Just chase them, it's really shameful to speed up. That's it, Dongfang Yan looked back a few times. 3 or 4 toucans had supersonic phantoms lighting up their bodies. It's the legs. Run! A large group of Spearows are still chasing after them. And at the same time on the other side, Pang Yangwei came to the entrance of the cave and pounded the ground hard with his feet. Make a rumbling sound. This is a symbol of launching a challenge. Boom! In the cave, 3 rumble rocks walked out step by step. Rumble! Pang! After a friendly exchange between the two sides, the 3 Rodons retracted their hands, feet and heads. Immediately activated the skill roll. 3 huge round rocks began to roll wildly. He rushed straight towards the Pangean monster. Pang Yangwei's 4 legs were firmly stuck in the ground. There was light flashing around the body. This is the skill Iron Wall. Increased his physical defense by 2 levels. There was no other way but to withstand their attacks and hold on until Dongfang Yan arrived. 3 Rodons hit the giant rock monster at the same time, and the giant rock monster took the opportunity to use guard to block all attacks. Immediately afterwards, Rodon lifted the huge rock and smashed it hard at the giant rock monster. It wasn't over yet. Rodon went crazy, picked up some rocks and threw them all out. This is also a skill, Rock Blast. Pang Yangwei added 2 layers of physical defense to himself and managed to withstand these attacks. Looking at the 3 Rodons in front of him, Pang Yangwei recalled. How can we get in? Brutal attack won't work. We have to outsmart them. We have to think of a good way. Dongfang Yan thought in his heart. Dongfang Yan looked up. Looking at the fierce bird still searching for Dongfang Yan in the sky. There is a way. We can only divert the trouble to someone else. Someone is needed to attract the attention of the Spearow, and someone is needed to lure out Rodon. Pang Yanga and Dongfang Yan looked at each other. Okay. Revenge if you have revenge, and complain if you have complaints. Ever since, Dongfang Yan was still running madly. More and more seraphim are gathering in the sky. There were also some scars on Dongfang Yan's body. They were all pecked by the Spearow. In order to avoid the attack of the toucan, it had to endure several attacks from the Spearow. You have to know that even after being pecked by a spitting bird, you can still run. If you get bitten by a toucan, you can only lie on the bed. Chapter 78. Cave. Rumble. 3 rumbling rocks hit the giant rock monster. Pang Yangwei can hardly hold on any longer. The steps are already very weak. The Rodons looked at the giant monster with mocking eyes. Laugh at its incompetence and laugh at its arrogance. While Rumble Rock was laughing, I felt a sharp pain in my buttocks. Looking back, I saw Slowpoke standing at the entrance of the cave, charging a water gun in its mouth. Keep shooting at Rumble Rock's ass. You can't blame Slowpoke. I really don't know where to hit. You can only find 1 or 2 places to shoot. How could I have known it would be such a coincidence? Rodon had never suffered such an injustice before, just a rolling skill. He rushed towards Slowpoke, very fast, but his posture was not cool enough. But you don't need to be that handsome, because you're not handsome anyway. Slowpoke is not an ordinary creature. He usually just fights around and won't dodge any skills. It's better to avoid this thing, otherwise your life will be in danger. Suo. Zoroark appeared on the other side and used the taunt skill. This skill will cause Rodon's anger and force it to use attack skills in the next 3 turns, which means the next 3 skills. Rodon, who was already angry, became even angrier now. He hammered the ground with his hands, making the entire battlefield covered with dust. Rodon gave up on Slowpoke. What made it even angrier now was the little thing next to it that it had never seen before. Well, I haven't seen either. Rodon lifts boulders, rock blasts. As the boulder was lifted up by Rodon, it was thrown hard in the direction of Zoroark. Zoroark dodged Rodon's attack with his nimble body movements. However, Zoroark still couldn't avoid the splash from the broken rocks. A few small stones, or stones the size of a fist. Either it brushed past Zoroark or hit him directly. But Soraya didn't dare to stop. To stop is to die. Stay. Rodon was still throwing boulders and using Rock Blast endlessly. Slow Pokémon attacked again immediately. Long Longian was throwing with all his might when his hands were controlled by a mysterious force. The rock that was lifted high was forced down again. Immobilization method. When you can only use attack skills, just use the immobilization technique. May I ask how you deal with this? Rodon has seen a lot of the world. If this one doesn't work, just change it. Long Longian raised one foot, exerted all his strength, and stomped hard on the ground. With Ryo Rock as the center, the battlefield spreads out in a turtle pattern around it. Even the two Rodons and the giant rock monster next to them felt very uncomfortable. I can't even stand still. Zoroark couldn't hide either. Looking at the turtle-like cracks, they will soon invade Zoroark's feet. Soraya was very panicked at this time, but suddenly he had an idea. He planted his limbs on the ground and suddenly jumped up with great force. Gah! Spearow! Zoro flapped his wings and flew around Radon at an extremely fast speed. Are you kidding? Who said Night Owl can only teach Cuckoo and Bobo? When Zoroark transforms into a cuckoo or a night owl, Night Owl didn't teach Zoroark how to fly well. Almost every day, he would transform into a flying Pokémon to cheat people. So at the critical moment, Zoroark's key flying skills almost saved his own life and Slowpoke's life. This is not the end yet, Radon has more than just this skill. Looking at Zoroark flying in the sky. Rumble Rock lifts the stone. Aim at Zoroark in the sky and throw it with all your strength. Boom! With a sound, Zoroark revealed his true form and fell vertically to the ground. Radon was still not satisfied, so he moved his hands and feet together and started rolling wildly. Long. There is no way around it. This time it's a new skill. Radon can still use attack skills and roll like crazy. This is a bug attribute skill that deals double damage to dark attribute Pokémon. It can be said that if Zoroark is hit again, he will be dead. He will definitely be seriously injured or even die. Pang! A black shadow attacked. Pang Yangwei held up his body and stood in front of Zoroark, who had already fallen to the ground and was in very bad physical condition. Slowpoke appeared in front of the cave entrance again. Looking at the unconscious Zoroark, water waves appeared near his mouth. That's right, it's the skill, Water Wave. Accompanied by the waves, it directly surges to the farthest place. All three Radons were hit. Even Pang Yangwei felt a little uncomfortable. What's even more coincidental is that both triggered the confusion effect. This is most likely why they are all prone to anger. In the state of confusion, I don't know how many of the three Radon's skills missed the target. Even the three of them attacked each other, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It can be seen that he is very angry towards Slowpoke. Unfortunately, after the three Pokémon fought each other, they gradually regained consciousness and their eyes became clear. Pangolin was no longer able to fight, and with only Slowpoke alone, it was already unable to turn the situation around. When all the Pokémon were in extreme despair, I rely on. If it's not you, Spearow, where are you going to fight? Dongfang Yan jumped out from the bushes. Behind me, there was a dark mass. A flock of sparrows. Dongfang Yan has persisted for so long, I can only say it's amazing. Looking at the unconscious Zoroark and the wounded Pang Yangwei. Although Slowpoke is stupid and silly, but looking breathless. It must have been a big battle, otherwise based on Dongfang Yan's understanding of Slowpoke. If you can take the skills, you won't avoid the damage, if you can be hit, you won't fight back. In short, it's just one word, you play yours and I play mine. Dongfang Yan realized the seriousness of the matter. He took out the Pokeball and put Zoroark and Gorgon back into the Pokeball. Then he rolled over to avoid a few sneak attacks from the little Spearows. At this time, Dongfang Yan was almost dying. His mouth was pale, and there was not a trace of blood on his face. But now is not the time to rest. Dongfang Yan still had to find a way to escape. Radon was extremely angry when he saw Pangean and Zoroark disappearing. Just attack indiscriminately, throwing rocks into the air with explosive strikes. Dongfang Yan narrowly avoided the turbulent flow of rocks. Watching the situation get out of control, this was exactly what Dongfang Yan wanted. The Spearows are all around us, so running away is simply not feasible. Besides, it's not like I haven't run before. If it weren't in the jungle, the branches would be dense. The vines are entangled and the terrain is different on each road. There are also other Pokémon interceptions. Dongfang Yan didn't care and rushed forward with all his strength. I accidentally bumped into other Pokémon on the road and didn't have time to apologize. Still choose to run away. A Pokémon that gets angry about being hit is angry to begin with. But when he realized what was happening, he didn't even see anyone, which made him even angrier. Then a large group of Seraphim swooped over and the situation got out of control for a while. In this way, relying on many aspects of constraints, Dongfang Yan was able to reach his destination as he wished. It can be said that this is a gamble. A race of speed and passion. Dongfang Yan looked around and without thinking much, put the Pokémon in his arms. Run towards the cave. Behind him, Radon roared even more angrily. But I don't care about Dongfang Yan anymore. The disaster that was coming from the east ended here. Here it is. Dongfang Yan brought Slowpoke with him and looked at the layout of the cave. Chapter 79, Cave of the Cave. The whole cave is very flat. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Instead, it looks like it has been polished by humans or transformed by a Pokémon that can change terrain. The amazing thing is that this cave is too deep. It is so dark that you can't see the end at a glance. Long. There was a loud noise outside the cave. Dongfang Yan guessed that it was. Dongfang Yan had no choice but to keep running into the cave with the Slowpoke. Opening the Pokémon Encyclopedia, the light above illuminates the dark cave. It hardly gives people the slightest sense of security. Dongfang Yan took out the Pokeball and released the baby bear boss. More Pokémons will make you feel more at ease. However, what is more urgent now is Zoroark's life safety and Pang Yangwai's injuries. But if you want treatment, you need to find a quiet and safe environment. This way you can carefully observe the Pokémon's injuries, and even if you need to take medicine, you must have time to take it. The further you go inside the cave, the narrower the entrance becomes. From the initial height of more than 3 meters to the current height of a little over 2 meters, it is gradually becoming narrower and narrower. The eldest baby bear looked around, as if looking for something. N.A. The big bear baby gestured to imitate the appearance of Zoroark. Dongfang Yan took out a Pokeball from his arms and explained, I'm injured, so I'm taking a rest. When the bear cub boss heard this, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared for revenge. Dongfang Yan stopped him immediately and said, You're just kidding, baby bear's little arms and legs. You're just going to give yourself away, right? Now is not the time for revenge. The big bear baby was walking and kicking things randomly. Express your anger and dissatisfaction. Slowpoke was following nearby, but the dark environment made it difficult to see clearly. The big bear baby was kicking when suddenly he fell down. Dive down suddenly. Hey! Baby bear! Dongfang Yan took out the atlas and looked at it. Not far away, there was a very narrow hole. If the baby bear wasn't fighting around or sulking, it would be there. It is very likely that you will miss it. Although I don't know what's inside, the road ahead is gradually coming to an end. Now Dongfang Yan walks with his back bent in the cave. Let's go! Said to Slowpoke. Dongfang Yan followed him down. During the descent, try to protect your head. Let your feet land first, not your mind. Dongfang Yan half slid down, encountering some minor bumps along the way, but fortunately nothing went wrong. After all, this is quite dangerous. I wipe. After gliding for a long time, Dongfang Yan finally heard the sound ahead. Let one let. What? Dongfang Yan just sat down on the ground. The eldest bear baby was also covering his butt next to him. Stay! The big bear cub and Dongfang Yan looked back and saw Slowpoke sliding down again. No, I haven't left yet. Dongfang Yan shouted. What? Pang Yan lay on the ground weakly. He was breathing heavily and felt like he was about to die. Don't breathe so hard, you're not dead yet. Dongfang Yan rolled his eyes. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Pang Yangwai, Level 58. Potential, B. Gender, Male. Properties, Rock. Status, Seriously injured. Features, Power of Sand, in a sandstorm, the power of rock, ground and gang attributes will increase. Inherited skills, Ram, Rock Block. Basic skills, Sandstorm, Mud Throwing, Stone Attack, Iron Wall, Hold, Invisible Rock. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, a high-pressure Pokémon, the evolved form of the Mantle Rock. It uses the core in its body to compress energy and then launches it to attack with enough power to blow away mountains. If you have anything to do these days, take Pang Yangwai out to fight. The level was also raised by 3 levels. Not only that, Slowpoke also successfully broke through level 20 and reached level 23. The same is true for the baby bear boss. When he was caught, his level was around level 8. Now it has successfully reached level 19. And Zoroark. The risk factor is much higher, and he is still in a coma. Elf, Zoro, level 19. Potential, C. Gender, male. Attribute, evil. Status, dying. Features, illusion, disguise as a Pokémon in the same team to confuse the opponent. Inherited skills, scratching, staring, fake crying. Basic skills, unreasonable trouble, sharpening claws, surprise attack, provocation. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, a vicious fox Pokémon that transforms into the opponent's appearance to scare the opponent. It often transforms into a silent child. Saraya's situation is quite dangerous. But with the system in place, it's not a difficult task. The reputation value is going to bleed a lot. I exchanged 4 bottles of powerful medicine and a vitality block from the system store. These things directly caused Dongfang Yan to lose more than 10,000 reputation points, close to 20,000. Dongfang Yan's reputation evaporated by 1/3. I used 3 bottles of powerful medicine on Pang Yangwei and fed Zoroark a vitality block. The Big Bear baby was relieved when he saw this, as it was really hard for him. At such a young age, you have given so much to this family. I haven't eaten this thing myself, so I don't know what the effect is or how it tastes. The system also has a recipe for the vitality block, but unfortunately Dongfang Yan can't afford it and hasn't even collected all the ingredients. It's better to just make the Pokémon blocks honestly. Put the Pangean back into the Pokeball. Let him take good care of his injuries and we'll talk about it when there is any problem. The same is true for Saraya. Even if you take the vitality block, the healing will not be completed instantly. There always has to be a time buffer. But it doesn't matter, Zoroark will not put it back into the Pokeball for the time being. Let Slowpoke take care of it first while you and the baby bear explore the surrounding area. After going down this secret passage, the environment is very humid. There are no signs of other Pokémon living there. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time. But it's true, this remote place is only regarded as a treasure by Panjiangwei and Long Longian. Mainly because there is a huge difference between the outside and the inside. After going down this secret passage, there is a natural cave inside. This time it can be clearly seen. In the center of the cave is a small lake. Very dark, but not unpleasant. On the contrary, it makes people feel very refreshing and comfortable. In the center of the lake there is an ancient tree, forming an island of its own. In such a dim situation, the glowing crystals in the surrounding caves were reflected by the water, making the entire cave bright, but it was difficult to see things in the distance clearly. Na! The big bear cub yelled from the other side. Dongfang Yan hurried over when he heard the sound, fearing that something had gone wrong again. The eldest bear cub was holding a box angrily and smashing it around wildly. Wait, don't smash it! Dongfang Yan quickly stopped the bear cub boss. This thing was obviously a clue. Dongfang Yan took the box from baby bear. I shook it and there was a smacking sound inside. The box didn't find the door lock. How do you turn this thing on? Chapter 80. Underwater. Dongfang Yan fiddled with the box. Observed carefully. This is a cryptex, not the kind that opens with a key. Instead, you have to crack the code in some way to get what's inside. This is for Eastern dialects. It can't be said to be simple, after all, this kind of small tool is very simple. Okay, start cracking. According to the movable points above, there are a total of 7 movable points, and a total of 14 points. Dongfang Yan didn't say much and just started. Move this, touch that. Okay, take a break. Tired. It's not like I'm giving up. I'm just relaxing my mind, clearing it up, and then fully utilizing the knowledge in my head. Finally it will be easy to crack. Coo. What sound? Cuckoo? Are there other Pokémon here? Dongfang Yan immediately entered combat mode. He instantly ran to the side of Slowpoke and the boss bear. Not afraid, it doesn't exist. Mainly a companion. Coo. The sound became more obvious when I got here. Dongfang Yan looked down. Zoro held his stomach. The big eyes looked at Dongfang Yan with a hint of cunning. Dongfang Yan was naturally considerate and gave it a big thumbs up. Feel the pain. The blazing flames and dancing sparks bounce around at will. The firelight illuminated Dongfang Yan's face. This time I brought a sleeping bag, some food and an iron pot. Carrying everything on my back, the iron pot just covers the backpack. I didn't bring it with me when I set out from the door of Yunai breeding house. Sister Wan Wan insisted on taking it herself, but I had no choice. My arm couldn't twist her thigh, nor could I twist Sister Juan Juan's arm. Take it honestly. Who knew this thing could be useful? When being chased by the Spiro, he used this pot to block many skills and a lot of damage. And I have to say, the quality of this iron pan is really good. There is a noticeable bulge in the center of the bottom of the iron pot. This is the symbol of glory. This iron pot is supported by branches. Technology is quite advanced nowadays. Instant food products are more suitable for trainers to survive in the wild. It's this small package, the size of a bag of salt, which contains ordinary stewed rice, air-dried vegetables, and fried and dried meat. The main feature is a combination of meat and vegetables, which is rich in nutrition. Fortunately, there is a small space with a system, a space the size of a toilet. Although it can only store things produced by the system, it is more than enough. Before coming, Dong Fangyan had already counted the miscellaneous items in the system space. All thrown into the warehouse. I will never keep it stupidly in my room again. By then I will be socially awkward and cry out of embarrassment. System Pokémon blocks have been prepared for the bear boss, giant rock monster, Slowpoke, and Zoroark. Although there is no bowl, it's no problem to eat whatever is available. Saraya's rice is delicious. Pang Yangwei was released. The ground shook suddenly, and several evil Pokémon cubes rolled into the water. Zoro glanced fiercely at Dongfang Yan and Pang Yanga. It's really shameful to waste food. Dongfang Yan rolled his eyes. I told you not to eat first. You just messed it up. It was all neatly arranged. Zoro simply chose not to listen and just kept talking nonsense. Dongfang Yan was very happy with the idea of not wasting food. While Dongfang Yan was not paying attention, he dived into the water. Stir up a wave. This stupid fox. Dongfang Yan was really impressed. He had originally wanted to explore the small lake after dinner. Just in case something goes wrong. At least I had a full meal and was very happy. Now that's a problem. If something happens, I'll just starve to death and be reborn as a ghost. There was no choice. Dongfang Yan quickly took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and dived into the water. Pang! Na. Stay! The other three Pokémon on the shore were stunned for a moment. Pang Yangwei didn't know how to go into the water and was very anxious. The eldest baby bear was also wandering on the shore, not in a hurry to go down. As for Slowpoke, it seems like he hasn't reacted yet. Stay! Dongfang Yan paddled down in the water, watching Zoroya use the doggy paddle swimming technique. Dongfang Yan was convinced as he kept chasing the evil Pokémon block downwards. I haven't treated Saraya badly, he cherishes the good quality of food. At this moment, it simply doesn't hold true. After Zoro's continuous efforts, he finally ate the Pokémon cube in one bite before it sank to the bottom. If you don't eat it, it will melt. Satisfied, Saraya turned back and swam upstream. Looking at Dongfang Yan's angry face, he smiled awkwardly but politely. Then it rushed up like crazy. Dongfang Yan turned around and was about to follow. Look up! Although the crown of the giant tree in the cave is very large, but it was not enough to cover the entire lake. It just happened to surround the small island under the tree. When Dongfang Yan saw this, it seemed as if he had really seen something extraordinary. The crystals above the cave glow. It seems to have formed just the right combination. Think of that box. 7 rows on top and 7 rows on the bottom. There are a total of 7 movable points, similar to the small round beads of buttons. The Eastern dialect is remembering the order. I feel like I'm almost reaching my limit of holding my breath. He climbed up madly, trying to swim out of the water. As luck would have it, Dongfang Yan's legs suddenly cramped. It's hot in the summer, and it's not safe to go into the water without permission. Off topic. There was no warm-up before entering the water, so cramps are normal, and burping is also normal. Dongfang Yan used all his strength to swim upwards. But he was unable to do so and was forced to drink 2 or 3 gulps of water. Just as Dongfang Yan gradually lost his strength, his consciousness seemed to disappear. In the dim light, I seemed to see 2 slowpokes swimming down, all shining, and I got rich. Don't always think about playing games. You have to have your own hobbies. I see. You're annoying all day long. Dongfang Yan slammed his phone down. Looking at my parents. I'm just having fun on vacation, it's not illegal. I've finished my homework. What else can I do? Dongfang Yan shouted hysterically. What era is this? Other children are studying. In that case, I won't care about you anymore. Just have fun. After saying that, the parents went out directly and slammed the door shut. The loud noise they made pierced people's hearts. Dongfang Yan sat at the desk, and the game interface showed failure. Moment. The notification sound of the message being sent was heard. Dongfang Yan clicked it directly. Hey, Xiao Yan. You can get a shiny Pokémon for free today in the Pokémon game. It's a matter of luck. Are you coming? Are you coming? Dongfang Yan looked at the Pokémon figurine, Slowpoke, on the desk. Then he looked at the huge Jigglypuff on the bed. There was an inexplicable beating in my heart. It was as if I was about to forget something. What is it? What is the important thing? Dongfang Yan felt a splitting headache, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Looking at the Slowpoke figurine on the desk, it is pink and tender. Pink? Mine seems to be, shiny Slowpoke. What? The Yunao breeding house, the ecological park, the night owl, Chow Meng and Sister Wan Wan flashed through my mind. System. Ding dong. I'm here. Dongfang Yan suddenly opened his eyes and saw the tongues of two Slowpokes licking his face continuously. It's true, everything is true. I'm back. Chapter 81. Code Box. Dongfang Yan spat out a mouthful of water. Ahem, I almost died. Looking at the two shiny Slowpokes, Dongfang Yan touched his face. Zoroark immediately revealed himself. He looked at Dongfang Yan with a guilty look on his face. The two ears lay listlessly. The big bear cub and Pang Yangui followed nearby, also looking worried. It's okay, Zoroark. Dongfang Yan gently touched Soraya's head. This can't be entirely blamed on Zoroark. There is nothing wrong in cherishing food. I should have brought a bowl earlier. And if it weren't for Zoraya, he would never have found the clue to the code box. What is the taste? Dongfang Yan sniffed the scent hard. It's a mess. Dongfang Yan jumped up and crawled towards the place where the iron pot was cooking. The bottom layer of the steamed rice has turned black. There is no other way but to throw away the black rice crust. If there is any left, add a little water and make it into porridge. How else to eat? Zoro still felt a little guilty, as he didn't even take a few bites of the Pokémon cube. Dongfang Yan picked up Soraya while cooking. These are all trivial matters, Zoroark. It's good enough that you can live peacefully. Although you are a little bit disobedient, didn't you save me together with Slowpoke at the critical moment? Thank you very much. Dongfang Yan touched Soraya's head. Zoroya's eyes began to mist up. Oh, I'm crying. Come and see, I'm crying. Dongfang Yan looked at Soraya and laughed. When the eldest bear cub heard this, he stopped eating and crawled over. Just forced Zoroark's head to look up. Soraya was so angry that he bit Dongfang Yan's hand. What? You are a dog. Zoroya kicked his legs and broke away from Dongfang Yan's arms, making a face. Dongfang Yan rubbed the teeth marks on his arm. Although it didn't hurt much, it really hurt. He ran over, grabbed Zoroark's hind legs, and threw him directly into the water. Haha! Soraya climbed out of the water angrily and bit Dongfang Yan again. Fuck, I give up, are you a dog? What? Don't bite my ass. Dongfang Yan held the iron pot and drank the porridge in big gulps. Although it was very hot in his mouth, Dongfang Yan was already starving. I didn't care about anything else and started eating with chopsticks, taking a few bites, then pouring water on the edge of the pot. Okay, let's eat. After showing off for a long time, Dongfang Yan finished all the porridge in the pot. Belch. Dongfang Yan burped right after eating. After eating and drinking, I can finally get down to work. I moved around and warmed up, and then I started to get cramps in the water. I almost died. This time, Dongfang Yan walked around the lake and kept looking up at the sky, even though there were rocks above. There are many glowing crystals on it, and it is indeed not easy to see them from the shore. Coincidentally, that arrangement of crystals can only be seen where Soraya entered the water. There is no such order of arrangement anywhere else. It will be clearer after getting into the water, otherwise you can't see it at all from the shore. After you are ready, it's time to get into the water. Thump. After Dongfang Yan finished warming up, he jumped directly into the water. Dongfang Yan dived down and kept looking back. The cool thing about this is that in shallower waters, you can't see it completely. That is, there are 7 arrangements, and they cannot be seen very clearly. So I can only dive deeper, to the place where I just rescued Zoroya, so that I can see more clearly. Goo goo goo. Bubbles kept coming out of Dongfang Yan's mouth. To be honest, the feeling of diving is very uncomfortable. This behavior is actually anti-human, because people's desire to survive is just struggling to move upwards in the water. It's just human subjectivity, drilling down and diving down. Relying on his feeling, Dongfang Yan turned around and looked at the point above his head. 14 positions, 7 on top and 7 on the bottom. Just remember the formula: up, down, up, 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 cough, cough, cough. I couldn't hold it any longer. I had no choice but to swim upwards without seeing all the spots. Dongfang Yan swam upstream desperately. He really couldn't bear the feeling of choking in water anymore. Finally, when he felt he couldn't hold it back any longer, Dongfang Yan surfaced. Dongfang Yan breathed in big gulps of fresh air. I have never felt that fresh air is so good to breathe. Only half of the points are remembered. The other half I didn't remember. Standing on the shore and looking over there, it seems like a straight line. I can only say that the person who designed this password box is really smart. This method of discovering the password box is simply invincible. If you don't swim a few laps in the water, you might even not be able to find it even if you swim a few laps in the water. If anyone goes swimming for no reason and looks up, he will just keep going upwards. It is very likely that the past will be ignored. What's more, the lake is so big that even if it is a small lake, you can't just swim around it casually. I can only say that Zoroark really made a great contribution. The Paw team has made a great contribution. The problem now is that it takes time to swim down and it also takes time to swim up. It still takes time to stay in the water. I can only hold my breath for 2 minutes at most. If there are more, you can hold it in for a lifetime. A lifetime is really not worth it, so just take 2 minutes. There was no choice but to rest on the shore for a long time. I stretched my muscles again. It's really tiring. I can sweat in the water, no kidding, it's true. Once again he plunged into the water. I want to use the impact force of entering the water to attack for a distance. I swam back to the same place and this time I wrote down the remaining points. Up and down, up and down. Okay, remember all. Dongfang Yan pushed upwards with all his strength. This time I'm familiar with the route. We got ashore very quickly. Dongfang Yan emerged from the water, gasping for breath. Zoroark, Slowpoke, and the baby bear are still waiting on the shore. Dongfang Yan swam to the shore and sat on the ground. This back and forth, really took up too much energy. I opened my Pokémon encyclopedia and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Although there is no signal, the basic time can be seen. Moreover, the battery life of this illustrated book is very long. If you turn on the stand-alone mode, it can be used for half a month. Solar charging can be charged as long as there is light. It can be said that it is really invincible. Without further ado, Dongfang Yan picked up the password box. According to the formula I just wrote down. Up and down, moving the small round beads on the password box. Get them to the right place. Dongfang Yan confidently arranged and combined them, and spent a long time on it. It's not as simple as just taking them out. Which one should go first and which one should go later? Finally moved the last point. Call. The time to witness a miracle has come. Open. Chapter 82. Wrong password? Open. Dongfang Yan placed all the beads in the correct position. Excited heart, trembling hands. Prepare to open the code box. Flip the cover of the password box upwards. Hey! What's going on? The amazing thing is that the password box remains motionless. How did you do it? Could it be a mistake? Dongfang Yan recalled carefully. If the real password is in this cave, then there is no other place to hide the password. Could it be that there is something else hidden in that tree? There was no other choice but to find a way to swim across. Slowpoke, Zoroark, come with me. Calling 2 Pokémon makes me feel more at ease. I'm scared to go alone. I'm not really scared. I just want to take Slowpoke and Zoroark for a walk. Zoro instantly turned into a ugly fish. Big Bear Baby is so envious. After turning into a ugly fish, it dived directly into the water. Yes, a very classic jump. Very Magi carp. Naturally, Slowpoke was not willing to be left behind and received the order to go to the opposite side. With 4 short legs, it slowly crawled into the water. Swim in a doggy paddle, paddling slowly. Dongfang Yan was completely speechless. He still remembered the time when he was choking in the water. It seemed that the Slowpoke was swimming quite fast. Could it be that I was dazzled? A fox Pokémon that swims like a fish, and a water Pokémon that swims like a fox. It can be said that this is very touching. Dongfang Yan didn't hesitate any longer and took off his clothes again. I was so angry that I just put my clothes on. There were some branches on both banks that had fallen from the tree in the center of the lake and were then washed to the shore by the water. This provides convenience for the eastern dialect, as it is impossible to make a raft. There are simply not enough twigs here, so it would be better to swim across. It takes some distance to swim there, but it is more comfortable than diving. After all, you can still slide over slowly by backstroke. Dongfang Yan plunged into the water again. Let Pang Yangwei on the shore know what a depth charge is. Even though Dongfang Yan played so many tricks, he actually screamed in his heart every time the depth charge was launched into the water. Because it hurts so much when you hit the water directly. But there is no way to show off in front of your own Pokémon. Dongfang Yan swam very hard, and since the Slowpoke was right in front of him, he didn't dare to swim too fast. On the contrary, Zoroark had already lost his trace. But that's normal, fish just swim around at the bottom of the water. Moment. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Yan wiped his face. Both my feet are a little numb and a little difficult to deal with. I did too much exercise today and I don't know how to get back. As soon as Dongfang Yan got ashore, Slowpoke climbed ashore right after him. Where's Soraya? Dongfang Yan looked at Slowpoke with confusion and said. I looked around but didn't see any sign. I won't turn into a fish and then drown, right? Are you kidding me? Dongfang Yan was ready to jump into the water again. Rustle. I heard a noise behind me. Dongfang Yan turned back suddenly. Who is there? Dongfang Yan stared behind the tree. Vigilance has reached its highest level. Slowpoke, trick. Slowpoke tilted its head and glanced at Dongfang Yan. A lavender light shone on his body. Get ready for a fight and see who else is here. A foot slowly stretched out from behind the tree, and the body was like a big ball covered with rocks. The head protrudes from the center of the body, each hand has 3 fingers, and each foot has 5. Rumble. Rumble rock. Trouble. Dongfang Yan said vigilantly. Why is there a rumble rock in this place? Slowpoke, water wave. To strike first is to be strong, but to strike later is to suffer disaster. Slowpoke looked at Dongfang Yan in confusion. Then the body begins to accumulate energy. Waves of water. Layers of water waves, with Slowpoke as the center, are emitted outward in overlapping patterns. Long Longian probably didn't expect that he would be able to make a move so soon. He was caught off guard and was swept behind a tree by the waves. Long. So. Okay, now is the time. Run back. Wrong. This voice? Dongfang Yan slowly walked behind the tree. 1 step, 2 steps. Dongfang Yan slowly leaned over. Swish. A black shadow suddenly appeared on Dongfang Yan's face. Sister Wan Wan, when do you think Xiao Yan will be back? The fat man slumped on the sofa. Just lie down like Geu. Sit up properly, don't you know how to sit or stand properly? If you don't do it well, I will punish you by making you stand at attention. Fatty Qian sat up straight and obediently. Sister Wan Wan is still configuring the Pokémon blocks that the Pokémon in the ecological park need to eat. Before Dongfang Yan left, he left half a month's supply for Sister Wan Wan. There were not enough Pokémon blocks with certain attributes, and Dongfang Yan also had the reputation points to buy some. Sister Wan Wan looked at the Pokémon block in her hand and acted as an excellent Pokémon nurse. Be familiar with a variety of medical conditions. Obviously, I also know about various kinds of tree fruits and have seen different kinds of Pokémon blocks. These Pokémon blocks left by Dongfang Yan are really amazing. And it can be said to be the most applicable. Over the years, I have traveled all over the country. Various kinds of Pokémon blocks have also been seen. There are better ones than this one. But there needs to be a Pokémon cube that is suitable for Pokémon of various attributes. That's something I've really never seen before. But what Dongfang Yan gives is different. If it is a dragon attribute Pokémon, some are herbivorous and some are carnivorous. The taste will definitely be different. But the amazing thing is that Sister Wanwan discovered some Pokémon blocks with other attributes in the warehouse a few days ago. For the purpose of experimentation, she returned to the Pokémon Center. With the help of colleagues, I tested every Pokémon with the same attributes and evaluated the Pokémon cube given by Dongfang Yan. And the amazing thing is that every Pokémon has received a favorable review. They have better food, but they don't dislike this Pokémon cube, and they even like it more. Sister Wanwan didn't believe it and tested the Pokémon blocks of several other series. The answer was unbelievable. Like it all. Sister Wanwan doesn't know how Dongfang Yan did it. Rather than exploring the real answer. Want to know more about what happened to Dongfang Yan? Even now these geniuses are exposed to Eastern dialects. But I knew a long time ago that Grandma Mulan had a grandson. Very weird. I'm just really not interested in Pokémon. But when I first met him, his behavior was obviously not what Grandma Mulan said. Sister Wanwan recalled the first time she met Dongfang Yan. At that time, Dongfang Yan was holding an Pokémon egg tightly. The way he looked afraid that someone else would take it away was very funny. No, it's different from what was rumored. Why do you care when they'll be back? It's normal to lose contact during a wilderness expedition. Don't be suspicious all the time. If you are bored, go to the ecological park and help me put these Pokémon blocks in place. Sister Wanwan suddenly scolded Fatty Chien, who was starting to act like a jerk. The fatty was so scared that he took Snorlax, Rock Dog, and Stone Ball and ran to the back of the ecological park for his life. Come back to me, I haven't got the Pokémon cube yet. Fatty Chien was extremely embarrassed. He ran back dejectedly and picked up a large basin of Pokémon cubes. Sister Wanwan picked up a glass of water. Xiao Yan, what on earth happened to you? Sister Wanwan drank all the water. Chapter 83. Open. Dongfang Yan said nothing, just raised his arms and waved silently. Towards Zoroark's ass. I told you not to scare people. I told you to swim so fast. I told you to transform into Rumble Rock. You're not afraid of being beaten, are you? Zoroark's main character is unrepentant. I am full of pride and will never bow my head. Beat him for a long time. Dongfang Yan finally felt relieved. He kicked Zoroark aside and didn't let him get away with it. Soraya knew he was in the wrong, but he still refused to repent. Stay aside and sulk. Dongfang Yan didn't want to pay any attention to it. This guy seemed timid and unhappy on the surface. I wonder what dirty tricks he's thinking of secretly. Nothing more was said. Dongfang Yan looked up at the big tree. Because it is in a cave. The tree trunks also looked wet. Zorua, come here. Dongfang Yan called over Soraya, who was sulking nearby. Fly up and take a look to see if there is anything there. Dongfang Yan raised his head and asked. The main theme is never bow your head. There was no response for a long time. Dongfang Yan couldn't help but glance down. Give this guy the ability. He tilted his head with a cunning look on his face. You're not a fox, you're a real dog. A bag of evil attribute Pokémon cubes. Zoro shook his head, leaving 2 scratches on the ground. So. That means 2 bags. You want 2 bags, aren't you trying to kill me? No more, 1.5 bags. Dongfang Yan had no choice but to compromise. Soraya chuckled. Jump up and transform into a night owl. Wow, this is so impressive. I can't forget it even after it came out. Soraya flew 2 or 3 times in the sky and didn't find anything strange. A tree has only leaves but no fruits. Even if it bears fruit, I dare not eat it. Cuckoo. Zoro flew down and muttered something. Don't speak bird language, I can't understand it. So. Don't bark like a dog, I still don't understand. Zoroark pounces on his prey like a hungry wolf. Okay, stop arguing, I'll go up and take a look. Dongfang Yan pushed Soraya away. Holding onto the tree trunk, he began to climb up. It was slippery and very uncomfortable, especially since I was only wearing a pair of shorts. But luckily there's no one here. Otherwise, you will be really famous on the headlines tomorrow. Even though it is very difficult to climb, it is not impossible to climb. After climbing around the tree trunk, I could finally sit down and rest. Because this is a relatively large ancient tree. There were some unknown vines wrapped around it, allowing Dongfang Yan to climb up like climbing a rock. Dongfang Yan looked at the tree trunk, although the crown was wet. But the higher you climb, the drier the tree trunks become. The air is also very fresh. But after patrolling around like this, I found several places where it was very easy to build platforms. It's like a tree house, and then Dongfang Yan discovered some remaining traces on the tree trunk. It looks like it was built with branches. Of course, Dongfang Yan was not particularly surprised. Even the password box can be left here. It is not surprising that some people come here to build tree houses and sleep there. After climbing a long way, I didn't find any special symbols on the tree. There is nothing to discover as far as people can reach. Even when Sarai looked at the place that no one could reach, he still found nothing. Dongfang Yan was sitting on the tree trunk in his shorts. Started recalling all the details. If the real password is in this cave, there is a place where the password can be hidden. Except for the arrangement and combination of crystals on the top of the mountain that was discovered by chance. Another thing is that I spent so much time and effort turning over and over in the tree looking for the password. Then there is only one answer. The password is the glowing crystal on the top of the mountain. Up and down, up and down. The password should be correct. So what went wrong? Dongfang Yan looked at the reflection of the trees in the water. The reflection of the tree. It's the reflection of the tree. I see. Dongfang Yan clapped his hands suddenly. The huge sound echoed throughout the cave. Zoro was startled and accidentally slipped off the tree trunk. Suo. I'm sorry, Zoroark. Who says the password must be up, 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 down? And the password will not be up and down, up and down. It's the exact opposite. The direction you are looking in may be reversed. In that case, let's try our luck again. Dongfang Yan sat on the tree for a long time to rest his body. Just kidding, I have to swim back later. Going back and forth, I don't know how many times I've been exhausted. When exploring the wild, physical strength is really important. The Pokémon encyclopedia and everything else were left on the other side and were not brought over. I'm afraid of losing it, it's really uncomfortable. As the only means of communication. As long as it can receive the signal. You can call for help, call for rescue. Without thinking too much, I slowly slid down from the tree. It is difficult to climb a tree, but easy to get down. It just slid down. Fortunately, Dongfang Yan has thick skin, otherwise he would have been scratched. He swam over in one go. Dry the body over fire. It's really a bit cold. The lake water was also very cold, even a little bit freezing. But when you swim around in the water you don't feel cold anymore. After coming out, my body felt chilly and inexplicably cold again. Put on your clothes. Even though your hat is missing, it doesn't matter. Pick up the cryptex. Up and down, up and down. Crack. That's it, that's it. Dongfang Yan just wanted to slap himself twice. Mad. It's that simple. What are you doing? Harmful. Dongfang Yan opened the box. Inside there was a parchment letter, a crystal clear leaf, and a dirty stone. Trainers who traveled here. Hello there. I'm glad you found the final secret. You must be a very calm and intelligent person to have found this code. Of course. This cave was built a long time ago. When I was wandering around, I accidentally learned that there was a mythical beast in this place. You must be very surprised to see this, but don't be surprised, the gears of fate are turning, and those who are determined will eventually meet. I met it. With its help, I reversed time and space and arrived at different points in time. After many journeys, I finally went to the future. What will happen in the world of the future cannot be said or explained. But I still want to do my best to change. In the future, I will see many scenes that I want to change or even save. But it tells me that only people with great luck can reverse time and space and change the future. And I think I am the one who stands out among the countless people. The bond between me and my Pokémon has even allowed us to defeat many, many legendary beasts. And this time, traveling alone, I learned about the future and even Pokémon training that I had never seen before. In our place, Ibrahimovic's evolution is not yet so comprehensive. What we didn't expect the most was the evolution of communication connection exchange. We changed the magnetic field to temper the Pokémon day after day, and eventually evolve them into their final form. So I got some Pokémon and tried to evolve them using the communication link. Obviously, I succeeded. They might even still be guarding it since I just left not long ago. There is no need to be particularly surprised at this dialogue that transcends time and space. I hope you can destroy this letter and keep the leaf, it can help you. In your future. You can really see me. Come on, future trainer. Chapter 84. Phantom Beast. Dongfang Yan is a little confused now. Cross? This is too outrageous. It seemed like this person had left here not long ago. What a joke. Outrageous, too outrageous. But then again, think about it carefully. It seems like I have traveled through time as well. It's also a soul traveling through time and space. I have my own system. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense, very reasonable. You can even greet past travelers in your heart and say hello. But the strange thing is that he can travel into the future. Then can I meet myself? Why should I let myself go to him? Even stranger, he said, there are many crises and disasters in the future. According to the 3 laws of Pokémon Anime Crisis. Team Rocket, the legendary beasts, and the little retards. Referred to as the disaster area. Go anywhere and have a blast. Wherever you go, evil Pokémon will revive. The villain, the rare mythical beast, and the protagonist. These 3 are the sources of the crisis. This is completely maxed out. Of course, if you own the system, you will definitely be the protagonist. I am definitely not the source of the disaster. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lock your eyes on the Dark Organization. When talking about the Dark Organization, we have to mention the last battle we experienced in the Moonlight Forest. What was the name of that organization? I think I remember it was called something like that. Imperial Organization. Mutuo is the product of their laboratory. But with my current abilities, the ecological park couldn't even operate, and I was scolded by Sister Wanwan and the Pokémon. Am I easy? Forget about confronting the Dark Organization head-on. Now I can only develop slowly and survive. Needless to say, these organizations have a huge penetration in the China Alliance and even the World Alliance. We can only err on the side of caution. But then again, I am very curious about this fantasy beast. Well, needless to say, all the guesses have been made. Fantasy beasts, time travel, leaves. This signal is full. Time Rabbi. At first I thought it was those 2 dragon attribute Pokémon. But those 2 seemed to have bad tempers. This time we came to the moonlit forest. It's really the right choice. I really didn't expect this. There is a large forest next to my house. There are not only hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was so outrageous that his mother opened the door for him. Not only did he find out the origin of Panjiangwai, but he also got information about Celebi. This trip is really worth it. Now Dongfang Yan felt his blood boiling. Is this what Pokémon travel is all about? No wonder the little idiot likes to travel around and go to different places. There are some surprises out there. Dongfang Yan climbed up with all his strength. His grandmother's legs. I wasn't told that the water here would rise. Finally I know why the tree trunk is wet. There was no other way, Dongfang Yan could only climb up with all his might. He didn't even have time to clean up his own iron pot. Put the giant rock monster back into the Pokeball, and then take the big bear back. This time, the big bear boss has made a great contribution. If it hadn't been sulking on the side, I had to go home. Battle wits and courage with Radon. Just now. Pang Yangwai, so have you seen that person? Pang Yan shook his head strangely. Then is there a garlic flying man near him? Pang Yangwai shook his head anxiously. So your wife doesn't know either? Pang Yan shook his head strangely. Shit, what do you know? Dongfang Yan was speechless. I don't know if I ask 3 questions. At least say something. Why are you just shaking your head? Pang Yangwai scratched the ground with his hands. Soon, a symbol of a 6-pointed star with a dot in the middle appeared. Appear on the ground. Pang Yan pointed at the ground and motioned Dongfang Yan to look. I felt something wet at my feet. Zorua, I'm telling you, if you take Slowpoke around playing with water guns again, you'll have to skip a month's worth of meals. And then, the water directly dispersed the symbols. Damn, You two really want to be beaten, don't you? Dongfang Yan turned back angrily. Preparation means being punished by family rules. And then he was dumbfounded. My own pot is floating in the water. Pang Yan was so frightened that he kept backing away. The big bear cub is climbing on the head of Pang Yan monster. I didn't expect that the big bear baby was a little afraid of water, which made Dongfang Yan laugh. Zoroark was even more cunning and transformed himself into a night owl. Standing on a tree not far away, looking at this side with a sly look. That wasteful thing called Slowpoke. Not only does he have a shining appearance, but he also has a strong heart. Lying down in the pot. He was curled up in a ball, sleeping soundly. I didn't look carefully at first, and when I was looking for it everywhere, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the shadow in the iron pot. There is no other way. We have a Pokeball and can take Pangolin and Bear Baby Boss back into it. Slowpoke also took it back while keeping a distance. It's this thing called Zoroark. Just flying around and having fun. Go back! Dongfang Yan shouted. Sarai just wouldn't listen. The water gradually flooded all the standing places on the shore. And that's it. The water in the lake suddenly surged. The hole for climbing out was completely submerged. Ruined. Dongfang Yan can no longer be stepped on. Climb out while there's still a chance. Zorua, hurry, get back to the Pokeball. Dongfang Yan put the other Pokeballs away. Take out Zoroark's Pokeball alone. Stop being naughty and hurry up. Seeing that something was not right, Soraya also became anxious. It flew directly into the air, changed back to its original form, and crashed into the water. Stir up a wave. Dongfang Yan swam hard, and the pulling force became increasingly strange. Dongfang Yan could feel the water swirling. And because of the rotation, Dongfang Yan and Soraya have never been able to meet each other. Both of them are rotating clockwise. Dongfang Yan swam desperately counterclockwise. In fact, you can swim to the middle of the tree. But that would mean giving up on Zoroark. This must be impossible. Dongfang Yan increased his strength until Soraya turned into a ugly fish again. Swim to Dongfang Yan's side. Dongfang Yan directly pushed Zoroark back into the Pokeball. Place it properly to prevent it from being washed away by water. Then he slapped himself. Worrying about this stuff makes my head hurt. Dongfang Yan swam hard towards the tree. But the rotation force was getting stronger and stronger, and Dongfang Yan was already feeling a little dizzy. Because I had consumed too much energy before, I looked at the time at first. It was 6 o'clock in the evening and I hadn't rested yet. I'm almost out of strength, and at this moment, an iron pot came from the side with a clang. Boom! Hit Dongfang Yan's head. What else can Dongfang Yan say? Just double-click 666. Greetings to the iron pot's 18 generations of ancestors. Before I passed out, I felt the water level drop rapidly. Like flushing toilet water. Spinning and spinning. It was really a surprise. Chapter 85. Missing. Jingle bell. The phone rang rapidly. Hello, hello, this is the Yunao breeding house. Sister Wan Wan answered the phone. Hello, this is Yangcheng Public Security Bureau. We found a backpack in an iron pot downstream of the river. Inside the backpack is the ID card of a person named Dongfang Yan. What? Sister Wan Wan stood up quickly. Can you say that again? Family member, don't get excited, come over and claim it first. The person on the other end of the phone seemed a little scared. What's the matter, Sister Wan Wan? Fatty Chien came back from outside with 2 breakfasts. Sister Wan Wan hung up the phone silently. Come on, follow me, Xiao Yan might be in trouble. What? The 2 breakfasts in Fatty Chien's hands fell to the ground with a bang. Tai. How is he? Baa. Seems to be alive. Taiwan. Really? Baa. Fake. Met. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after you try it. Dongfang Yan's eyelids twitched. Fuck. Suddenly he got up. Where? Dongfang Yan got up and looked around. There are green trees all around, a small river behind, and the surrounding trees are so big that they block out the entire sky. I seem to hear someone talking just now. It's really strange. Look down. Shit, what is this again? Under Dongfang Yan's feet, 2 Pokémon looked at him vigilantly. This one seems to be. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Grass Turtle, Level 14. Potential, D. Gender, Male. Property, Grass. Status, Healthy. Features, Hard Shell Armor, the hard shell will protect you from being attacked. Inherited skills, Mount Tai is overwhelming, making a big fuss. Basic skills, Impact, Shell Retraction, Leaf Blade. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, this is a leaf Pokémon whose shell is made of mud and hardens when it drinks water. There is another one, which is still a dream characteristic. Elf, Mount Lamb, Level 12. Potential, D. Gender, Male. Property, Grass. Status, Healthy. Features, Herbivorous, when attacked by grass attribute moves, it will not be damaged, but will be converted into increased attack power. Genetic skills, Drinking Milk, Grass Field. Basic skills, Impact, Growth, Tail Shaking, Parasitic Seeds. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, Mount Pokémon are said to be the earliest Pokémon to live with humans and can be ridden. What luck, guys! Surprisingly, I found the big three here, as well as a very rare mount, a lamb. How to trick them back, oh no! How can I convince them? Hello! Dongfang Yan opened his mouth. The two Pokémon ran away. Hey, it's not you, wait! Looking at the grass turtle's amazing speed, Dongfang Yan could catch it with just a short jog. The lamb I mounted had already disappeared in a flash. Then less than a minute later, the lamb came back. Throw the grass turtle on your back. He disappeared again in a flash. Dongfang Yan was speechless. Pick up your backpack. Dongfang shook it off from behind subconsciously. Hey, where's the backpack? Well. Dongfang Yan was so scared that he quickly touched his shirt pocket. That one is locked with a clip. Tear open the 4 Pokeballs there, and they are still there. The left pocket was then torn open, revealing a parchment letter, a transparent leaf, and a stone. This stone? I don't know how long I stayed in the water before I was washed ashore. Then the dirty stone was naturally washed clean. What's even more amazing is that all the writing on the parchment letter has disappeared. I'm convinced. Dongfang Yan is also convinced. Wipe away any remaining dirt on the stone. This. Why does this look so familiar? Seems to be Keystone. What kind of international joke are you kidding? It turned out to be the stone, one of the necessary conditions for Mega Evolution. Keystones can be linked to many Mega Evolution stones. Then Mega Evolve. Therefore, it is one of the must-have items for Super Evolved players. I actually found it in this place. That person is really generous. My original goal was to find this kind of stone. Now it seems like a piece of cake. Dongfang Yan quickly put the stone away. You know, this thing is also considered a rare item. Although Dongfang Yan looked through the system store, there was a keystone for sale. But it feels completely different from what I found myself. It's definitely not that I can't afford it. Just kidding, Dongfang Yan just likes adventure, which is completely different from whether he has reputation or not. Ding dong! Congratulations to the trainer for completing his achievement and becoming famous. Reward reputation value is 100,000. Dongfang Yan was confused. Only 100,000. System, you are so nice. It must be Sister Wan Wan who helped me promote my Yunao breeding house. To be honest, I said this achievement from the beginning, but it hasn't been completed yet. I'm a little surprised that it's been completed now. Dongfang Yan was thinking to himself. He was totally unaware that there were 2 dark shadows approaching from behind. It's just awesome. It's just awesome. 100,000 reputation points, ha ha ha. You can buy a lot of things. He already had tens of thousands of reputation points, and when all the points were added together, the total directly reached 16 reputation points. Thousands of reputation points added every day. Having this money is inevitable. However, Dongfang Yan thought about it and wanted to get more reputation points. Instead, we should take a path of sustainable development. There haven't been any good ideas for the Echo Park recently. But you can sell Pokémon cubes at Yunai Breeding House. There is already a recipe for making water Pokémon blocks in the Yunao Breeding House. Next, buy a Grass Attribute 1, or a Rock Attribute Pokémon block recipe. Because there are only these few Pokémon in the ecological park, and there are many of them. The rest can be purchased with reputation points. The meal is good enough. As he was thinking, Dongfang Yan found that the sky was gradually getting dark. Look back. Liver. Yangcheng River. A very fashionably dressed woman holding a microphone and standing in front of the camera. According to our reporter, the boss of Yun AI breeding house is currently missing. Someone related to the matter found his backpack and his iron pot by the river. The whereabouts of the missing person is still unknown. He may have lost his vital signs. Our salvage workers are still frantically searching in the river. The person in front is the clerk of Yun AI breeding house. You can come with me to interview him. Excuse me. Fuck off. Okay. Sister Wan Wan was holding an iron pot and Dongfang Yan's backpack. Pull it tightly. You silly boy, what should grandma do? In the river, several Gyarados were swimming around, with several salvage workers with diving equipment riding on them. Fatty Chien took handfuls of $1 bills and scattered them. Sister Wan Wan stepped forward silently and kicked. Chapter 86. Valley. What? Dongfang Yan was frightened by the two shadows behind him and screamed. Ah! What? Dongfang Yan opened his eyes silently. A turtle and a mount goat looked at Dongfang Yan silently. Dongfang Yan scratched his butt awkwardly. How to say? The atmosphere is a bit tense and anxious. I'm asking online what to do? Taiwan. That's him. Behind the earth turtle, a grass turtle suddenly emerged. Called a few times there. Tai Tai. He was very strange and suddenly jumped up, which scared us to death. Moss. It's a bit weird indeed. The sound of the earth turtle is heavier than that of the grass turtle. For Dongfang Yan, although he couldn't understand what was being said, he could feel that he was scolding himself. Me. I want to lick it to see if it's dead or alive. Me. You unlucky child, didn't I tell you not to eat anything you want? How dare you eat it, you fool! Dongfang Yan was silent. You can tell that the curse is quite vicious. He also had no desire to release the Pang Yan monster. Not afraid. I'm not afraid of the opponent being at a higher level, nor am I afraid of being the one being restrained. It is even more impossible to be afraid of their large numbers. Dongfang Yan glanced behind them. 2 earth turtles and 1 grass turtle. 2 goat mounts and 1 lamb mount. Mom, Dad, and kids. A happy and loving family of 3. And another happy and loving family of 3. There is also the lonely Dongfang Yan and his 4 burdens. I don't even dare to let him out. Moss. What should this person do now? Met. I don't know. Moss. Should we send him away? Me. How to send it to him? Watching the 2 large Pokémon communicating with each other. Dongfang Yan felt it was a little magical. That's the good thing about the Pokémon world. They can give birth to babies across species and communicate across species. Like the translator Meow. It can understand what any Pokémon says and can even speak. Don't say it's rare. The kind that you wouldn't trade even if you were given 3 divine beasts. Dongfang Yan could sense that they were probably trying to determine whether they were dangerous or not. It means how to deal with yourself. There is no way, I have to bow my head when I am under his eaves. Moss. Forget it, take him away, he shouldn't be any harm. Baa. How can you tell? Moss. I don't know. Met. Whatever you want. Dongfang Yan didn't dare to speak either. He just silently scanned the 4 of them with the eye of true vision. Elf, Tutai Turtle, level 62. Potential, B. Gender, male. Property, grass. Status, healthy. Features, hard shell armor, the hard shell will protect you from being attacked. Inherited skill, Mount Tai. Basic skills, impact, shell retraction, leaf blade, ultimate absorption, leaf storm, crushing, earthquake. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Note, a mainland Pokémon, the evolved form of Totodile. Sometimes small Pokémon will gather on Totodile to build nests. Awesome, Dongfang Yan gave up struggling. The other earth turtle is a female, the mother of the grass turtle, and is also of B-level qualification, having inherited the ability to make a fuss. It really fits. Because now the female earth turtle is beating up another earth turtle. On the other side, the mounted goat was also watching, as if it was used to it. Elf, goat mount, level 64. Potential, B. Gender, male. Property, grass. Status, healthy. Features, herbivorous, when attacked by grass attribute moves, it will not be damaged, but will be converted into increased attack power. Genetic skill, grass field. Basic skills, earthquake, growth, self-sacrifice, parasitic seed, leaf blade, photosynthesis, wood horn, leaf blade, drink milk. Skill CD, none. Props to carry, none. Notes, a Mount Pokémon, the evolved form of Mount Lamb, it can sense the trainer's mood changes through the way the trainer holds its horns, allowing them to run with their minds as one. Its wife is the same as it, with B-level qualifications and good strength. I can't beat him anyway. After Tutai Turtle was beaten up by his wife. Finally, it seemed that she was convinced. He turned around and looked at Dongfang Yan, motioning him to follow. Dongfang Yan was stunned for a moment. Does this mean that I am safe for the time being? Just follow him forward obediently. From time to time, he looked at the goat and lamb mounts beside him. There is a desire to sit on it. The grass looks very comfortable and soft. It's definitely a different feeling when you sit on it. This must be much more comfortable than riding Zoroark by myself. Zoroark's pokeball suddenly shook. Following the footsteps of the earth turtle, we came to an exit. This place seems like a paradise. A long and narrow canyon runs through here. I guess many trainers have never been to the basin below. This is almost the center of the Moonlight Forest. We gestured to Dongfang Yan to go forward. Dongfang Yan did not refuse, but just walked out step by step. Walk a few steps and look back, walk a few steps and look back again. Looking at the Tutai Turtle and the goat mount, there were no other changes. Dongfang Yan bowed slightly and ran away. Being polite is a must, and running away is even more important. Seeing Dongfang Yan's funny look, several Pokémon smiled at each other. They all turned around and walked into the valley. At this moment, a huge figure walked out from the darkness. Staring straight at the Pokémon in the valley. Whoosh! Dongfang Yan was breathing heavily, looking almost dead from exhaustion. It seems that this trip is all about escaping and being on the way to escape. This made Dongfang Yan understand that it was just running away and there was nothing shameful about it. There is also an escape button in the game. I don't believe no one has pressed it. You just gain true knowledge through practice. Sometimes the escape fails, and it really is a failure. Right, Spiro? Looking at the seraph in the sky, its familiar eyes and its voice that is about to burst into life. Dongfang Yan really didn't want to talk anymore. Chichigugu, Gaga. What the hell are you doing? Someone is here to challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Dongfang Yan picked up a stone and threw it at Liek. In an instant, the sky became dark again. Dongfang Yan was speechless. Why? There was a toucan with a hat on its head that it had thrown away. To be honest, I feel a little insecure without the protection of an iron pot. Dongfang Yan could only smile with a crooked mouth. He turned around and ran away. Master Tutai, save me. Mount Goat, save me. There is nothing to be ashamed of. I guess the turtle must miss me very much. After all, when a man has been away for 3 days, he will definitely have something in his mind during the day, something in his mind at night, and something in his heart every day. The turtle and its goat mount sneezed at the same time. The wind blew the flowers and plants. Something was wrong. The turtle and the mount goat suddenly became sensitive. Moss! Stop! Maya! From behind the bushes, a large brown bear with a yellow circle on its belly slowly walked out. Around them, more bears walked out of the circle, grinning. Chapter 87. Circle Bear. Dongfang Yan was running madly. Can you not be crazy? If you are not crazy, you will be crazy. And I don't have the iron pot behind me anymore, which is really uncomfortable. When you first have an iron pan, you can also use a spatula. Nowadays, the iron pot can make you successful or fail. If it weren't for the iron pot, the last one would have attacked from behind. There was absolutely no way that I would faint and be flushed away like toilet water. Roar! Dongfang Yan ran and ran, occasionally dodging a few seraphim that attacked him from behind. I heard a roar from the front. Shit, what happened? But I didn't care and just kept running forward. Suddenly, a brown figure appeared in front. But Dongfang Yan simply couldn't stop. I could only pounce on him. Hey, brother in front, make way, make way. Dongfang Yan yelled helplessly. Driving improperly will bring tears to your loved ones. Bang! What? Crashing into a hairy but slightly prickly body. There is also a bit of smell. Dongfang Yan suddenly leaned forward. Looking at the back in front. Brown body, all right. I am too lazy to think too much, and I am not afraid of too much trouble. It's just a circle bear. The circle bear in front turned around angrily, glaring at Dongfang Yan. Dongfang Yan scratched his butt awkwardly again. It's okay, it's much more embarrassing, my face is thicker than my butt. Don't care anymore. Circle bear rubbed his hands together and immediately launched a thunderous attack. Dongfang Yan had already predicted its position. Are you kidding? You almost hit someone in the butt and you expect them to talk to you nicely. He rolled on the spot and rolled between the legs of Circle Bear. Circle Bear slammed the ground with his palm, bent down and looked down at Dongfang Yan who was running away from between his legs. That was pure anger. But it didn't expect that there were pursuers behind Dongfang Yan. Gah! Gah! Quack! A large flock of spying sparrows came running over. It looks very ferocious. After all, he has been fooled by Dongfang Yan's acting for so long, it would be abnormal for him to have no temper. A random attack and a follow-up attack. All hit the Circle Bear. How else can you say it in the Eastern dialect? 6. This wave is entirely due to his clever mind, his natural calculations, and his amazing design, to achieve such precision and such a coincidence. System, 6. Low key. Although I don't know why the system popped up a bubble at this time. But now it is extremely urgent. Why? Dongfang Yan looked ahead and saw a dozen or so circle bears. The earth turtle and its wife, the female earth turtle. There is also a mount goat and its wife, the female mount goat. Surrounded in a circle. The grass turtle and its mount, the lamb, were cowering in the middle. I originally wanted to ask Tutegui and the others for a small favor. Now it seems like I can take advantage of the situation. Haha, I am the savior. Dongfang Yan barked like a dog and rushed forward. I didn't dare stop for a moment. Why? Just a glance behind. Well, all the relatives and friends are here. Open the banquet. A large group of sparrows and a dozen toucans. Those who are moving at high speed use high speed movement, and those who are chasing use pursuit. Anyway, as long as it is a skill that you can use, it will be given to you. Dongfang Yan is honored to have traveled to the moon forest twice. Every time the forest goes under the moon, there is chaos. Of course it has nothing to do with me, and I don't know who to blame, so I'll just blame Zoroark. Zoroark's pokeball shook inexplicably again. The sparrows and toucans flew through the area surrounded by circles of bears. Many bears have very bad tempers and they attack the turtles. He had already received a lot of damage, due to the extremely high attack. I'm getting annoyed because I haven't been able to conquer the city for a long time. There was also a group of little sparrows, chirping and chattering. It's bad enough that they bark, but they also peck at your butt. How could this circle bear endure this? He suddenly jumped up and started using his skills indiscriminately. He even accidentally hit the circle bear next to him. The circle bear next to him couldn't stand this and retaliated. Just like that, surrounded by that circle of harmony, everything suddenly became chaotic and no one could see each other clearly. Dongfang Yan relied on his agility to get in front of the turtle. Let's go, run now. Dongfang Yan said anxiously. As a qualified trainer, he would not leave his benefactor alone. Turtles, a little surprised. Even the goat mount didn't expect that this bastard would come back. After a short communication, Tutegui instantly understood what Dongfang Yan meant. Moss. At the command, a family of 3, along with another family of 3, ran madly into the valley. It is not realistic to run away. After all, a large group of circle bears and a large number of flamebirds are not vegetarians. At this time, Dongfang Yan was already exhausted and out of breath. I can hardly stand. I am not a mentally retarded Superman. The body is strong enough to withstand heavy loads and fight. It can lift that small meteor, withstand the destructive death ray, and endure the jet of flames. If you peck it in the head, it will have to continue eating where it is. Friends and relatives should part ways in peace, and meals cannot be taken away. Dongfang Yan's legs felt a little weak. Suddenly I felt my body suspended in the air and my stomach felt a little tight. Looking back, he saw that the goat he was riding had used 2 whips to lift him up. Dongfang Yan was a little confused. The mount goat used vines to put Dongfang Yan on its back and signaled Dongfang Yan to hold its horns. Wow, I can still get such treatment. Any extra ideas? Dongfang Yan grabbed it tightly. What? At the command from the mount goat, the mount lamb also used vines to throw the grass turtle onto its back. Just start running. The goat mount is very fast and can jump 2 or 3 meters with just one jump. This was the case without accumulating any power, but Dongfang Yan felt as if he was suddenly flying up, and suddenly flying up. But the body of the mount goat is relatively soft, so nothing was lost. The comfort level can be given full marks. It seemed as if he was aware of Dongfang Yan's thoughts. The mount goat ran faster, and at the same time. The earth turtle is relatively slow. It's not that I don't want to run, it's that I really can't run. 2 earth turtles, the female earth turtle was crawling forward with all her might. The other male earth turtle stayed where he was silently. Looking at Circle Bear, who realized something was wrong. The circle of bears surrounded them again. The earth turtle seemed to be the one who cleaned up the mess. In order to ensure the safety of the people behind him, he faced all other attacks alone. Moss. Dongfang Yan carried the bumps and looked at the besieged Tutai turtle. Use earthquakes and other skills to indiscriminately attack all Pokémon. Another crawling female turtle heard her husband's roar. I couldn't bear it any longer. Moss. He suddenly changed direction and trotted forward with all his might. He pushed away the surrounded Tutai turtle and withstood all the attacks from a group of circle bears. Moss. Flying leaf storm. A violent hurricane swept away all the Pokémon in the venue, including the Spearows flying in the sky. After the storm, all the Pokémon present were injured. But none of them are fatal. The circle bears became even more abnormally irritable. He launched an even more powerful attack, all of which hit the 2 turtles. Seeing this, the other female goat couldn't stand it anymore and turned around. There is light coming from above my head, wooden horn. Chapter 88. Hypertrophy. The mount goat ran vigorously, accelerating itself. The power of the wooden horn becomes even greater. He just thrust his head forward, instantly sending a bunch of bears flying. But the skin of the bear is thick and tough, how could it be so simple? One by one, they got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Although there were still some signs of injuries on the body. But there were so many bears present, and there were also Spearows watching covetously from the sky. It can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. The male mount goat was still running forward with all his might. He was riding a lamb and calling desperately. He urged his mount, the lamb, to run forward with all its might. It can look back, but it cannot turn back. Dongfang Yan was a little shocked. The Tutai turtle remained calm in the face of danger and stayed alone, bearing all the attacks and damage. The female earth turtle, faced with her husband's choice, originally ran with tears in her eyes. After hearing her husband's tragic voice, she couldn't bear it anymore and turned back resolutely. Share it. And the female mount goat, between friends and death. Choose friends. The male goat mounts for his own offspring, the turtle's children, and possibly himself. In order to protect these people, it must survive on its own. Facing these things alone is enough to make anyone collapse. Dongfang Yan was truly shocked. This is Pokémon. A group of pure, kind Pokémon. Except for Soraya. The mount goat was still running at full speed. As we moved around, we gradually lost sight of the scene behind us. All I heard was the sound of the skill being released, which was like a landslide. After running to a relatively open area, the goat stopped. The lamb on my mount was so tired that it was almost out of breath. The grass turtle witnessed all of this and his eyes were filled with tears. The eastern dialect is unclear. Staring blankly at the goat mount. The mount goat stared at Dongfang Yan. He nudged Dongfang Yan's chest with his horn. There were 4 pokeballs. Dongfang Yan looked at his goat mount. The mount goat used the sheep to push the mount lamb and the grass turtle to the side of Dongfang Yan. What do you mean? Dongfang Yan asked doubtfully. The mount goat nodded, suddenly turned around and ran away. What? The lamb collapsed immediately, watching his father going further and further away. I couldn't help but want to catch up. The grass turtle collapsed and cried, and tied up its lamb mount tightly with vines. Dongfang Yan's eyes were a little dull. Looking at the two Pokémon who were still in the process of collapse. You are determined to die, do you think I can protect your children? But even if I can capture them with the system's Pokeballs, I'm sure they won't be happy anymore. But... Dongfang Yan lowered his head. Looking at the two crying Pokémon. After thinking it over again, he reached out and clenched his inner pocket. The goat mount was running wildly. At this moment, it ran at the fastest speed in its life. Suicide for love. In the world of Pokémon, sometimes it's a very common thing. In human life, amid intrigue and deception, people have chosen to go against their consciences in the midst of desire. What's more, when disaster strikes, each one flies away, husband and wife are just birds in the forest. It also reveals so much bitterness and pain. The goat mount rushed to the battlefield. I was shocked by the scene at the venue. The three Pokémon were determined to die before releasing their skills. Often the skills chosen are those that are extremely destructive and cause huge damage. Broken land, fallen trees, blown up soil, Spearows everywhere, and a dozen or so circle bears. They had some scars on their bodies, but they still had strong fighting power. Then he looked forward and saw two earth turtles with broken shells huddled together in despair. And his wife, riding a goat, was stepped on by a circle bear, and a light appeared on the circle bear's arm. Arm hammer. Bah! The mount goat rushed forward at a furious gallop. Sacrifice yourself and charge. He threw himself at her with all his might. The skill of self-sacrifice collision is originally a desperate attack forward. But here, he just threw himself forward and took the fatal blow for his lover. Bang! A powerful force hits the mount goat. Slammed hard into the mud. Slight depression near the belly. Bah! Moss! The three Pokémon cried out in despair. Although I didn't meet my children, I didn't say goodbye properly. But they believed in the goat mount, and also believed in the somewhat silly human trainer whom they had met a few times. Circle Bear gave a wicked smile. Grab the mount goat by its horns. Throw it to the ground with force. He stomped his feet madly and laughed loudly. The scars on his face were full of oppression. This is a circle bear with a ruined appearance. The female mount goat struggled to get up. The four legs slowly stood up, but were shaky. It seemed as if it would fall to the ground in the next second. But it didn't stop. It was only 2 steps away, but it seemed like a century. Circle Bear gave a wicked smile, and the other circle bears around him started shouting along. Scarface Bear seemed to be tired of playing and was holding the head of his goat. The light appeared again on the left-hand side. Arm hammer. What? Moss. Circle Bear smashed it with all his might. Bang! The huge force stirred up a large cloud of dust. Make the surrounding Pokémon unclear. And then, a flute sound was heard. The loud and clear sound of the flute resounded through the sky, blending with the sound of the wind, like the roar of a hurricane in the mountains. The smoke cleared. A yellow claw grabbed Circle Bear's hand. Indestructible and as stable as Mount Tai. The person who came was Fade. Oh no! Dragonite! Not long ago. The lamb's heart skipped a beat. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Originally, I kept rushing forward. It also stopped at this moment. And the grass turtle seemed to realize something. They were all stunned. Dongfang Yan saw this situation. I also realized that something was wrong and this situation was definitely not normal. I originally wanted to keep it, but I was knocked unconscious by the iron pot and couldn't blow it up. Even if it blows, how can others save it? Yes, I carry this thing with me all the time. The flute given by Dragonite. Dongfang Yan took out a flute that was 2 fingers long from his inner pocket. It hurts to hold this thing in place all the way. Fortunately, the material is relatively sturdy. There were bumps and falls along the way, but it wasn't broken. The quality is absolutely top-notch. This is his trump card, and of course, his big brother Mewtwo is also his trump card. But now is not the time for it to take action. It's better to leave this kind of minions to Dragonite. Besides, my eldest brother hasn't come to find me yet, so it's not easy to call him through the superpower mark. What if someone is busy and you disrupt their rhythm, wouldn't that be more of a hindrance? No more thoughts. It will be too late if you don't blow it now. I didn't know how to blow it, so my hand just picked it up naturally. I just started blowing it for no apparent reason. Not to mention it sounds pretty good. Chapter 89. Escape in 4 places. The smoke cleared. Drago Knight stood there with a sense of oppression, holding a mount goat in his hand. One claw tightly grasped Circle Bear's paw. With the master level strength, he directly crushed all the Pokémon present. The Spearow that was originally squawking. At this moment, it also disappeared. Circle Bear's face was full of fear, and the scar on his face was twisted as if a centipede was lying on his face. Roar! To embolden myself. Circle Bear roared, and his right hand glowed again, an arm hammer. This amount of damage is not even a fraction of Mewtwo's. Why would Drago Knight care? But we won't let it attack indiscriminately. Are you kidding me? Thunder Fist. Lightning is wrapped around Dragonite's hands. This punch was faster and more powerful than the Circle Bear's, and it was accompanied by a whistling sound of lightning. Bang! Dragonite released its claws at the right time and Kuong was hit directly. He was knocked flying by a punch. Several trees were knocked down. The surrounding bears were so frightened that they stood there, not daring to take any action. Master level oppression is not that simple. What's more, it has been in Mewtwo's hands for several times. This is enough to illustrate the strength of Drago Knight. Simply put, the quasi-god did not lose face. Oh my god! Cough cough cough! Dongfang Yan's voice came from a distance. Who is this? How can you be so unethical and make dust everywhere? Dongfang Yan complained. Following behind him is the lamb mount and the grass turtle. And just now, Dongfang Yan picked up the flute and started playing. Surprisingly, I obviously don't know how to use this thing. But once I held it in my hand, I had a very familiar feeling. Naturally, I felt a kind of music score in my heart, a very familiar music score. Dongfang Yan closed his eyes, feeling silently. Then it blew. This kind of flute sound has strong penetrating power. Play the music in your mind. The sound soars into the sky, carrying the breeze, and the sound strikes the heart. It feels like this moment is still. But not that long. The moment Dongfang Yan opened his eyes, a strong feeling of weightlessness came. Oh my god! He was directly held in Dragonite's arms. There are 2 confused Pokémon next to them. Not to mention the Pokémon, I was also very confused. It is said that Dragonite can fly around the earth several times at a fast speed. Said he is the fastest Pokémon. Of course, that was a long time ago. The Pokémon that appeared later were each faster than the last. Dongfang Yan watched the ever-changing scene around him. I felt dizzy. When I wanted to spit it out, I suddenly appeared on the ground. I really couldn't stand the churning in my stomach. He just lay down on the side and vomited weakly. Ugh, vomit vomit. The 2 Pokémon next to them naturally didn't feel so good either. They are all grass attribute Pokémon, so how could they have ever flown to the sky? Dongfang Yan experiences this often. Every time I wake up in the morning or sleep in, I have to feel the love and care of the night owl. Dongfang Yan didn't think much about it. There was a loud bang. Bang. I don't know what it was that just passed by Dongfang Yan. Stirred up a cloud of dust. The dust choked my nose and I just spat it out. It's really uncomfortable now. Dongfang Yan could only walk forward cursing. Because the 2 earth turtles and 2 mount goats are not far ahead. I guess Dragonite discovered the situation. It is mainly a Pokémon that likes to help others. Even though you have reached the master level, don't forget your original intention and keep working hard. It's really awesome. And came to the battlefield. The ground was cracked and the trees were fallen. It's hard to imagine what kind of battle took place here. Looking at the dying goat mount and the earthen turtle with its shell broken, the 2 young Pokémon couldn't help but burst into tears. Without good medical conditions, this situation can only lead to death. Dragonite looked very anxious, but there was nothing it could do. And in such a short period of time, there is no way to find a Pokémon with healing abilities. Dongfang Yan looked at the remaining reputation value in the system. Because I have achieved some success and become famous, another 100,000 reputation points were added to the account. That adds up to 17 reputation points. You can buy yourself a few vitality blocks. No matter how expensive something is, I really can't afford it. Dongfang Yan directly exchanged 4 vitality blocks from the system store using reputation points. A trot forward. Pull the child away from the grass turtle and the goat mount that were entangled with his parents. You 2 should stop embarrassing yourself here. It's not like there are no solutions or no experts here to lead the way. After kicking the two Pokémon away, the energy blocks were delivered into the mouths of the two Mount Goats very quickly. Because these two Pokémon were the most seriously injured, rescue is inevitable. We will have to wait a little longer for the energy block to take effect. He took out a powerful medicine and sprayed it all over the bodies of the two Pokémon. Increases the speed at which they recover. Of course, the Tutai turtle couple were not spared either, but their injuries were also quite serious. Even the turtle shell was broken. It can be seen how brutal the battle was. After feeding vitality blocks to all four Pokémon, look back at Drago Knight. Hello. Meet again. Dongfang Yan greeted him in a very familiar manner. After all, he was someone who had fought against Big Brother before. At least two people have worked together. Drago Knight was also very considerate and nodded. Then he glared at the circles of bears around him. When the circle bears saw that the situation was not right, they wanted to run away. But being targeted by Drago Knight, it was not that simple. Even if you don't die, you must be skinned alive. Destroy the light. Dragonite's mouth began to accumulate power. White light continued to surround and explode. The bears realized something was wrong and started to flee frantically. That group of seraphim are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. From the moment Drago Knight appears on the scene, it is ready to run away. I have to say, this is very oriental. Dongfang Yan simply took advantage of the power of others. He picked up a stone and rushed forward. I must get the hat back from the toucan's head. It's so funny. He took his own hat and wanted to run away. What kind of international joke are you kidding? I'll definitely catch it for you, okay? Under the tyranny of Drago Knight. Seeing Dongfang Yan's constant provocation, the toucans were helpless. He could only helplessly let Dongfang Yan snatch his hat away in humiliation. Dragonite's charging is complete. Looking at the fleeing circle bears, he swept them all over. And within the range of 90 degrees in front of Drago Knight. There is no grass growing anywhere. Dongfang Yan's destructive power is simply amazing. When will my Pokémon reach this level? Chapter 90. Sneak Attack. What? I understand. I'll rush back right away. Hang up the phone. Damn it, Grandma Lan's face was full of worry. What happened? Not far away, an old lady wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked. My grandson seems to be missing. Xiao Yan. I have to get back right away. This is my last thought. Grandma Lan said anxiously. All those research topics are handed over to you. As for the matters concerning the moonlit forest, you can solve them yourselves. With that, Grandma Lan pushed the door open and walked out. Do you need me to call a taxi for you? The old lady with a gold-rimmed head chased out and asked. Grandma Lan shook her head, walked to the open space, and casually took off the helmet on an electric bike nearby. It's not nice to take other people's things. Just give me the money, and I'll reimburse you when the time comes. Grandma Lan stopped talking nonsense with her. Big Bird. A flash of red light flashed. The bird was flying in the sky with its wings flapping. The giant bird is huge in size, with a wide wingspan, short pink claws on its 3 toes, and 3 crests on its head, which make it look even more handsome. Pidgeot landed on the ground obediently, with the mount device on its back. Grandma Lan didn't say anything more. I turned around and glanced at the old lady with gold-rimmed glasses. See you. Mega Evolution. There was a dazzling light coming from Grandma Lan's bracelet. The white and red lights merged together. The same light was emitted from the body of the big bird. Shining, colorful. Wait until a large mega symbol appears and disappears. Super Pidgeot is here. Grandma Lan flipped over to Big Bird. Just sit firmly on the Super Pidgeot. This is much faster than a car. Go. The Super Pidgeot took off. The old lady wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at Grandma Lan. Oh, you're still so reckless. FD. After Dongfang Yan had fed all the medicine. Walk back to the original place and sit down to catch your breath. To be honest, taking Slowpoke out on adventures before was like risking your life. I originally wanted to practice for a few more days. But why so fast? One is that he has not yet felt the danger of the Pokémon world. Anyone who has watched the anime or played the game will know a little bit. Those so-called evil organizations will not harm the protagonist in the end. The siege of the evil organization will disappear with a simple click of an escape button. If you have never known the real world of Pokémon, what you did before. But it's really just too naive. It can be said that most of it is due to luck. It can even be said that the system has helped me a lot. Every day since I traveled here has been really fulfilling. I am just a real newbie. Will do some things that seem stupid, very stupid things. Make mistakes, be reckless, take things for granted. How did I come to this world? Still unclear. There is not a trace, not a single place to observe. If it weren't for the system, the 4 Pokémon in front of them might have died. If it weren't for the system, he would have been killed during the negotiation with Mewtwo. If it weren't for the system, your Pokémon wouldn't be able to level up so quickly. So, system, what kind of existence are you? Dongfang Yan couldn't bear to think about it. I wake up every morning and dare not confirm it. Until he was awakened by a slap from Nidal. Of course it was taken using telekinesis. If you've played a few Pokémon games, after choosing your starting Pokémon, you'll have to battle a wild Pokémon. They are both at level 1, and the wild Pokémon is even 1 level ahead. In the end, as expected, we won. In the same way, on the day Shiny Slowpoke was born, it learned simple crawling. The next day, he would drink milk and go to sleep, and then I couldn't wait to take him out to practice. Practice hitting wooden stakes and gravel in the yard. Train at some basic skills. On the 3rd day, I took him to the park. Beat up all kinds of green caterpillars along the way. Finally even met. Of course, I defeated it in the end. It was because of the success of that battle. Dongfang Yan found a little bit of the feeling in the game. I thought that the Moonlight Forest was just as everyone said, and the periphery was very safe. Why not go and gain some experience? This is only under the protection of the forest rangers. What if the ranger is a spy for an evil organization? So when a riot broke out in the Moonlight Forest, I was at a loss as to what to do and wanted to run away. But, when you discovered Mewtwo, tell yourself whether you would like to go up and take a look, or run away on the spot. In front of an 18-year-old passionate boy. In front of a Pokémon fan. There is only one choice. Go and have a look. Such a reckless thing still happened. Of course, I also encountered many things that almost cost me my life. But in the end, he escaped danger. But, I know it too. These things may never happen again. Luck can't always favor you. In this cruel world of Pokémon, having your own strength is the only standard to protect your life. Dongfang Yan patted his butt. I'm ready to go home. Looking at Dragonite and said. Dragonite is comforting 2 little Pokémon. The Lamb Mount and the Grass Turtle no longer had the same vigilance in their eyes as before. After hearing the voice of Dongfang Yan, I also understood what Dongfang Yan meant. They all became reluctant to leave. Although the time we spent together was very short. But there was also a genuine affection between the 2 sides. Dongfang Yan squatted down and touched the Grass Turtle's head. He then stroked the furry head of his mount, the lamb. It's okay, we can meet again. Although it is a rare Pokémon. But I have no desire to pack it up and take it back. I am a businessman. A merchant at a Pokémon breeding house. Before coming here, I was thinking about how to develop and expand the ecological park and the breeding house. How to make the breeding house famous around the world. Thought long time. I probably have a plan in mind. Selling baby Pokémon is something that happened once and that's enough. All conscious beings must respect his opinions. Pokémon are not commodities. It is not a bargaining chip for gaining reputation points. I really didn't take it seriously at first. Until the sincere feelings of Xiao Si, until the invisible dependence of Slowpoke, until the uneasiness of Zoroark's constant testing after being abandoned. While Dongfang Yan was daydreaming, a silver-white figure in the sky was communicating telepathically. Let's go. Dongfang Yan picked up his hat and put it on his head. Goodbye. Just about to take a step forward. What? The grass turtle bit Dongfang Yan's foot. Are you from Zoro? A dog. Dongfang Yan pulled the grass turtle off. I really wanted to teach this little guy a lesson, but he didn't realize the danger was approaching. Roar! Scarface Bear, covered in blood, suddenly jumped out from behind the tree. The claws grabbed quickly, 100,000 horsepower. Dongfang Yan was obviously unable to react and could only hold the grass turtle tightly under his body. Dragonite is taking care of Tortoise and his goats. There is no time to resist. Ruined. Chapter 91. Revenge. Ruined. Dongfang Yan thought to himself. What does it mean to feel no pain? Is it possible? Dongfang Yan opened his eyes. Just a silver-white figure flashed by. Then it disappeared. Scarface Bear collapsed to the ground. That Pokémon is. Did you see it? Dongfang Yan turned around and looked at Dragonite and the other Pokémon. They all shook their heads. Indicates that he did not see it. Dragonite didn't say anything, nor did it make any other movements. He just stared at the place disappearing into the distance, lost in thought. The 4 Pokémon are slowly recovering, and with the system, it's only natural that they have such power. Dragonite came back to its senses and looked at the 4 grass-type Pokémon. The earthen turtle slowly walked forward and used a vine to pull a leaf off the grass turtle's head. The grass turtle screamed in pain. The earth turtle cleans the things on the leaves. A crystal clear leaf is revealed. Why is this so similar to the leaf I got? The Dongfang Yan people were dumbfounded. Although I know that Dragonite is guarding something. But, I didn't expect it. It can't be such a coincidence. Quick Dragon connects the leaves. It was as if he was relieved. Dongfang Yan was no longer calm. This is outrageous. I played the flute to save people, but I didn't expect that the person I saved was one of my own. And there is this leaf. Wait. Look at me. Dongfang Yan hurriedly took out the transparent leaf from his front pocket. The leaves of Dragonite are crystal clear and visible, just like leaves. But mine is transparent, just like the veins of a leaf. There is an obvious unity between the two. Dragonite was also a little confused and didn't react. This is... Dragonite took a closer look and then ran over quickly. The ground was shaking. Kuai Long rushed over, hugged Dongfang Yan, and lifted him up. Shake it like crazy. Alas! Be gentle, be gentle. You silly dragon, I can't even breathe. Feta smiled awkwardly, then put Dongfang Yan down. Touched his head. Kuai Long looked at Dongfang Yan very happily. He pointed at this leaf, then pointed at Dongfang Yan's leaf, as if asking. Where was it found? Dongfang Yan gestured to it for a long time. Each person and Pokémon described it in their own language. The result is that I didn't understand anything. But Dongfang Yan roughly understood what Dragonite meant. He should be asking where he found the leaf in his hand. Looking at the Tutai turtle and the Mount Goat that have fully recovered. Come on, I'll take you to see it. But it seems you can't get in. He spoke in Dongfang Yan and led the way. Don't say that, don't say that. With a big boss leading you, you really have nothing to fear. I remember that when I first came in, I was timid and dodging. Now he was finally walking like a man. Soon. We have arrived at the cave. Watching the whirling sound coming from inside the cave. Hey, haven't these guys left yet? Pang Yangwai, Zoroark, Slowpoke, come out. As for why the baby bear was not released. How to say? Just had a fight with a group of circus bears. And I don't know the group that was beaten. Are the parents of Big Bear Baby in there? Dongfang Yan threw out 3 Pokeballs. 3 red lights flashed by. Pang! Stop! 3 Pokémon appear one after another. As soon as Soraya appeared, he ran towards Dongfang Yan. The big black eyes rolled around. As if checking whether Dongfang Yan was injured. Dongfang Yan knew this guy. Apologies are temporary. Making trouble is inevitable. This is also the nature of foxes. What's more, for a phantom fox Pokémon like Zoroark, treachery is inevitable. Okay, don't give me that. We will take revenge if we have revenge, and we will take grievances if we have grievances. Zoro just grinned evilly. Why? It looked back and saw so many Pokémon. There is also a Pokémon that looks very awesome. Plus this giant master of his own. What to lose? Seeing this, Soraya took the lead. Just run into the cave. When it comes to inciting hatred, Soraya comes first and no one comes second. Sometimes Dongfang Yan would kick it once or twice when he was displeased with it. Soraya quietly went into the cave. Soon. Rumble. Long. Several screams were heard from inside the cave. Then the ground began to shake. Soraya took the lead and ran out of the cave first. He ran while looking back, with a crooked mouth and a nasty smile. Dongfang Yan didn't know where he learned this ugly face from. As I thought about it, I started to miss the fruits in my backpack. 3 Rodons rolled out of the cave one after another. Soraya saw that it was almost done. Stopped immediately. He held his head high and looked at the 3 Rodons. That look seemed to be saying, "I'm right here, do you dare to hit me?" The 3 Rodons didn't react. I was at a loss as to what to do with Zoroark. He changed back and stood there looking at Zoroark. And then looked forward. Slowpoke, a lamb mount, a turtle, a giant rock monster, 2 turtles, 2 goats mount, and a Dragonite. Dongfang Yan held a stick and stood there domineeringly. Well, although it is useless, at least the momentum is there. Dongfang Yan thought for a long time, and suddenly stretched out his finger, "Come here." The Pokémon around all looked at Dongfang Yan as if he was a fool. Well, these Pokémon don't understand this meme. Only Soraya seemed to be thinking about something. The 3 Rodons are not fools either. The other side has more people and more power, we definitely can't win. Ugh! Just roll over and run away. Transformed into 3 rolling rocks. Run in different directions. How could this make them run away? Several Pokémon also took action. After all, the Eastern dialect can be considered their lifesaver. Just a little help will do. After all, the grass attribute restrains the rock attribute. Besides, the levels of these 3 Rodons are not as high as those of the other 4 grass-type Pokémon. Not 2 minutes. The 3 Rumble Rocks were tied up tightly. Sitting there with a reluctant look on his face. "You tell me how to deal with this." Dongfang Yan looked at Pang Yanga and said. "Ever since I found out that these Pokémon were all raised by a person from the past, there's just a sense of unreality. Although the words on the parchment have disappeared. But the keystone and the leaf do exist. There is no deception." Pang Yan shook his head strangely. He walked over and untied the 3 Rodons. "I can't do it with Dongfang Yan." "What is this for? Isn't there a grudge?" Soraya came on the court at this time. It seemed as if everything was within its expectations. Chapter 92. Leaves. Soraya walked to the front. "Start gesturing. Draw 3 circles on the ground." Then he pointed to 3 rumble rocks. Dongfang Yan understood. The 3 circles represent 3 rumble rocks. Jian Dongfanjian understood what he meant. Zoro nodded with great satisfaction. He pointed at Pang Yangwei and drew 2 things that looked like something unknown. It should represent 2 huge rock monsters. Dongfang Yan expressed his guess. Zoro nodded with great satisfaction. Then, something happened that shocked Dongfang Yan's 3 views. Zoroark connected 3 Rodons to the same giant rock monster. Then he drew a heart. Then he drew another line connecting the 2 giant rock monsters. Draw another heart. Is this a fancy way of saying it? Others are in a love triangle. These guys. Playing a love pentagon. In the end, you can't get the love you want, so you just slander him, right? Okay. Very explosive. Very explosive. The stonehead really cannot be understood from the perspective of a normal person. How Pang Yangwei deals with it is Pang Yangwei's business. After all, I was the one who went looking for trouble in the first place. Dongfang Yan ignored Pang Yangwei and Long Longjian. Now we are going into the cave. I don't know why Dragonite wants to go in. It doesn't matter what body shape you have. You thought the name of hypertrophy was a joke. Into the dark, deep cave. I just wanted to take out the Pokémon encyclopedia. Grass. It has broken into pieces, turning into skin fragments. I don't know when it broke. After all, it is normal to encounter some bumps and bruises when you are running away. There were many scratches on his hands and bruises all over his feet. This is the price of running away. The cave became narrower and narrower. Dragonite's body could no longer squeeze in. The turtle following behind had given up long ago. Because there is really no way to squeeze in. I only found out about it later when I heard Dongfang Yan. These 4 Pokémon are in the same group as Dragonite. They help Dragonite keep the leaf temporarily. Maybe he was discovered by Scarface Bear. Or some other reason, but at the critical moment. Kuai Long received the call from Dongfang Yan. With the fastest speed. Come in an instant. Finally, something didn't feel right. Nothing happened to the boy playing the flute. Next to him, there was a grass turtle and a lamb as a mount. Isn't this the baby of the earth turtle that I entrusted to protect the leaves? In an instant, Dragonite realized that something was wrong. Hearing the sound ahead, he accelerated with Dongfang Yan and rushed to the battlefield. The Mount Goat almost looked like it was about to die. Dragonite moves at high speed. He directly took the attack from the Circle Bear, and the Goat Mount was almost dead. Dragonite didn't know what this felt like. The good news is that the Pokémon was saved. The bad news is that if he is not rescued, he will almost die. Kuai Long felt very guilty. I originally wanted to go out and look for another leaf. It was originally placed in the Ancestral Hall, but who would have thought that not long after it was taken out, someone stole it. The anxious dragon crawled back. Then there was a big fight. I was almost beaten to death. If the Pokémon on the opposite side wasn't a little confused. I guess I'm almost gone. Later, it was that boy who ran over and hit the machine with a stick. Kuai Long finally got the leaves back. I thought about it for a while. I wanted to go out and look for the leaf that didn't fall. So he entrusted this leaf to the several Pokémon he had saved in the Moonlight Forest. That is, the male Earth Turtle and the male Mount Goat. These two guys started out playing separately, but later on they started playing together for some unknown reason. Then they acted naughty and were taken home by both sets of parents and beaten. Later, after playing more often, we got to know each other. The emotions of Pokémon are so pure. Looking at Dongfang Yan's silly look. It was originally to give him a chance for me to help him. But unexpectedly, he did not use this opportunity on himself. This surprised Dragonite very much. What was even more surprising was that all four Pokémon were in a state of near death. He took out a medicine that had only been available a long time ago. It looked like the energy block it had eaten before. Directly revived the four Pokémon with full health. Kuai Long originally thought that this was the biggest surprise. But it didn't expect at the beginning that there were more surprises to come. Just when the Earth Turtle took out the leaves. Dongfang Yan is such an idiot. Take another leaf directly from the front pocket. The moment Dragonite saw it. Haven't reacted yet. I rubbed my eyes. I really didn't expect that the leaf I had been looking for since I was a child was actually here. I can't even fix Dragonite. Finally came to this cave. Dragonite was destroying the cave with brute force. Otherwise it can't get in, anyway. This thing has become its obsession. Dongfang Yan was terrified as he led the way. I was afraid that the cave would collapse and bury me. Fortunately, this cave is relatively solid. After Dragonite's lightning punch, a new path was opened up. The entrance of the cave has doubled in size, let alone walking. It doesn't matter if you roll over. Come to the cave within the cave below the tunnel. Kuai Long looked at this mysterious place. The shining crystals provide a glimmer of light to the dark cave. Look at the island in the middle of the lake. Dragonite seemed to be lost in thought. Dragonite slapped his face. He took out that leaf and motioned to Dongfang Yan to give it the other one. Although I don't know what Dragonite means. But it won't hurt yourself. So I gave it my leaf as well. Dragonite holds leaves in both hands. Combine the two leaves into one. White light blooms from the leaves. A gentle feeling sweeps over the whole body. Like the fresh breeze of March and the rain of June. My whole body and mind have been cleansed. A little Pokémon with a flower bud on its head and two pairs of wings gradually revealed its true form. Dongfang Yan was dazzled by the flashlights. But looking at this familiar figure. Really, I really saw a phantom beast. At this moment, Dongfang Yan didn't know what other language to use to express his surprise. However, it seems that I am also brothers with Mewtwo. Ahoy! Suddenly, it wasn't so exciting anymore. However, Dongfang Yan gradually realized that something was wrong. My body slowly floated up. Dongfang Yan was so anxious that he swayed from side to side. It didn't help at first. Damn, this can't be a sacrifice. If you want to offer a sacrifice, come to my brother Lanyan. Resurrection, mine. Why do you want to find yourself? We are not related and have rarely met each other. The white light gradually disappeared, and the green light lit up again. Then it turned into tiny dots of bright light and slowly penetrated into Dongfang Yan's body. Dongfang Yan suddenly felt his body go limp. It was as if I had no strength left, but my body felt warm again. I feel very warm and my body is full of strength. Chapter 93, Celebi Sapling. Green light inside the cave. They flew around and then drilled into Dongfang Yan's body. Dongfang Yan was floating in the sky. The green light of the leaves became weaker and weaker. Oriental dialect directly green glow. The top of my head is all green. When Dongfang Yan felt extremely comfortable, the green light emitted by the leaves suddenly stopped. And in the sky was Dongfang Yan. Oh, fuck. It just fell down. I can't react at all. Help. Dongfang Yan was so anxious that he cried out like a ghost. What's going on every day? It was a warm embrace, and Dongfang Yan was hugged directly. Dongfang Yan looked back gratefully. Stared at Dragonite for a long time. He was thrown directly into the lake by Dragonite. He lay down and vomited violently. Dongfang Yan couldn't stand this kind of passion either. I am really cheap. It's okay, why do you want to go back? That must be Dragonite protecting itself. I just want to take a look and confirm it. Now, they are looking into each other's eyes. It made two grown men sick. Vomited for a long time. Both of them recovered. But between the glances, both of them avoided slightly. Quick! Kuai Long gestured to Dongfang Yan to feel whether there was anything abnormal in his body. Dongfang Yan didn't bother to argue either. Instead, he silently felt his own body. But feelings come and go. It feels like nothing happened. What are those green lights? Could it be drugs? Overthinking, overthinking. There is no such thing in this world. Dongfang Yan looked back at the leaf. It has turned into a sapling. There was something wrapped in the middle of the sapling. Like a cocoon. Isn't this one filled with celebi? Dongfang Yan looked at Dragonite and asked. Kuai Long nodded. Quick! Then why hasn't it come out yet? Do you need fertilizer? Dongfang Yan casually took out a bag of quick fertilizer. He looked at Dragonite with a look of surprise and as if he was a fool. Dongfang Yan felt inexplicably embarrassed. Kuai Long just looked at Dongfang Yan silently. Forget it if you don't need it. This thing is quite expensive. It cost me several hundred. Then Dragonite didn't even look at Dongfang Yan again, but slowly walked to the sapling. Kuai Long carefully picked up the sapling. Then he solemnly handed it to Dongfang Yan. What are you doing? Dongfang Yan didn't dare to answer it at all. What if it breaks? Can this problem be solved by paying money? Dragonite shook his head. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What's fast? Dongfang Yan didn't understand for a while. It chose you, you have to keep it. Oh, you chose me, didn't you? Dongfang Yan nodded. Ugh. Did you just speak? Kuai Long patted his head. Quick. Dongfang Yan was a little confused. Can only ask. You mean it chose me and now I have to keep it? Kuai Long saw that Dongfang Yan was able to understand so quickly. I am very relieved that I can finally understand myself. I make hand gestures every day, and those who don't know would think I'm making seals. It's weird. Dongfang Yan thought doubtfully in his heart. It's really weird. I clearly heard the sound. Kuai Long didn't give Dongfang Yan time to think. He stuffed it directly into Dongfang Yan's hand. It means, good boy, I am optimistic about you. Then he was taken away directly. The moment he came out of the cave and saw the light, Dongfang Yan's eyes felt a little stinging. This trip to the moonlit forest was simply outrageous. This place is really weird. It's just this one forest, and it's okay that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Shouldn't this be a novice village in the game? How come it's made into a boss copy? Looking at the pangolin and the other 4 Pokémon outside. And no one knows where the 3 Radons went. Zoroark has gone to play with 2 Pokémon, Squirtle and his Mount Lamb. Soraya speaks well. He has played with more things than I have. A true king of children. What's even more amazing is that Zoroark performed the transformation right in front of the 2 little Pokémon. Directly transform into Dragonite. Scaring the 2 Pokémon, Stowe was already a little frightened, and its Mount Lamb was no exception. Who said Dragonite is so oppressive? I guess the first time they met, it left some bad impression on the grass turtle and the lamb. Take Dragonite's hug for example. Is that something a normal person can afford? Except for the super invincible newcomer a little retarded. A normal person would be almost dead if he was hugged by a giant. Dongfang Yan didn't ask Pang Yanga where the 3 Long Longians had gone. After all, those 3 guys were originally brought here by people from the past for experiments. But what can I say, this Pokémon has been trained a little bit. There are always some special advantages in the wild. Just like the evolution of communication, connection and exchange. This can only be done by exchanging between two parties, and then some Pokémon can evolve. In the wild, if an ordinary Pokémon wants to evolve further, it has to find a place with a stronger magnetic field. Only through the polishing of time and chance can evolution be achieved. Only then can they truly evolve and enhance their potential. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. After all, I have a system. Moreover, he still had 5 bottles of aptitude enhancers that he hadn't used. It's not that he doesn't need it, it's just that Dongfang Yan hasn't found a Pokémon that he can use yet. I don't want to waste the booster that can increase the Pokémon's aptitude. This system is generally not for sale. Dongfang Yan looked through the lottery pool last time. Just saw this thing. I originally wanted to go to the League Egg Collection Point to look for those rarer Pokémon, but those with poor qualifications. But I searched for a long time. Well, guess what? Pokémon with poor qualifications are either really not that good or they are not rare Pokémon. And those Pokémon that are pretty good have really good qualifications. For example, Knocking Monkey, one of the 3 major families. There are also some dolls. I am still training under Sister Wan Wan. When the time comes to graduate, I must make sure that my own ecological park is handled clearly. Because I gave Chow Meng 5 bottles of aptitude enhancement agents, I don't know if they are enough. If not, I will keep 5 bottles for myself. By then, if Chow Meng has any needs again, I can help him out. After traveling for so long, it's time to go back. All the Pokémon illustrated books I bought are broken, they are found in the wild mountains and wilderness. How can I repair my own Pokémon encyclopedia? Do I have to ask the courier to deliver one to me directly? After all, the mysterious courier boy is comparable to a divine beast. No matter it is windy, rainy, or seas of swords and fire, we will definitely arrive on time. Dongfang Yan holds Celebi's sapling. After thinking about it, I decided to rely on myself. No, it's just that I'll be home a little later. It shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 94, Orchid Mantis Flower. No news yet about Xiao Yan. Grandma Lan said with a frown. No. Sister Wan Wan said while looking out the window. Grandma Lan seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. The face that was a little old looked even more. What does the alliance say? The chances of survival are slim. Grandma Lan's eyes were red. This is the only relative I have. Sister Wan Wan couldn't help it either. Grandma, you still have me. Sister Wan Wan comforted Grandma Mulan. Come on, take me to see where the incident happened to him. You slow down. The old man slowly got up. When walking, he was staggering. Sister Wan Wan felt very distressed. I went out and got into Fatty Qian's car. Rushed to the location of Yangchang River. Dongfang Yan rode Dragonite and headed towards home. I have been struggling in the moonlight forest for so long. Finally I can go home. I haven't had enough food these days. Since the backpack was lost, all the instant foods in it were gone. You can eat a bite of food and drink something hot before that. But now, I can only eat a little, some tree fruits or something. The sleeping bags were gone too. But it's not that bad. I can sleep directly on my Mount Goat. Not only is it warm, it's also very comfortable. But these hard days have finally come to an end. As for the Tutai turtle and his goats, they still chose not to go with him. Dongfang Yan didn't force it, but Squirtle and his Mount Lamb kept sticking to Dongfang Yan's Pokémon, Zoroark. Don't know why. These guys have only been together for a few days, I don't know why their relationship is so strong. When Dongfang Yan took the Pokeball back from Zoroark, Zoroark simply jumped sideways repeatedly, avoiding the red light of the Pokeball. Dongfang Yan was speechless. He rushed forward and hit Zoroark with a big nose. Of course, the hit was not too serious, but it made Zoroark angry, so he took the opportunity to take him away with a Pokeball. Seeing my good friend being taken away by force, the 2 Pokémon were heartbroken again. He was still no match for his parents and was dragged and beaten away by them. Dragonite saw that it was almost done. So he gestured to Dongfang Yan to get on his back and prepared to take him home. Dongfang Yan found a container at random, placed the Celebi sapling firmly inside, and tied it to himself with vines. With the cooperation of Dragonite, he climbed onto Dragonite's back. Grabbed the base of Dragonite's wings. The strong wind blew on my face, and my face was almost distorted. I should have known better to wear a helmet. It is worth noting that Dongfang Yan got his hat back. But the bad news is that the moment Dragonite took off, the hat disappeared again. I don't know what's wrong with that little retard's hat, it just won't fall off. It will not break, and its wear and damage resistance is the strongest in the world. Dongfang Yan started his journey home with a slightly depressed mood. The strong wind blew on Dongfang Yan's handsome face. Make him no longer so handsome. The handsome Dragonite was flying, enjoying the roadside scenery along the way. Ever since the other leaf was found, it is no longer so restless inside. Because it knows what to do next is to let nature take its course. Although I still have some responsibility to protect the celebi sapling. But it doesn't matter, I found someone to help me. What's more, it was the person it chose. There is nothing more to say. Kuai Long thought in his heart. Dongfang Yan lay on Dragonite's body, bored. It's not that I don't want to go fast, but I have to go fast. Dongfang Yan and Shirabi's saplings could not withstand the strong wind pressure. So even if you want to get home quickly, it's difficult to get home quickly without that kind of riding device. So I can only fly slowly. Anyway, Dragonite never gets tired. It depends on how far you fly. Dongfang Yan looked down. What? What is that? Dongfang Yan's voice attracted Dragonite's attention. I looked in the direction that Dongfang Yan said. So the Dragonite police, who punish evil and promote good and uphold justice, came online. I don't know how many times this kind of thing has happened on the roadside. Every time when it was halfway through its flight, Dragonite would fly down. Give justice to weak Pokémon. Mediate conflicts between quarrelsome Pokémon. But Dongfang Yan also knew why Dragonite upgraded so quickly. Who are you unhappy with and who doesn't listen to advice? Just tell me, who is right and who is wrong. This is often the case. The Pokémon have become peaceful and friendly. This time too. Don't say the trip was delayed. There's nothing we can do about it, it's Dragonite that has wings. Dragonite dives straight down. Another small operation, stop directly upwards. Dongfang Yan, okay, let's play like this, Dongfang Yan thought in his heart. Let me vomit first. After getting off the dragon, he crawled to the side and vomited on his own. As for what is dangerous or not. Anyway, leave it to Dragonite. My life is in the hands of it, not of myself. Dragonite looked at the Pokémon below. A group of Alitos, surrounding a group of Lilyroot dolls and Miss Skirt. Dongfang Yan had just finished vomiting and looked back. Ouch! We are still acquaintances. The group of lily-rooted babies in our ecological park are Xiaoxi and her friends, who were taken away from this ethnic group. How to say? The Pokémon that were taken away at that time were all high-quality Pokémon. The rest are not qualified enough. In other words, the strength is not strong enough. In this sense, they do have some responsibility for being besieged. Just as Dragonite was about to continue explaining his point, a pink figure flew out from the bushes at an extremely fast speed. Mantis. Cross shears. A cross-shaped light flashed. Several leading Alitos were knocked to the ground in an instant. Dongfang Yan looked closely. Oh my! Orchid Mantis Flower. Eye of True Seeing. Elf, Blue Mantis, Level 46. Potential, B. Gender, Male. Property, Grass. Status, Healthy. Features, Leaf Defense, when the weather is clear, it will not become abnormal. Genetic skill, Treble Seed. Basic skills, Growth, Solar Beam, Leaf, Leaf Knife, Sneak Attack, Cross Slash. Skill CD, None. Props to carry, None. Note, the Flower Scythe Pokémon is the evolved form of the Pseudo-Mantis. It takes a lot of effort to maintain its bright appearance, and it is also possible to treat this as a hobby. I didn't expect that there is a Flower Guardian. That's not all. There are several false mantis plants following the blue mantis flower. Judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem to be here for any particular purpose. I saw Land Mantis carefully taking care of the ladies in skirts. I didn't realize it, it's quite a fancy play. Finally I know how these ladies in skirts reproduce. I originally thought she didn't have a husband. Who knew that it was his own sixth son who stole the house? Alitos was driven away. Several ladies in skirts also recognized Dongfang Yan. Oriental dialect, a little awkward. Chapter 95. Sunstone. Dongfang Yan is a bit embarrassed. He kidnapped the man's wife and children. How could this not be embarrassing? Lan Mantis stared at Dongfang Yan. I can't even speak Dongfangian anymore. Although I'm not particularly afraid of it. After all, it's only level 46. There is no need for Dragonite to take action. Even if he brought Pang Yangwei with him, he could still be killed on the horse. But there's nothing I can do. He kidnapped someone's wife and children. Do you still want to knock him away? This doesn't make sense. Kuai Long looked at Dongfang Yan in confusion. Quick! You took someone else's wife and children away. I didn't, I wasn't. Dongfang Yan looked at Dragonite and asked. He hurried to explain. I am not trafficking at all. I am just a simple kidnapper. Oh, that's not right. Did Dragonite ask himself this question again just now? Did you just ask me a question? Kuai Long scratched his head in confusion. He nodded again. Dongfang Yan felt that something was going wrong. Mansa. Where did you take my wife and children? How should Dongfang Yan respond to this? You can't just take it back home and provide it with good food and drink. Dongfang Yan is a bit embarrassed. I can only explain it truthfully. I hope Lan Mantis can forgive me. Kuai Long acted as a translator next to him. There is no way. Lan Mantis is not sure it can defeat this Dragonite. I could only force myself to calm down and watch the human in front of me speak. Dongfang Yan was also a little confused. This is nonsense. But it's not bad. Aren't the family complete? Why was I just worrying about the development of the ecological park? Isn't this ready-made? Don't even mention bringing it back to foster relationships. I'll give you a few babies on the spot. Just kidding, it's a bit explosive. But Dongfang Yan's heart was still happy. Finally, under the tyranny of Dragonite. Of course, Lan Mantis also wanted to see his other wives and children as soon as possible. Dongfang Yan can only say awesome. It's still Dragonite who knows what he's thinking. But I have to say that the Orchid Mantis is still the best. Others are monogamous. Certain populations are polygamous. He is the best. Who cares, she's just a wife with everything. And they are all very beautiful. I don't even know how to say it in the Eastern dialect. All we can say is that those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods. The three rumbling rocks were hurt by love and could not get the love they wanted, so in the end they could only slander to death. But here, he has many wives and concubines. Dongfang Yan had no other choice but to bring back so many Pokémon at once. We can only agree on a time and bring them all back with Pokeballs. Using the ball given by the system is really too luxurious. I can't even buy enough reputation points, it's such a waste. Dongfang Yan was just about to slip away. After all, this good news needs to be shared with that group of people. Anyway, there are still plenty of places available in our own ecological park. This group just happened to add variety to their own ecological park. Pokémon, you will eventually get out of the mountains. There is no future in the mountains. Kidding. Dongfang Yan just sat on Dragonite. Lan Mantis suddenly stopped him. Praying Mantis. I didn't quite understand the Dongfang dialect. Mantis. Follow me. Dongfang Yan listened carefully. I seem to understand it again. You want me to go with you? Dongfang Yan was a little uncertain and asked. Lan Mantis nodded. Indicates to come quickly. I wipe. This happened again and again. I seem to be able to understand what Pokémon say. What is going on? It's a bit outrageous. But the Orchid Mantis is more eager to bloom. Dongfang Yan didn't have time to think carefully and was forced to follow Lan Tanghua. There are so many things happening during this time. Dongfang Yan will have to find a time to sort out what has happened recently. There are simply too many crises and adventures. I was a bit overwhelmed. I almost forgot why I came here in the first place. The Orchid Mantis was running quickly among the woods. Not to mention he's quite agile. Anyway, Dongfang Yan didn't run away on his own. Still riding on Dragonite's back. It's so funny. With this means of transportation, you can go anywhere. It's fat. Speed is fast. Moment. The Orchid Mantis finally stopped. Came to a cliff. Of course, I was under the cliff. Looking up, there is a boundless expanse. Of course, this is an exaggeration. but it can still be proved that this level is still quite high. Dongfang Yan didn't know why Lan Tanghua brought him to this place. Why did you bring me here? Dongfang Yan asked doubtfully. Mantis, mantis mantis. Lan Mantis Hua chattered away. Dongfang Yan didn't understand a word he said. What the hell, what mantis are you talking about? Can you say it again? Dongfang Yan asked. Lan Mantis touched her forehead with her sickle. Mantis, mantis mantis. This time, Dongfang Yan put in 100% of his effort. Listen carefully. Can I understand what Pokémon says? What a pity, I listened for a long time. Didn't understand a word. I just listened to the mantis, mantis, mantis for a long time. Lan Mantis was almost speechless. Why did this child suddenly become stupid again? Kui Long listened for a long time. A lightning punch directly hit the cliff. Bang! The huge sound continued to echo in the forest. From the cliffs, many stones fell. Dragonite groped among the stones. Take out a brighter stone. It also looks very strange. Looks more like the sun. Dongfang Yan looked at the stone carefully. This looks so weird. It looks like it no matter how you look at it. Sunstone. I'll wipe. That's awesome. It turned out that Lan Mantis had been chattering there for a long time. It turns out this is the stone they were talking about. There are also many traces of scraping left by the orchid mantis flower next to it. Presumably, it was Lan Mantis that did this to allow the lily root dolls to evolve smoothly. I dug it here on purpose. Didn't you prepare such a big surprise for me? Lan Mantis nodded. The explanation began in the Eastern dialect. The other misskirts and lily root dolls ate well and slept well in the ecological park. Dongfang Yan also communicated harmoniously with Lan Tanghua. To be honest, it's really not easy for a man to take care of so many wives and children. From time to time, there would be people like Dongfang Yan who would come to steal our house. Several false mantises crawled onto Dongfang Yan and pulled at his clothes. Then he looked at the celebi sapling carefully. There were a few noisy false mantises when they saw the celebi sapling. They all quieted down and lay obediently on Dongfang Yan's body. No more noise. The orchid mantis flower next to it was stunned. These mantises usually love to stir up trouble. It's so hard to keep them by my side and teach them how to use their skills proficiently. Good guy, running around. Fortunately, there is their mother, Miss Skirt. Very good personality, changed to ordinary. I'll give you a queen of flowers, and you can try making some noise. Dongfang Yan looked at the cliffs in front of him. I am very happy inside. Because of Xiao Xi's evolution, there won't be any problems anymore. No need to go to the system store to buy it. Now I like the orchid mantis flower more and more. A sense of being a live-in son-in-law. Of course, orchid is a very beautiful Pokémon. Chapter 96. Going home. Dongfang Yan looked at the sunstone in his hand. An expression of joy was visible on the surface. This is pretty good. At that time, the sunstone can also be sold in the Yunao breeding house. Increased visibility of the cloud breeding house. Increase your reputation. But I don't know how much sunstone reserves there are here. If it is not enough, the business must be cancelled. Don't overexploit by then. Destroy the ecological balance. However, the sunstone must be dug out from the rock. Either catch Sun Rock, give him a lesson, and then let the sunstone take him away. However, not every sun rock possesses a sunstone. Not every rock contains a sunstone. After all, look at the various scratches on the cliffs. I know that Lan Mantis has spent countless efforts here. But on the other hand, the level of the orchid mantis flower is not high enough and its power is not strong enough. If it was a big stupid guy like Dragonite, and he punched him, people who didn't know would think something happened. This time, it is indeed quite fast. However, this steep cliff probably can't withstand the attack of Dragonite. When the house collapses, I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. Dongfang Yan picked up the sunstone, but he couldn't take this thing away now. Just take a sample and run. So far, the most important thing is to get home and report that he is safe. Say goodbye to Lan Mantis Flower. After all, Lan Mantis has agreed to go to the ecological park. No matter what, Dongfang Yan would let them follow him. There's nothing else to do. After all, a family should be together. Fortunately, Lan Tanghua trusts Dragonite more after all. It seems so, especially the big guy Kuai Long. Whether you agree or not. Anyway, you will agree in the end. Then neither side will be pleased. In the end, people still have to consider their children and wife. Who made Lan Tanghua's wives still in Dongfang Yan's hands. After saying goodbye to Dongfang Yan, Lan Mantis took away a group of false mantis grasses and disappeared into the forest. Dongfang Yan climbed onto Dragonite's back and once again set out on the journey home. This is really the last time. Dongfang Yan can't figure this out no matter how many times he keeps going back and forth. No wonder this Dragonite is at a high level. He is either trying to stop a fight or on his way to stop a fight. You convince others with your virtue all day long, how can you not convince others? You have to accept it even if you don't like it. On the last leg of the journey, Dragonite reached the Yunao breeding house at an extremely fast speed. That's right, stop right there in front of you. After a few days, Dongfang Yan missed home-cooked meals very much. There are also soft pillows and comfortable quilts. And the pesky night owl. I can only say it is beautiful, extremely beautiful. Arriving at the door of Yunai's breeding house, Dongfang Yan pushed open the door. The wind chimes on the tree in the middle of the hall made a tinkling sound. The crisp sound continued to echo in the room. But there was no one inside. Sister Wan Wan. Fatty. I'm back. Dongfang Yan shouted at the top of his lungs. Kuai Long was standing next to him, looking at the fool Dongfang Yan with confusion. The warm welcome I had imagined did not appear. Dongfang Yan could only walk in and take a look. That's weird, could it be in the ecological park? Dongfang Yan was talking nonsense beside him. Inside the Yunai breeding house, the only sound was the ticking sound of the Pokémon egg incubator. Dongfang Yan ran upstairs first and found nothing. Then he ran down and looked at Dragonite stuck at the door. Fat, you really should lose weight. When Kuai Long heard it, he exclaimed, yet. It's not that you have the nerve to talk about yourself. He immediately started arguing with Dongfang Yan. Argue that you are not fat at all. Obviously soft meat. It's muscle. Dongfang Yan was speechless. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen people who don't care about their dignity. How can you have the nerve to have a big belly and then complain that you are not fat? Finally, the Yunao breeding house remained solid and intact after the system transformation. Kuai Long could only fly up into the sky obediently and flew to the backyard of Dongfang Yan's house. I'll go to the ecological park to have a look when the time comes. Find a place that is more suitable for the celebi sapling to live. Dongfang Yan went through the back door. Come to the backyard. I saw Dragonite looking aggrieved. Dongfang Yan knew that this kind of thing was no big deal for a veteran like Dragonite. Just act crazy, stupid, and pitiful. Dongfang Yan scanned his face and entered the ecological park. The Pokémon encyclopedia is broken, so I will have to buy another one when the time comes. But I can use my previous phone as a cushion later. The mobile phone is obsolete. Now it's the world of the Pokémon encyclopedia. Enter the ecological park. I haven't been here for a few days, and I feel that the grass and trees inside are growing more lush. The night owl, a frequent visitor to the Rocky Mountain, is not there for some reason. Oh, that's weird. Night owl isn't here, so it can't be that serious. Dongfang Yan was definitely a bit strange this time. After all, no matter what, night owl is a otaku. Unless I wake myself up, I will never step out of the ecological park. I don't know how this character came about. But one thing is certain. It must be related to the characteristic of insomnia. How can you be mentally normal if you don't sleep all day long? 1 point for the slander group. Dongfang Yan shouted loudly inside the ecological park. Anyone there? Oh no, that's wrong. Are there any Pokémon? Dongfang Yan stood where he was. Stayed for a moment. Nothing happens. What's going on? Do I have to take out my super invincible thunder speaker? You went on a trip and your house was robbed. The Eastern dialect is incomprehensible. Clap. A knocking sound was heard. A green head popped out, holding a mallet in his hand, knocking back and forth. Dongfang Yan took a closer look. Ouch, knocking monkey. Followed by a bald head suddenly popped out from the ground. Gophers. Suddenly, several Pokémon flew up from the Rocky Mountain. Bobo and Gugu. Slowly, the stone balls ran out of the cave. And those grass-type Pokémon. They all followed out. Hua Bai dances along with the petals. He pounced on Dongfang Yan. Hua Bai, long time no see. Even though it's only been less than a week. However, newborn Pokémon still need the company of Pokémon trainers. Of course, there are so many Pokémon in the Echo Park. It is impossible to be alone. It's just bustling all day long. Several other baby bears came crawling over. He clung to Dongfang Yan's body and searched everywhere. Don't turn it over, I'll let them out right now. Dongfang Yan also knew what they were looking for. Isn't it just looking for their boss, Daman? The baby bears have been out with them for a long time, and they miss them terribly. Chapter 97. Misunderstanding. Come out. Baby Bear, Zoroark, Peng Yangwei, Slowpoke. All 4 Pokémon came out. Especially the big bear cub. I don't know how long I've been in the Pokeball. As soon as Zoroark appeared, he turned around and grinned at Dongfang Yan. He must still be upset about Dongfang Yan not saying a word and giving it a big nose. Hey, look, it's getting anxious. How could Soraya stand this kind of humiliation? Bit Dongfang Yan's foot. Ah! Slowpoke, water gun. Slowpoke tilted its head and sprayed a water gun into the sky. Kuai Long looked at the scene inside the ecological park. There is harmony. The Pokémons all exude the scent of happiness. Of course, except Zoroark and this human. Looking at the Celebi sapling that was shaking its head. Dragonite seemed to understand why Celebi chose him. Maybe his behavior is not mature enough and he often makes mistakes. It is normal for Pokémon trainers to have more or less problems. Just correct it in time. Dongfang Yan played and frolicked with a group of Pokémon in the ecological park for a long time. Then I asked the Pokémon in the ecological park. Where did Xiaoxi and the others go? And the Pangean monster just came out of the cave. My wife is missing. Dongfang Yan has just come back. Faced with such a situation, he was also very confused. I could only run back to the Yunao breeding house. Pick up the phone and dial Sister Juan's Pokémon Encyclopedia number. I called for a long time but the call didn't go through. There was no other choice but to call Fatty Chien again. But within half a minute, the call was hung up. Fuck, this fat guy actually dared to hang up on me. There was no choice but to go upstairs and take out the cell phone that he no longer used. Use it as your temporary communication tool. There's nothing to do now anyway. Try out some sprite blocks to test your skills. Let that big fool Dragonite see how powerful I am. So the eastern dialect was ignored. He ran to the kitchen with Dragonite. Take out those tree fruit materials. Start operating. Meanwhile on the other side. Please family members present flowers. Give our sincerest wishes to our brave trainer. I hope he can be reborn from the ashes with courage. Grandma Lan was wearing a black top hat. Holding a bouquet of white flowers in her hands. Everyone present lowered their heads to express silence. Expressing condolences for the death of Dongfang Yan. On the periphery, the crowd outside was chattering. It's such a pity that such a good child is gone just like that. That's right, there's only this old man left, how pitiful. This kid is the same, too impatient. Oh, the boss is such a nice guy. I want to buy his water Pokémon cube. Grandma Lan seemed not to hear the voices of the people on the other side of the river. Just trapped in my own sadness. At this time, Fatty Chien's Pokémon Encyclopedia suddenly rang. Sister Wan suddenly teleported. He kicked the Pokémon Encyclopedia into pieces. The intensity is controlled just right. The power used is hidden. This level is just enough to crush the Pokémon Encyclopedia. At the same time, it will not hurt Fatty Chien. What does Fatty Chien have to say? I can only say 6. If it's broken, it's broken. Just buy another one. That's it. Fatty Chien perfectly missed the call with Dongfang Yan. And inside the venue. Not only Fatty Chien, but also the housekeeper. There are also a group of Pokémon in the ecological park. The lily-rooted doll, Little C, was crying so hard that her voice was broken, and the little Tana, a similar doll, was also biting her lips. Trying your best to pretend that you don't care. The female Pangean monster is also a strong mother, after all, she has several children to raise. But I still feel resentful in my heart. Stones have no tears, only sadness. The night owl did not make any other moves. Just staring blankly at the river. There are pink waves of light in the eyes. There are also some other people, teachers, classmates, and so on. They were all present. It's a sea of black, and the layout is very impressive. Okay, let's go back. Grandma Lan spoke. Although no one took action. But gradually, time passed by little. Some people just said sorry and left. Grandma Lan stood where she was. There was no joy or sadness in his eyes. After a while, the only people left on the field were Sister Wan, Fatty Chien, the housekeeper, and the Pokémon in the ecological park. Grandma Lan looked at the weather. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Let's go back. Xiao Yan doesn't want us to stay here forever. Sister Wan nodded. Signaled the fat man to drive the car over. The housekeeper got it instantly. He drove the extended version of Lincoln directly over. Today, I drove this car out specially. What a pity for Xiao Yan. He played so well with the young master, but it's a pity that the hero died young. Dongfang Yan picked up a portion of fruit. With a bang, it hit in front of Drago Knight. Go, crush this for me. Kuai Long listened. Yeah hey. How dare you, young man, order me around. Dongfang Yan directly placed a pack of dragon Pokémon cubes on the table. Drago Knight snorted. He started crushing the fruits without any care. I still use the Thunder Fist. I don't know what to say in Dongfanjian. If the fruit on this tree is ripe, I'll compensate you for it. Drago Knight froze. Transforms into Frozen Fist. Then hammer hard. Beat up the lemon. Pain. With the kind help of Drago Knight. More than a dozen water Pokémon blocks were quickly made. Because I just saw the storage in the warehouse. There are only a few water sprite blocks left. There are many other blocks. Because except for the water Pokémon blocks, all other blocks are for sale. The rest are food for the Pokémon in the ecological park. Looking at the water Pokémon block on the table. Kuai Long couldn't help but taste a few. You know what, it tastes pretty good. Sweet and sour. Delicious. Dongfang Yan looked at Drago Knight. He looked at Dragonite's belly again. Then I couldn't help but pinch it. Bouncy. Drago Knight stopped. Dongfang Yan didn't know what to do. Kuai Long glanced at his stomach. For some reason, he put the water Pokémon block back. Both sides remained silent. Dongfang Yan didn't know why, but everyone he brought back to the ecological park were foodies. At this time, I heard the sound of a car stopping outside. Hey, it seems someone is back. Dongfang Yan stood up and walked towards the door. Outside the door, Fatty Chien got out of the car first. As an elegant gentleman. When women are heartbroken, you must have good eyesight. For example, go up and open the door in advance. The fat man came to the door and saw the housekeeper supporting Grandma Lan, with Sister Wan following beside them. I sighed in my heart. Xiao Yan, your death was so tragic that your body could not be found. I hope that in heaven you don't mind that I picked out a few Pokémon you liked during the high school entrance exam. Fatty Chien opened the door. He stared blankly at Dongfang Yan in the breeding house. Do you really mind that much? Ghost. Chapter 98. Understanding. Ghost. Fatty Chien shouted anxiously. What the hell? Is it Ghastly, or Haunter, or Jengar? Sister Wan pushed Fatty Chien away. Just threw a high-level ball over. Dongfang Yan just wanted to open the door. Who knew the door would be opened immediately? Then I saw Fatty Chien at the door, looking stunned. Dongfanjian felt very confused. As for this? It's only been a week. Don't you recognize me? The Oriental actor was about to speak. I heard the fat man roar. Ghost. Immediately afterwards, Sister Wan suddenly rushed over. A pokeball swung over. Dongfang Yan didn't dodge and was hit hard. What? Dongfang Yan covered his head. Squatting on the ground and chirping. Oh my goodness! Not to mention Dongfang Yan, even Pokémon can't withstand it. Fatty Chien heard Dongfang Yan's voice. Suddenly I had to stand up. Can ghosts still talk these days? Sister Wan kicked the fat guy aside again. The butler covered his forehead helplessly. The young master is ill again. Xiao Yan, is that you? Grandma Lan staggered towards the door. Dongfang Yan looked at Grandma Lan, who looked very haggard. I feel really bad inside. It's me. When did you come back? Dong Fangyan asked. But one hand was still covering his forehead. There has been a mark left by the pokeball. A round button. I have to say that Sister Juan's throwing is really accurate. At this speed, whether it is Ghastly, Haunter, or Jengar, none of them can escape. Where on earth have you been lately? Why don't you even reply to the message? Grandma Lan questioned. Dong Fangyan touched his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, my Pokémon book broke and can't be used anymore. Dong Fangyan took out the fragment of his own Pokémon encyclopedia. Seeing this, the fat man touched the Pokémon illustrated book in his pocket that was broken into 2 pieces. Forget it, I'll go buy another one with Dong Fangyan some other day. And I called you after I came back, but you didn't answer. Dong Fangyan asked doubtfully. Sister Wan silently opened the Pokémon encyclopedia and looked at the call records on it. Then it closed. Looking at Fatty Chien, he was stealing glances at him timidly. One look passed. Fatty Chien turned around. The people here tacitly agreed not to mention what happened. Fortunately, Dong Fangyan did not delve into this matter. Have you eaten yet? I'll go make you something to eat. Grandma Lan wiped her tears. Talking. Dong Fangyan was also truly moved. Don't cook, just take you out to eat. Besides, we have a chef in our villa. You can come and eat anytime. The fat man invited from the side. Although, people here are very curious about Dong Fangyan's experience. But I was too embarrassed to ask directly. Who would just come back and start poking at other people's sore spots? He is simply not human. What about you? Asked Grandma Lan. I'm fine, I can do anything. Dong Fangyan nodded and said. Anyway, I was a little hungry and just wanted to get something to eat. No matter what you eat, as long as there is food, it's fine. So after a group of people voted by raising their hands, we decided to go out for dinner. Then Dong Fangyan could only cover his head, look at the road with one eye, and feel forward with one hand. The fat man came closer to Dong Fangyan. Hey, Yan, what on earth have you been doing these days? As for me, how should I put it? A lot of things happened, and there was also a fast. Where's Dragonite? Dong Fangyan turned over. Looking at the cloud breeding house. There was no Pokémon in the breeding house. Where's Dragonite? Dong Fangyan covered his forehead with his hands, leaving one eye exposed, and looked around. The Dragonite you're talking about isn't it, the one above? The fat man's voice came from the side. Dong Fangyan turned around and glanced at the fat man. Then he looked up. On the roof of the cloud breeding house, Dragonite and Night Owl are facing each other. No way, how come these 2 big brothers are involved together? Dragonite stared at Night Owl. The Night Owl stared back, not to be outdone. Focus on one thing and don't indulge anyone else. Even though there is a big level gap. It's a competition between the 2 sides, not just these. There is also that kind of invisible and intangible momentum. The air pressure gradually rises. Dong Fangyan's blood pressure soared as he watched from below. It felt like a fight was about to break out between the 2 Pokémon. Dong Fangyan was just about to speak up to stop the fight. Who knew that the 2 Pokémon would suddenly reach out their hands? Both sides shook hands and made peace. Dong Fangyan thought to himself. So I am the clown. The fat guy was drooling at the sight. Oh my god, Yan, where did you get this Dragonite from? Is this the new Pokémon you caught? Dong Fangyan scratched his butt. Oh, you have a nice idea. Do you think quasi-gods are cabbages? It's everywhere, right? The fat man smiled awkwardly. It's not that I haven't seen quasi-gods before, but I've rarely seen them in Yangcheng. In this remote place, even the 3 royal families are very rare. There are only about a dozen of them in a school. The qualifications are relatively average. Grandma Lan looked at the Dragonite above. Lost in thought. What's the matter, Grandma? Dong Fangyan looked at his grandmother and stopped talking. Asked quickly. Nothing. This Dragonite is the one from Moonlight Forest, right? Grandma Lan said suddenly. Dong Fangyan's eyes suddenly widened. How do you know? Sister Wan and the fat housekeeper also gathered around curiously. Want to know why Grandma Lan knew? And this time, after Dragonite and Night Owl shook hands and made peace, flying down slowly, Seeing Grandma Lan, he smiled and nodded. I won't be able to show it to Dongfang Yan. When did this street kid Kuai Long become so polite? It's not like this when we are talking about reason. It is completely about convincing people by virtue. Long time no see. Grandma Lan greeted us with a smile. This immediately aroused the curiosity of Dongfang Yan and everyone present. Haven't seen you for a long time. This word is not difficult to understand, right? That means we've met before. Are you kidding me? Grandma, no, how do you know this fat guy? Dongfang Yan was so anxious that he spoke without thinking. Haha, it's fat, it's really realistic. Dragonite was so angry that he vomited blood. Don't I, a quasi-god, have any dignity? Nicknames and the like can be used in private. What do you mean? Are you so mad at me? Look at the behavior of Dragonite. Grandma Lan smiled. It has always been like this. I not only know it, Night Owl, I know it as well. Dongfang Yan couldn't understand what was going on. No, it seems you all know each other. Damn, Grandpa and Grandma, what did you do before? Dongfang Yan held back and didn't ask. What exactly does my grandfather do? Chapter 99. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Grandma Lan's face. Some wrinkles. The years have left too many traces on her face. But through the years and the traces, we can now catch a glimpse of the glory of that time. Only then did I realize that Dongfang Yan was still alive. My own grandmother seemed to be reborn. Found the meaning of life. Dongfang Yan suddenly felt a little guilty. But he had no choice but to travel outside. There are many hardships and many adventures. It will definitely make the family worry. But there is no way. So we can only strengthen our own strength. Like grandparents. There are familiar faces everywhere. Grandma Lan looked at the impatient eyes of the crowd. There is no choice but to whet everyone's appetite. It actually happened a long time ago. Dragonite, you are now at least a champion, right? Kuai Long nodded. Fatty Chien turned around suddenly. What the hell? Championship level. Because the fat man's Pokémon encyclopedia is broken. Therefore, no live feedback was given at the first time. Don't know what level your Pokémon is? Sister Wan Wan and the housekeeper did this out of politeness. I didn't take photos of people directly. Hear these words. The two people took out their own Pokémon illustrated books at the same time. Took a picture of Dragonite. Damn, not championship level. Great, master level. Dragonite was also very cooperative and made a yeah gesture. It seems that he took a lot of photos. Grandma Lan looked at Dragonite's appearance. I couldn't help laughing. Then Sister Wan Wan and the housekeeper looked at the feedback in the illustration book. Level 96. The fat man also took a look. It's really awesome. The quasi-god has indeed seen it. But a quasi-god of such a high level. I've never seen it before. At that time, your grandfather and I traveled here. It's not like I'm traveling here. Yes, back here. Yangcheng, the place where your grandfather's dream began. When he was a child, he had heard that in the deepest part of the Moonlight Forest, almost in the center, there was a powerful Pokémon guarding a treasure that drove people crazy. After returning here, your grandfather specially prepared a time to embark on this journey with me. Finally, we really found a shrine deep in the forest. Your grandfather and I are just about to go in and take a look. Dragonite, it appears. Everyone turned around and looked at Dragonite. Dragonite nodded proudly and patted his chest. It means myself. At that time, Dragonite's level was 83. Since Pokémon have a long lifespan, the higher the level of wild Pokémon, the longer they live. A battle broke out between us. At that time, your grandfather and I were only at level 50 or 60 on average. Your grandfather released all 6 Pokémon just to fight Dragonite. Of course it means using more people to defeat fewer. I haven't intervened yet. This was your grandfather's goal when he was a child, and I can't interfere with him. Your grandfather fought till the end and even released a few Pokémon from the second tier. After fighting for so long, I finally gave one of the 2 vitality blocks I got to a dying Night Owl. So that Night Owl, who has the highest level, can continue to fight. There is still one piece left. But after the round-robin battle, Dragonite can't hold on any longer. Your grandfather didn't have the heart to feed a piece to Dragonite. Look, he's still alive and well here. Dragonite touched his head awkwardly. Even though it's a round-robin battle. What can I say? Well, there is nothing much to say. We got to know each other later, and Nightole often challenged Dragonite to fight. Finally, we said goodbye to Dragonite in a friendly manner and left. Right, Dragonite? Grandma Lan said while looking at Dragonite with a smile. Kuai Long nodded obediently. Everyone laughed along. After the story was told, we got in the car and prepared to eat. Dongfang Yan got on the car and kicked Dragonite out when he saw him trying to squeeze in. Don't you know how much you weigh? Dragonite touched his belly. He curled his lips and gave Dongfang Yan the middle finger in a very human way. Then he sat down on the roof of the car. Focus on one and don't want to move. Seeing the car suddenly shake slightly, Dongfang Yan didn't know what to say. The image of Dragonite has since collapsed in my mind. Somewhere. Boss, what are we all doing here? A tall, thin man wearing a mask asked. Are you lying? Can't you see we all have tools with us? We must be here to dig coal. A short fat man continued. Su Shija held his forehead. If it weren't for the failure of the last mission. Some of his subordinates were killed, some were captured, and the only two who escaped were Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. The organization doesn't have enough manpower. Although Mutuo is about to become a defective product of the experiment. Will be recycled soon. Then use it as a target for other experiments. But what I didn't expect was that I lost it. Although there was also the reason that the organization did not check Mutuo's stats properly, Mutuo was originally seconded for a few days and they thought there would be no big problem, but who knows. Finally, the Chinese alliance followed the clues and the organization was wiped out by the Chinese alliance. Several strongholds were cleared out. The entire organization suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the fact that he still had enough Pokémon able to create some benefits for the organization. Make up for some of what you lost. Just let yourself go. But he also received a lot of punishment. Looking at his left hand that had disappeared. A mechanical prosthesis has been installed. This is the organization's punishment, a living experiment. What are your code names? Su Shija asked. Report to the boss, we too have just joined the organization. Only numbers, no code names. Su Shija didn't know what to say. How did you two get into the organization when you look like this? The tall and thin man heard this and said confidently. Humph, of course, I picked 1 out of 100, through my intelligence and extraordinary wisdom. Su Shija twitched. Speak English. The organization was recruiting toilet cleaners, so I came in. I don't know why, but during a mission, I caught a traitor for no apparent reason, and then I became a regular employee. And then you chose me. Su Shija held his forehead with his hand. I remember that I didn't know why, but I felt that there were too many elites in my team. I wanted to challenge myself, so I circled a few people's names at random to increase the challenge. I regret it now. Why did you pretend to be so? What about you? With the idea of buy one get one free, it is a blessing rather than a disaster, and disaster is inevitable, I asked another short and fat man. The short fat man smiled inexplicably. Hey hey! Well, this laughter has been defined. As for me, I was driving the excavator and accidentally dug through the sewer. Su Shija was a little confused. What does this have to do with your joining the organization? What we are digging is the sewer of the organization. The short fat man said with a smile. Su Shija, 6. Chapter 100. Another misunderstanding. Yangcheng Hotel. Everyone sat in their seats. A world where Pokémon are everywhere. Of course, there will also be a place for Pokémon to eat in the restaurant. It's the yard at the back. You can see what they are doing through the window. Dragonite and other Pokémon that came to mourn Dongfang Yan were all eating in the back. When Little C just came out, his eyes were red and Little Tana also looked sad. Dongfang Yan drank the tree fruit juice in big gulps. He didn't notice the surprised looks of the two Pokémon next to him. He tilted his head and took a look. What happened to you two? Dongfang Yan looked at the two dazed Pokémon in confusion. Baby! Tabne! The two Pokémon finally reacted. My trainer is still alive. One after another, they all threw themselves into Dongfang Yan's arms. Cough cough cough. Dongfang Yan spat out all the juice in his mouth. No, what's wrong with you two? I'm not dead. Are you so surprised? Dongfang Yan picked up a piece of paper and wiped his mouth. No one around said anything. Drinking tea and juice silently. Fatty Chien picked up his fingernails and counted how many fingers he had. Feel the unusual atmosphere around you. Dongfang Yan felt it was a bit strange, but didn't think much about it. After comforting the two Pokémon, it was time to serve the food. At the same time, the female Pang Yangwei also rushed over, and Dongfang Yan was so scared that he hurriedly explained that Pang Yangwei was fine. At the same time, with Kuai Long as a guarantor, Pang Yanga's wife believed it. After all, Dongfang Yan and Kuai Long, there is no need to lie to her. Hello, excuse me, the food is served. A waiter knocked on the door and came in. Looking at the people in the hotel. Of course, this restaurant has been reserved by Fatty Chien and the housekeeper. So I chose the largest box. Pokémon also have delicious food dishes. Dongfang Yan felt that he could try to learn the same thing in the Yunao breeding house later. The waiter looked at everyone. You are from the ecological park, right? I watched the news today. Please accept my condolences. The waiter bowed as he spoke. Show your respect. After all, Grandma Lan's breeding house is quite famous in this area. The waiter suddenly caught sight of Dongfang Yan showing off his fruit juice nearby. Everyone just experienced an awkward moment. No one spoke, and the scene was very quiet for a while. Looking at the calm people around, it doesn't look like they are celebrating. Can't you see it? The waiter was shivering a little at this moment. My feet are a little shaky. Everyone looked at him doubtfully. Seeing the very puzzled looks of the people around him, the waiter became a little nervous. The two Pokémon had just been comforted by Dongfang Yan. There was no crying at this moment. So he didn't show any particular surprise. I'm ready to go back to the backyard to eat. Watching the waiter standing there motionless with the dishes. He was still mumbling something in his mouth. Dongfang Yan then prepared to go up and help him serve the food out of kindness. Dongfang Yan stretched out his hands. Make movements as if serving the dish. But in the eyes of the waiter. This is preparing to strangle yourself. Choking the neck. What's more, Dongfang Yan's forehead was hit by a pokeball. It was all bruised and messy. Ghost. The waiter couldn't stand it anymore. He yelled, threw the bowl away, and ran away. Dongfang Yan nimbly dodged the food attack. He looked at the yelling waiter in confusion. But they had already rushed out. Boss, there's something wrong with the boss. Dongfang Yan looked puzzled. The others present finally reacted. Misunderstanding. Fatty Chien jumped up and shouted. Dongfang Yan scratched his head in confusion. What kind of misunderstanding is this? What the hell is this? Isn't there a ghastly behind me, or a haunter? Why do you yell ghost when you see me? Don't scare me, I'm a little scared. The people present didn't know how to explain it. In the end, it was Fatty Chien who stepped in. Ahoy! Xiao Yan, it's like this. Fatty Chien took out Dongfang Yan's backpack and his ID card. Took a long time to explain. The group of people ate and drank. Listening to the fat man's clumsy explanation in Dongfang dialect. In the end, Dongfang Yan finally understood. So I don't know why my school bag ended up in Yangcheng River. Then you were notified by the Alliance. You searched for 2 or 3 days, and then you thought I was dead, right? Everyone present nodded. If not. Pokémon trainers are constantly on their adventures and encounter crises, and only a few survive. Sister Wan explained. Grandma Lan nodded. So when you wanted to become a Pokémon trainer and go out on an adventure, I was very worried, but you had to grow up eventually, so I just let you go. The housekeeper also gave a few words of advice. Well, although I know they are doing it for themselves. But that kind of awkward feeling. He held a funeral for himself by the river. His grandmother was even on Yangcheng TV. Even the neighboring city of Yongyuan knows about it. Just tell me how to achieve the system's achievements. Good man, he announced his death in such a big way. No matter how you look at it, your reputation points must have exploded. No wonder he achieved such systematic success and became somewhat famous. And rewarded myself with so much reputation points. At that time, I didn't know how excited I was. I thought Sister Wan was out there promoting her own ecological park and Yunao breeding house. Who knows? I don't know how to speak the Eastern dialect. At this time, the restaurant owner came running with his Pokémon. Boss, don't be afraid. My Pokémon is a normal type. It is very effective against ghost types. The restaurant owner pointed at the big tail standing next to him. What? Dongfang Yan looked at the restaurant owner in confusion. Hey, this ghost-type Pokémon can even imitate human speech. Da-ai-lai, rush forward and use the chase attack. When Da-ai-lai received the order, he immediately showed his lightning speed. Oh, no. Don't come over. Da-ai-lai received the order and rushed over immediately. Grab Dongfang Yan and throw him over your shoulder. Ouch. Dongfang Yan felt dizzy. Lie in a warm embrace. Looking at Sister Wan Wan, perfect profile, straight nose, long eyelashes, bright eyes, and strong muscles. Dongfang Yan can only say awesome. Feeling very safe. Why is it physical? The restaurant owner said doubtfully. Fatty Qian covered his head with his hands. It seemed that this situation would last for several days. When the time comes, we will see a notification on the official website of Yun AI Breeding House. Let's just say that Dongfang Yan is not dead and is still alive.